Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Blank paper, too. That afternoon, after finishing all the duties at the Arhut faction, Hygeology sighed deeply as he looked at Sasun, who had just returned. Sigh. Hee hee. It was hard to scold someone with such a bright and innocent face. It was said you can't spit on a smiling face. Hygeology, boiling with frustration, forced himself to adopt a gentle tone as he spoke. Muyul. Yes, master. How exactly did you learn martial arts during your novice disciple days? My novice disciple days? Mujin helped me. Mujin? Yes. And senior brothers Mu Gung and Mu Jiang helped a bit too. Muyul added, but Hygeology's repetition of Mujin's name wasn't for that reason. Mujin. That must be the name of the child taken in as a sworn son by Abbot Hyungwang. He had been a noticeable child since the entrance examination. It was just that his path seemed different from the Shaolin Five Fists, and because Hyungwang had wanted it, he had given up. However, that wasn't what was important now. This naive, pure-hearted novice, the secret to how he had been brought to his current level, was what mattered most. Muyul. Yes, master. I'm thinking of visiting Mujin. Would you like to join me? Sure. After hearing Muyul's cheerful answer, Hygeology headed with him to the residence where Hyungwang lived. As he is a sworn son of that person, Mujin would also be there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Today, as usual, Mujin was treating Hyungwang's body and practicing martial arts in the courtyard. I pay my respects to Abbot Hyungwang. With a loud voice, a stern-looking middle-aged monk appeared in the residence. Hygeology, my disciple. Come in. I apologize for not visiting often, as I am an ignorant disciple. Saying so, Hygeology entered the residence, accompanied by Muyul. I pay my respects to great uncle Hyungwang. Hi, Mujin. Mujin chuckled at Muyul's greeting. Truly, he was a bright soul wherever he went. 5:09 p.m. While Muyul and Mujin exchanged greetings, Hyungwang asked Hygeology. While guests are always welcome, it seems you must have a particular reason for visiting, given how busy you are. Ahem. My apologies, Abbot. Today, I specifically came to see Mujin. Hygeology, looking somewhat awkward despite his fierce appearance, said this, prompting Hyungwang to ask with a curious expression. Are you talking about Mujin? Yes, Abbot. Hygeology cautiously explained his circumstances. He had tried to teach Muyul the forms and key points of the crane fist, which is the most fundamental martial art of the Shaolin Five Fists. And that even now, after nearly 5 days, Muyul could hardly follow along. Lastly, he mentioned that Muyul had learned martial arts during his novice disciple days, thanks to Mujin. Having heard Hygeology's explanation, Hyungwang looked at Muyul. Facing the great uncle who was looking at him, Muyul responded with his ever-innocent smile. It seems I need to see for myself why you took this child as a disciple. Mujin. Yes, granduncle. Hygeology was involuntarily startled by Mujin's response of granduncle. However, neither Mujin nor Hyungwang seemed to pay it any mind. Would you be able to spar with this Muyul? Yes, we often spar during our novice days, granduncle. Mujin confidently answered, and then spoke to Muyul. You know, right, Muyul? Just have fun with it. Yep. Muyul brightly agreed, and Mujin took a step back and assumed a ready stance. In response, Muyul also took a ready stance, and seeing Muyul's stance, Hyungwang's eyes shone. Indeed, playing around, he said. It was certainly the most typical Shaolin ready stance, yet there was an indescribable sense of freedom to it. The body isn't stiff at all. As Hyungwang internally made this assessment, the sparring between Muyul and Mujin began. 5:35 p.m. Mujin faced the sparring as if he was introducing his nephew Muyul, whom he had raised, to Hyungwang. In other words, he strived to highlight Mu Yol's talents as much as possible. Thanks to this, Mu Yol was able to perform extraordinary movements while dodging and counterattacking Mu Jin's offensive during their sparring. Haha, that's enough. Hyung Wang, who had been watching the exchange with satisfaction, stopped the sparring with a content smile. Truly, he is a talent worth coveting. Mu Yol's unrestrained nature was indeed a talent suited for the Shaolin Five Fists. In fact, despite being one of the representative martial arts of Shaolin, the Shaolin Five Fists did not belong to the 72 consummate arts. To be precise, it was considered somewhat heretical. If it hadn't been a martial art created by the great Dharma Master, it might have been erased from the records at the Sutra Repository. That makes sense, as while other Shaolin martial arts are all associated with endurance and asceticism, bearing a certain heaviness, the Shaolin Five Fists inherently embrace a freedom that lets one's energy explode unrestrained. It was more akin to the form found in Taoism rather than Buddhism. However, it is said that once you complete the Buddha's way, you are freed from all worldly worries and obsessions, so it wasn't completely off the mark. Perhaps for that reason, it is believed that the great Dharma Master completed the Shaolin Five Fists in his later years after achieving the Buddha's way, and so the later generations of Shaolin did not cast it aside. But because it is indeed separate from the other Shaolin martial arts, the lineage of the Shaolin Five Fists has been precariously maintained. Unless one has completed the Buddha's way like the founder Dharma Master, learning the weighty martial arts of Shaolin and then learning the Shaolin Five Fists could actually be harmful. If the Demon Extermination Squad is treated as heterodox within Shaolin due to their mission, then the Shaolin Five Fists itself was close to being heterodox. That is why disciples who learned the Shaolin Five Fists had an unusually strong bond, even compared to other Shaolin disciples. This was also because they were more unrestrained compared to other martial arts, and the practitioners were so rare that they naturally banded together. Haha, it seems my disciple Hygieology was quite anxious. That's what Hyung Wang thought. Hygieology was anxious that he had chosen the wrong disciple and that the lineage of the Shaolin Five Fists might be discontinued. That was understandable, as someone of Hygieology's stature could find a solution given some time. With that thought, Hyung Wang looked at Hygieology with a mysterious smile. Solving the problems of Shaolin disciples is a natural duty for a master. Take Mu Jin with you. Thank you, Abbot. 6:01 p.m. But there is a condition. A condition, you say? Hygieology asked with a puzzled tone. It was unlike the usually magnanimous Abbot Hyung Wang to set conditions. Still with a vague expression, Hyung Wang spoke to the puzzled Hygieology. In exchange for Mu Jin helping Mu Yol with his training, for the time being, you will take over Mu Jin's training. Teach him exactly what Mu Yol is learning. Me, sir? However, the Shaolin Five Fists is different in direction from other Shaolin martial arts. Haha, do not worry. It will be of great help to Mu Jin. Turning his gaze from the still puzzled Hygieology, Hyung Wang looked at Mu Jin. Mu Jin. Yes, granduncle. Follow Hygieology in training and assist Mu Yol. It will be of great help for the martial arts you are learning. Understood. Although he agreed, Mu Jin was just as puzzled. But Hyung Wang, as always, instead of providing a direct answer, added a riddle-like saying. Just remember this, Mu Jin. What is seen on the surface is not as important as the underlying intent. Your disciple will take this to heart. And so, Mu Jin's entrusted education began. Or perhaps, it was more like the role of a nanny for Mu Yol. Having returned to his own residence, Hygieology crossed his arms and looked at the two novice monks seated in front of him. It felt to Hygieology as if, in trying to solve Mu Yol's problem, he had somehow ended up with an additional burden. That decision was his. There must be a reason for it. Hygieology shook his head to clear his mind of doubt and spoke in a rough voice. Then, let's start by teaching you the forms of the crane fist, which can be considered the foundation of the Shaolin Five Fists. As Hygieology said this, Biob Hyun, his disciple, and also Mu Yol's teacher, who stood by like an assistant, assumed the starting posture of the crane fist. It's certainly different from the other Shaolin martial arts. The movements of the crane fist were indeed unique. As it was a boxing technique modeled after the movements of a crane, it featured smooth steps resembling the crane's walk with its wings spread, suddenly stopping, then abruptly thrusting forward with a punch, as if pecking with its beak. It was a strange mix of softness and decisiveness in the movements. One thing was for sure, though called fist, the crane fist was a martial art that blended footwork and body movement techniques. Now you two try to follow along. Right after Biob Hyun demonstrated the sequence twice, Hygeology instructed them. Since it was just about learning the form, Mujin tried to mimic the movements Biob Hyun displayed, recalling them from memory. Muyol, seated next to him, also attempted to copy the movements, but, despite only trying to mimic the form, Muyol lost his balance and couldn't even sustain the posture for 3 seconds. Seeing this, both Hygeology and Biob Hyun let out involuntary sighs, as they had been witnessing the same scene for 5 days straight. Mujin, who was practicing alongside them, tilted his head in confusion. Why is he struggling like that? Muyol wasn't bright, quite the contrary, severely so. 6:05 p.m. However, conversely, his physical aptitude was quite outstanding. Particularly, his flexibility and resilience were closer to that of an animal than a human. When Muyol learned martial arts, he might mix up the sequence, but copying each movement was something he did exceedingly well. So why was he having trouble now? Muyol, what's wrong? It feels awkward. To Mujin's question, Muyol scratched his closely shaven scalp and answered with the same sunny smile as always. Hygeology, who had been watching Muyol, just like Mujin, sighed at that bright smile and then spoke to Mujin. That's why I sought you out. I heard that during your novice days, he learned martial arts from you. Tell me, Mujin, how did you teach him martial arts? The method Mujin used to teach Muyol, it was nothing special. He didn't bother with the names of muscles, joints, or meridians. He simply pointed out the movements with his fingers and had Muyol repeatedly practice them until mastered. Upon hearing Mujin's brief explanation of his teaching method, a look of realization, as if the character for heaven had appeared on Hygeology's forehead, crossed his face. It's certainly a method that would be helpful for beginners or basic martial arts. However, although Hygeology did not say it outright, he felt quite deflated. If that was the case, it wasn't much different from what they had already been doing. They had been stuck on the form of the crane fist for 5 days, without even touching upon the key points of internal energy. By this point, even a monkey would have memorized the form. So what was the problem? Mujin, Hygeology, and Biob Hyun all looked at Muyol with expressions of contemplation. Muyol, looking like a curious monkey, tilted his head in confusion. After observing that bright demeanor for a moment, Mujin decided to first check Muyol's condition. Muyol, yeah, you said earlier that the posture of the crane fist felt awkward, right? Yep. What specifically feels awkward? Is it awkward connecting the movements? I'm not sure. Is it awkward when moving? Or is it awkward when stopping? While answering, Muyol attempted the opening posture of the crane fist again, but once more, he lost his balance a few seconds in. It doesn't seem to be a problem with his memory. He remembers the form. However, watching him move this time, it was clear that he remembered the form even without Biob Hyun's demonstration. So Mujin turned to ask Hygeology and Biob Hyun, is the crane fist a martial art that inherently has awkward transitions between the initial postures? That's nonsensical. The Shaolin 5 fists were created by Dharma Master after observing the movements of animals. Among Shaolin martial arts, they are known for having the most natural flow. Hygeology answered Mujin's question with pride. So, it's not the connection of the initial postures. 6:16 p.m. As Mujin fell silent in thought, the residence was once again enveloped in silence. In the stifling atmosphere, as if something was clogged, Mujin recalled the words he had heard before coming here. Granduncle Hyungwang had indeed said it, that what is seen on the surface is not as important as the underlying intent. Then, what is the underlying intent of the crane fist? It was Mujin's first day learning the crane fist, so it was impossible for him to know its underlying intent. Oh, A thought struck Mu Jin's mind. Mu Jin, considering he had nothing to lose, posed a question to Mu Yol. Yol, have you ever seen a crane? No. Mu Yol tilted his head, elongating the end of his word. From the way he spoke, it seemed he hadn't even seen a crane, let alone know what one was. As expected, Mu Jin was not particularly fond of philosophical or profound thoughts. So he thought simply, the essence of the crane fist. That is, the movement of the crane. In that sense, Mu Yol had been trying to imitate the movement of a crane without even knowing what a crane looked like. Then, what have you been thinking while following Master Uncle Biob Hyun's movements? Huh, I wasn't thinking anything. I just tried to copy the movements that the master showed us. At Mu Yol's answer, Mu Jin finally felt a certainty. This is it. But that was only true for Mu Jin. Hygeology and Biob Hyun were still frowning. What seems to be the problem with that? The master's right. The Shaolin Five Fists are natural martial arts created by imitating the movements of animals living in nature. All movements are designed to flow naturally. Are you saying that my movements are awkward and Mu Yol cannot follow them? Biob Hyun asked incredulously. It wasn't just because he felt insulted. If his movements were awkward, how could he freely execute all the techniques of the crane fist? It's not about blaming Master Uncle Biob Hyun's movements. But think about it. Everyone says the movements of animals are natural, but that's only natural for their own bodies. Is it really natural to imitate those movements with the human body? Mu Jin didn't wait for the other's response and continued, moving smoothly and then suddenly stopping with a leg lifted, or suddenly striking with the wings and pecking with the beak. All of those are natural for a crane, but from a human perspective, there are a series of very unnatural movements. That's why the crane fist was modified to suit human movements, transforming the action of a crane pecking at its prey into a punch. People who have seen a crane might naturally accept and mimic these modified forms. But for Mu Yol, who had never seen one, he was just mindlessly copying the movement shown by Biob Hyun. Master Uncle Biob Hyun may utilize the techniques and vital points learned through years of practice, but Mu Yol can't do that. He's a simpleton, after all. This kid needs the basic structure set for him, and then he must be left to move as his body dictates. Left to move as his body dictates. Yes, Mu Yol may not be bright, but his body is quite capable. If he is consistently shown the movements of a crane, he will be able to mimic them on his own. While Mu Yol, who was listening to their conversation, indifferently asked whether he was being called a stonehead, the three of them were dead serious. Especially Hygeology, who had an epiphany after hearing Mu Jin's words. So there was a reason Hyungwang Sabek sent this child. The reason he had taken Mu Yol as his apprentice was due to his unrestrained nature and a physique similar to that of an animal. But when had he himself become so entangled with the forms and vital points of martial arts? Having inherited the Shaolin Five Fists, the most unrestrained martial arts of Shaolin, why was he bound by the Shaolin Five Fists not in their true essence, but as created by Dharma Master? Without realizing, I have been harboring a sense of inferiority. Perhaps because it was a martial art that deviated from other Shaolin arts, he was determined to have its legitimacy recognized. Hyungwang Sabek must have also surmised this fact. And as for Mu Jin, perhaps it's because he's still young. He's a child who isn't trapped by fixed ideas. Having this realization, Hygeology decided to accept Mu Jin's opinion. After all, what did he have to lose? Then, we must show Mu Yol a crane. 6:41 p.m. That's correct, Master Uncle Hygeology. Hygeology, upon hearing this, nodded his head, but then briefly hesitated. Wait, the Shaolin Five Fists are crane, snake, leopard, tiger, and dragon, right? Thus, the tiger fist would require a tiger, and for the final dragon fist, a dragon would need to be shown? Tiger, I can understand, but a dragon. Since this is a world of martial arts fiction, could it exist? Mu Jin had such thoughts, but quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Whether it be a dragon or a tiger, it was the job of Mu Yol's master and grandmaster to capture them, not something for him to be concerned about. Rightly so, Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, after treating Hyungwang, Mujin, as usual, visited Hygeology's pavilion and was greeted by an extraordinary scene. Behold, yo, this is the animal known as the crane. Wow, wow. Hygeology was like a father taking his youngest son to the zoo. And when the crane, which was roaming the courtyard of the pavilion, suddenly took flight. Ha! Inhale. Mujin watched as Hygeology and Byab-hyun soared into the sky with motions imitating the crane and thought to himself, what is this? Performance art? Regardless of Mujin's dumbfounded expression, Muyul happily clapped for his master and grandmaster who had successfully ascended to the skies. Wow, wow. The scene was unmistakably that of a zoo, or perhaps a circus. And sadly for Mujin, he too had to join in this uncertain act, whether it was performance art or a circus. From that day on, Mujin and Muyul spent every evening with the crane for 2 weeks straight. Specifically, as the crane demonstrated each movement, Hygeology and Byab-hyun would replicate those movements alongside it. They were essentially demonstrating each technique of the crane fist, depicting how the crane's movements were imitated. What was truly remarkable was that not only Byab-hyun, but even Hygeology, who had already reached a high level of mastery, seemed to have their movements become smoother through these demonstrations with the crane. Going further, oh, well done, Muyul. Isn't it just like the crane flapping its wings? Right, master? 6:42 p.m. Indeed it is. Umitba. By the 5th day, Muyul himself had begun to properly execute the crane fist. However, Muyul's crane fist differed from that of Hygeology or Byab-hyun. Muyul's natural talent and animalistic senses seemed to transcend human norms, as he adjusted the crane fist techniques to suit his own physique, creating movements even more reminiscent of an actual crane. If this kid were born in modern times, he'd have become a world-class dancer. Even Mujin, with decades of martial arts experience, couldn't match Muyul's innate sense. But that didn't mean Muyul's improvised movements were perfect. As Muyul had adapted the crane fist techniques to fit his body, the vital points and techniques of the original crane fist could no longer be used as they were. And this issue was resolved by Hygeology, an expert who had reached a high level of mastery and Muyul's grandmaster. Watch closely, Muyul. The greatest strength of our Shaolin 5 fists is that all the techniques are connected naturally. Thus, I will also make your crane fist flow naturally. Hygeology modified the vital points and techniques appropriately to ensure that the movements of Muyul's self-adapted crane fist were naturally interconnected. Muyul began to dance in the courtyard of Hygeology's pavilion. The movements, resembling those of a crane, flowed in a mysteriously unrelated order to the original sequences of the crane fist. Ha ha! Indeed, he is a child with a once-in-a-lifetime talent, master. Hygeology and Byab-hyun watched with satisfied smiles as Muyul performed. Although Muyul's mind hadn't fully grasped the modified vital points taught by Hygeology, he had at least perfected the form of the crane fist. And it was a new form of crane fist, different from that practiced by Byab-hyun and Hygeology. As time passed, there might come a day when Muyul, as Hygeology once said upon accepting him as a disciple, would complete his own version of the Shaolin 5 fists. It would be slightly different from the original created by the patriarch Bodhidharma. Observing Hygeology and Byab-hyun admiring Muyul's performance, Mujin approached Hygeology and spoke with a bow. It seems my role here is done. Do you plan not to come from tomorrow on? Yes. Hyungwang had clearly told Mujin that there was something to gain from training with Muyul under Hygeology. Yet, even though Mujin had not mastered the crane fist perfectly, he felt there was no longer a need to come here, and Hygeology did not question it. Hygeology understood. Mujin had gained something other than the crane fist. Indeed, during the nearly 2 weeks with them, Mujin had discovered an important clue. 6:46 p.m. A method to reverse the vital points and to connect them naturally. He had obtained clues about both. Mujin had already devised his martial arts as a novice disciple. Now, his task was to learn the new martial arts and vital points and integrate them into his own creation. Originally, Hyun Guang had never told Mu Jin to master the crane fist. Hyun Guang had told him to learn the Vajra fist and meld those vital points. The gap between the vital points of the Shao Hong Quan and transitioning to those of the Guanyin hands or the Arhut techniques. There, combining the vital points of the Vajra fist could increase power while reducing the rebound. Observing Hai geology modifying the vital points to teach Mu Yul the crane fist, Mu Jin had found his clue. And Hyun Guang had said, what is seen on the surface is not as important as the original intent. Perhaps the original intent was not the crane fist, but the martial arts that Mu Jin was creating. Therefore, Mu Jin saw no further need to frequent this place. His next task was to incorporate what he had learned into his own martial arts. It seems you have already gained something. You may go now. Yes. Please take good care of Mu Yul, Master Uncle Hai geology, Master Uncle Biob Hyun. As Mu Jin bid his last farewell and was walking away, he had this thought. Wait, did Grandmaster Hyun Guang foresee everything that has transpired? The more he knew, the more wondrous his grandfather seemed to Mu Jin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Is it okay to let him go, master? As Biob Hyun watched Mu Jin leaving the pavilion, he asked Hai geology, who let out a hearty laugh. Haha, there's no need to worry. What that child needed to learn was never the crane fist in the first place. He too was a seasoned master, not quite on par with Hyun Guang, but having spent the last fortnight together, he was able to somewhat grasp Hyun Guang's intentions. The surprising thing was, that young child realized Hyun Guang Sabek's intentions around the same time as I did. And so, Hai geology thought, what an extraordinary grandson-grandfather duo. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While Mu Jin's learning of the Vajra fist and integrating its vital points was happening on one side, the treatment of Hyun Guang continued unabated. And when about a month had passed since the start of the treatment, a slight change occurred. Grandfather, I will start the manual therapy. Ho ho, proceed. As usual, Mu Jin began pressing on Hyun Guang's body, starting the treatment. Abba Hyun Cheon was watching from behind for a moment. As someone who'd been absent-mindedly watching the same scene repeat, he suddenly noticed something different. Abbot, is it okay for you to move like that? Ho ho, now that I think about it, it feels much more comfortable than before, head monk. When the head monk asked in surprise, Hyun Guang responded with a light-hearted laugh. Previously, Hyun Guang was like a corpse, moving only by Mu Jin's manipulation. But today, he was shifting his body on his own to assume positions for treatment whenever Mu Jin tried to do something. 6:53 p.m. The movements were simple adjustments, slightly moving his limbs and torso while lying down. Such trivial acts for a regular person were amazing for Hyun Guang. Given that Hyun Guang used to ache all over with even the slightest movement and would be in pain from the smallest vibrations when carried by someone. The abbot's body is showing improvement. Your treatment must be working. Abbot Hyun Cheon, with a childlike excitement on his face, exclaimed, and Hyun Gong and senior brother Haidam, who were waiting outside, entered the room with surprised faces. Are you saying that these treatments really have efficacy? They had been skeptical when entrusting the treatment to Mu Jin, especially since the theories involving thunder energy and extreme yang energy were unheard of to them. Mu Jin, you are a benefactor to our Shaolin. Please, I implore you, heal the abbot completely. As signs of improvement became evident, their trust in him surged rapidly. Regardless of their newfound confidence in him, Mu Jin was not content with just this level of progress. As another month or so passed, the twisted joints and ligaments began to settle into place. In other words, Hyun Guang was no longer at the point where any movement caused him pain. However, Mu Jin's goal was not merely to eliminate pain. He wanted to ensure that at the very least, Hyun Guang could walk on his own two legs again. Thus, Mu Jin began implementing physical therapy, but about 5 days into the new treatment, he realized there was a significant problem. And to solve this problem, he understood that extraordinary measures were necessary. On the 5th day of starting physical therapy, slowly raise your upper body, then slowly lower down. I've got your back, so don't worry. Just go as far as you can. Grandfather. As Mujin supported Hyungwang's back, he repeated the motion of slightly lifting and lowering his upper body to strengthen his abdominal muscles. After helping Hyungwang to stand up on his own, Mujin held his hands and assisted him so that he could take steps on his own. It was just like a patient who had injured their legs practicing walking on their own at a rehabilitation center. There's still not enough muscle in the body. It's almost impossible to use the Pilates equipment. However, there was a problem. Hyungwang had relied on the strength of others to move due to his twisted joints and ligaments for decades. In other words, the muscles throughout his body were seriously atrophied. Continuing with the manual therapy, close-range spear technique, or electric stimulation therapy he had been undergoing would be like pouring water into a bottomless bucket. No, there was even a risk of worsening. Hyungwang's cartilage was already degenerated due to age. If he moved without muscles, there was a risk that the condition of the joints would become more serious. Either way, it meant that muscles needed to be built quickly before problems arose in the joints. Is that really the only way? Mujin realized that drastic measures were necessary, and those drastic measures were not something Mujin could proceed with on his own. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the headquarter office of Shaolin. There, Abbot Hyun Cheon, Hyun Song, Hyun Gong, and senior brother Haidam, who were directly or indirectly involved in Hyungwang's treatment, welcomed Mujin. So, you said you have something to discuss regarding the treatment of senior brother Hyungwang? Abbot Hyun Cheon asked Mujin with a pleased expression. 7:10 p.m. When Mujin first called Hyun Gong grandfather, the headmaster who had sternly scolded him was long gone. Senior brother Hyungwang was being treated. What was the big deal about the title of grandfather? The other three were also reminded of this. And Mujin, looking at the four of them with pleased expressions, spoke in a calm tone. Yes, I have come here because a slight problem has arisen during the process of treating grandfather. What do you mean by problem? Hasn't his condition improved? Recently, we were moving on to the next phase, and senior brother Hyungwang was moving on his own. As soon as Mujin's words fell, Hyun Song and Hyun Gong exclaimed with startled faces. Looking back and forth between the two, Mujin calmly replied, Yes, during the next phase of the treatment process, I discovered a problem. Explain in detail what you mean by a problem. Even as the abbot of Shaolin, Hyun Cheon, known for his composure, asked in a solemn tone. Mujin opened his mouth to reveal the problem he had realized. To properly treat Hyungwang's body, it was necessary to build muscle. And above all, what was needed to build muscle was precisely, grandfather must eat meat. It was about eating meat. A chilling silence fell in the headquarter office at Mujin's statement. Indeed, the question of whether eating meat is essential for muscle growth is still a controversial issue, even in modern times. Vegetarian physiologists argue that it is entirely possible to build a healthy muscular physique with only vegetables, and Mujin, who often consults exercise science literature as a specialist in his field, was aware of this debate. However, building muscle through a vegetarian diet comes with very complex conditions. Both plant-based and animal-based proteins are made up of amino acids, but there is a subtle difference in those amino acids. Ultimately, to build muscle in the human body, one must know the variety of amino acids in different vegetables and ponder how to combine them to create animal-based proteins for consumption. Moreover, unlike meat like chicken breast, which is mostly composed of protein and water, even soybeans considered rich in protein actually contain fats and carbohydrates. To replace meat with soy or mushrooms, one had to engage in tremendous exercise to burn off those unnecessary carbohydrates and fats. That was a completely unsuitable method for the patient Hyungwang. However, that was only Mujin's view. How impudent to even mention meat eating in Shaolin. If you're not trying to insult senior brother Hyungwang, how dare you say such a thing? Right after a moment of silence, the expected reaction exploded just as Mujin had anticipated. 7:29 p.m. Particularly because they had high hopes for Mujin, The backlash from Hyun-gong and Hyun-sung was even more fierce. Senior brother Haidam, as usual, kept silent, but his eyes were burning no less fiercely than the other two. Only Abbot Hyun-cheon, who had managed to retain his calm, asked Mujin, "Why do you say that one must eat meat to build muscle?" "Mujin, even you have built such a physique without consuming meat." At Hyun-cheon's questioning, Mujin nearly flinched involuntarily, remembering a time during his wall-facing meditation when he hunted and ate animals as a punishment. Mujin managed to compose his expression and spoke calmly. "Soy and mushrooms can substitute for meat. However, that is just a substitute, and it cannot compare to eating meat. Then, couldn't senior brother also substitute with soy and mushrooms? The case for me and grandfather is different. I am still young and can endure, but grandfather is in a situation where time is of the essence." Although he had anticipated the pushback, Mujin was beginning to feel frustrated with the stubborn exchange of questions and answers with the elderly monks. Why does our Shaolin abstain from meat? It is a form of asceticism to overcome the worldly distractions and desires, the craving for food. That's why I could willingly give up meat. However, asceticism has meaning only for those who can endure it. If one has to die because of that asceticism, is that truly the law of Buddhism? Would that not be a violation of the precept of not killing? You brash fool! You are disrespecting senior brother Hyungwang's enlightenment with your audacity. How dare you discuss Shaolin's precepts in front of me? At Mujin's words, the head of jurisdiction department Hyungong was about to leap up in anger when, "Compose yourself, head of jurisdiction department." Before him, Hyun-cheon calmed Hyungong down. There is some merit to Mujin's words. "Abbot, listen until the end, head of jurisdiction department." Mujin's words do have merit, but there are also flaws. The question is whether meat really can heal senior brother's body and build his muscles more effectively. With that, Abbot Hyun-cheon looked at Mujin with a complex expression. Of course, Mujin could answer that question, if this were the modern era. But in this era, he couldn't talk about protein and supercompensation theories. 7:35 p.m. In the end, Mujin continued his explanation, awkwardly fitting it into Buddhist terminology he knew. The cycle of rebirth in Buddhism does not only refer to dying and departing to another world. Everything in this world is in a cycle. The rain that falls from the sky comes down to the earth, and that water boils and returns to the sky. In this way, the world is in a cycle. The same goes for the flesh of animals and humans. To nourish and grow the person's body, one must consume the flesh of the same animals. Life dying and being reborn is the natural order, and humans eating not only vegetables but also meat is also part of nature. If we harm life for the sake of enjoyment, that could be a sin, but how could it be a sin to eat something that is already dead for the sake of survival? Even after Mujin finished his explanation, the abbot remained silent with a complex expression. The other elders seemed to be waiting for the abbot's decision, watching his mouth for words. After some contemplation, the abbot spoke in a calm tone. "There is reason in what you say. However, your words cannot be taken as definitive proof. And without proof, we cannot go against the practices of Shaolin that have been upheld for 1,000 years. But, we also cannot neglect the senior brother who has protected 1,000-year Shaolin." "Abbot," surprised by the abbot's words, head of jurisdiction department Hyungong shouted out, but the abbot did not back down and continued. "There's a way to feed senior brother meat while upholding the laws of Shaolin. After eating the meat, one simply has to accept the corresponding punishment. What do you think about that?" As if posing a test question, the abbot asked, and Mujin answered with determination. "I was the one who suggested eating meat, so I will take the punishment on his behalf. You still do not understand how grave Shaolin's laws are. The punishment you received last time was very light. This time, you may have to face the wall for a month. Are you still willing to take that punishment?" To Abbot Hyun-cheon's question, Mujin did not flinch. A month of wall facing? That might scare children, but it was nothing to Mujin. "Your disciple will gladly accept the punishment." As Mujin boldly answered, Abbot Hyun-cheon laughed heartily, as if he had heard the answer he had been hoping for. Head of Jurisdiction Department. Speak, Abbot. 7:38 p.m. In the name of the Abbot's relic, Nokok Buljang, I wish to amend a law. What do you mean? I will add an exception to the Shaolin's rule against eating meat. For those who are seriously ill, an exception will be made to allow meat consumption for the sake of treatment. That should not be, Abbot. I am aware it should not be. Therefore, as the Abbot, I too will accept the punishment that the Jurisdiction Department will impose, along with Mujin. With that, Abbot Hyun-cheon showed a hearty smile to Mujin. Asterisk. The punishment decreed by the Jurisdiction Department was postponed for a few days. This was to prevent any delay in Hyun-gwang's treatment while Mujin took his punishment. However, it was not possible to indefinitely postpone the punishment until Hyun-gwang fully recovered. Ultimately, a period of 7 weeks was granted, and during that time, Mujin was to pass on the treatment method to Biab-jian, thereby concluding the day's meeting. And the next morning, Hyun-gwang looked at Mujin, who was spooning out porridge for him with complicated eyes. Hyun-gwang knew that the porridge Mujin was serving contained meat. For over 50 years, Hyun-gwang had lived without consuming meat. This was an attempt to gradually acclimate him to meat, starting with porridge that contained meat, considering his long history. As a disciple of Buddhism who had abstained from meat for many years, Hyun-gwang couldn't help but feel deeply conflicted about the current situation. Yet, ultimately, Hyun-gwang had no choice but to accept the spoon that Mujin extended to him. The original Hyun-gwang would have refused the spoon offered by Mujin, adhering to his beliefs as a Buddhist and a Shaolin disciple. The reason Hyun-gwang accepted the spoon was due to a conversation with Abbot Hyun-cheon that occurred early this morning when Mujin was away. Senior brother, I intend to entrust the future of Shaolin to Mujin. What are you saying all of a sudden, Abbot? In response to Hyun-gwang's question, Abbot Hyun-cheon recounted the events of the previous night. I've had this thought, senior brother. Perhaps, in our adherence to tradition, Shaolin has stagnated over the past 1,000 years. Deep remorse was evident in the eyes of Abbot Hyun-cheon as he spoke. Hyun-cheon had suddenly had to step into the role of senior brother due to Hyun-gwang's injury, and eventually, he became the abbot. From his days as a second-class disciple to now, as abbot, he felt he had been so focused on upholding tradition due to his own lack of ability. At least, that was how he judged himself. Because of his inadequacies, Shaolin had lost its past glory. While other sects progressed, Shaolin had merely maintained its status quo. Though universally recognized as a prestigious sect, it had lost the title of the best in the world. Abbot, not all change is necessarily for the better. Amitabha, 7:44 p.m. I am aware, senior brother. That is why I have chosen Mujin. I expect that he may bring about a positive change, a breath of fresh air. Hyun-gwang could not ignore the remorse and determination in Abbot Hyun-cheon's eyes as he answered. Furthermore, seeing how Mujin had defied the ancestors and led the situation to this point, all for the sake of his treatment, compelled him even more. With such tangled emotions, Hyun-gwang chewed and swallowed the porridge with meat that entered his mouth. It was the first time he had tasted meat since he had been registered at Shaolin. After the agreed 7 weeks had passed, Mujin was able to pass on the treatment processes to Biab-jian somewhat satisfactorily. After all, electrotherapy and heat therapy were the domains of Hyun-gong and Haidam. And having observed for the past 2 months, Biab-jian could at least mimic acupressure and the close-range spear technique to some extent. In the end, excluding manual therapy, he was able to pass on just a few physical therapy exercises over the 7 weeks. And Hyun-gwang, who started eating meat with porridge, was now able to eat almost unseasoned boiled meat. Thanks to Mujin's meticulous care, or perhaps because of eating meat, there was a slight change in Hyun-gwang's blocked pathways. After spending those 7 weeks, it's been a long time since I've been here. Mujin found himself entering the cave designated for wall-facing meditation, a place he had been dragged to during his early disciple days. His period of wall-facing meditation was set for 1 month. Moreover, for Abbot Hyun-cheon, who had agreed to take the punishment with him. Let's go in. Unfortunately for Mujin, he had to accompany him. This is a disaster. Mujin planned to enjoy a wall-facing meditation that was not quite wall-facing, much like the last time. Ideally, he would strengthen his body, practice martial arts, hunt animals at night, and eat them. That was the kind of wall-facing meditation he had in mind. However, now that he was with Hyun Cheon, it seemed he would have to truly spend a month just facing the wall. Eventually, with a face like a pig being led to slaughter, Mujin entered the wall-facing cave with Hyun Cheon. And just as Mujin had anticipated, as soon as Hyun Cheon entered the cave, he immediately sat down in a full lotus position. Sitting with his eyes half open, Hyun Cheon began reciting sutras. Maharaj Pramitdaya Sutra, Avalokiteshvara, Bodhisattva, 7:50 p.m. Despite being right next to him, the sutra recitation was barely audible, floating softly in the air. Listening to it, Mujin thought, weren't you not supposed to talk during wall-facing? Mujin was certain that was the rule. Since wall-facing is also a form of Buddhist practice, maybe reciting sutras is allowed. Well, as the abbot, Hyun Cheon certainly knew the rules better than Mujin, a third-class disciple. Mujin convincingly thought so and started to stare blankly at the wall, along with the thought that he was going to waste an entire month for nothing, just as he was aimlessly passing the time. In cloud, this life's heart. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Mujin, catching something odd in Hyun Cheon's murmuring sutras, found it peculiar. What's going on? Why are the sutras all mixed up? Even if Mujin didn't have a great interest in Buddhism, he had been a novice disciple for a year and 10 months and spent 3 months as a third-class disciple, during which he was forced to learn a considerable number of sutras. In addition to that, as all of Shaolin's martial arts techniques were based on Buddhist scriptures, Mujin had to read through all the sutras to learn the martial arts. But as he listened closely, the sutras that Abbot Hyun Cheon was reciting were all jumbled up. He would switch from the Heart Sutra to the Diamond Sutra abruptly, then from the Diamond Sutra to the Lotus Sutra and Avatamsaka Sutra, and then back to the Diamond Sutra again. Even the verses weren't starting from the beginning, but were seemingly chosen at random by Abbot Hyun Cheon. Wait a minute. It didn't take long for Mujin to find a pattern in the chaotic mix of verses. They're all verses I'm familiar with. To be precise, they were verses from the techniques he knew. The Shao Hong Quan, Autumn Wind Leg, 9 Palace Steps, Arhat Palm, Stone Crushing Finger, Avalokiteshvara Hand, and Vajra Fist were all mentioned. Could it be? Mujin, with a thought, focused more on the recitation of Abbot Hyun Cheon. As he aligned his internal energy with the sequence of verses recited by Abbot Hyun Cheon, he visualized in his mind how they might connect. The front part is the first sequence of the revolving fist technique, a straight punch, and the back part is the third sequence of the Autumn Wind Leg, a left kick. So to connect these two movements, you insert the essence of the Vajra Fist in the middle. To be exact, it was a straight punch and sidekick that Mujin had created himself. Although the forms were from the first sequence of the revolving fist technique and the third sequence of the Autumn Wind Leg, he was using the essence of all the martial arts he had learned. He had even succeeded in incorporating the essence of the Vajra Fist into each movement with the help of Hyun Guang and High Geology. The only problem was that while he had succeeded in incorporating the essence into each movement, the movements did not flow naturally from one to the next. 7:53 p.m. But now, Abbot Hyun Cheon was providing a method to connect these joints through the sutra verses. Mujin concentrated on the sutra verses recited by Abbot Hyun Cheon and organized the essence in his mind. However, he was not content to sit and merely organize the essence. Naturally, Mujin felt an itch to move. Is it okay to stand up? If he was willingly teaching him the essence, maybe that meant he was allowed to practice? After pondering briefly with the mindset that he had nothing to lose, Mujin boldly stood up. Mahaprajaparamita, Abbot Hyun Cheon, who must have sensed Mujin's movement, continued reciting the sutra without any reaction. Assured that Abbot Hyun Cheon had given his permission, Mujin matched his internal energy with the essence he had just organized in his mind and tried to connect the straight punch with a left kick. However, thinking it through in his head and actually moving his body and internal energy were entirely different things. The flow of the technique still felt awkward as he practiced the punch and kick combination on his own for a while. Focused on his training, Mujin belatedly noticed a change in the rhythm of the sutras being recited by Abbot Hyuncheon. It seems like a rhythm has developed. Hyuncheon began to recite the sutra with varying strength and speed. Some phrases strongly, some quickly but softly. Could he be illustrating the flow of internal energy? With a hunch, Mujin calmed his mind and matched his internal energy to the rhythm of the verses recited by Hyuncheon, adjusting the flow according to the rhythm in different parts of his body. Suddenly, with a swift movement according to the rhythm, there was a significant improvement in the connection of his techniques. However, Abbot Hyuncheon did not seem satisfied with just that and continued to recite. It seemed like he was pointing out incorrect parts in the section Mujin had just practiced as slight changes occurred in his recitations. In this manner, Mujin continued to refine his movements to the chanting of the sutras by Abbot Hyuncheon. Conversely, Abbot Hyuncheon, with heightened sensitivity, guided Mujin by reading the flow of his movements and internal energy and pointing out mistakes through the verses and their rhythm. Indeed, he is a quick-witted boy. As Mujin expected, Abbot Hyuncheon had chosen this method to assist with his training, partly as an apology for taking away a month of Mujin's crucial training period for the sake of curing Hyungwang, who had saved Shaolin, and partly as a way to foster the growth of Mujin, whom he saw as the future of Shaolin. For this purpose, Abbot Hyuncheon had previously asked Hyungwang about the martial arts Mujin was learning and how he was connecting the techniques. Even with this limited knowledge, it was no difficulty for Abbot Hyuncheon to teach Mujin. No matter how talented Mujin was, he was just a child who had started learning martial arts 2 years ago, while Abbot Hyuncheon was an expert with 50 years of training. After a considerable time spent in this unusual training, while reciting sutras, Abbot Hyuncheon coughed, and Mujin stopped his movements, puzzled. 8 p.m. Quickly assuming a lotus position and facing the wall as if anticipating something. Swoosh! Soon after, a first-class disciple approached, placed food and water in the cave, and left. It was Abbot Hyuncheon who had alerted Mujin with a cough that someone whose presence Mujin couldn't detect was approaching. After that, whenever the watch was gone, Abbot Hyuncheon would chant sutras, and Mujin would refine his martial arts to the rhythm of those sutras. The training continued until late in the evening, and when night fell, Abbot Hyuncheon laid down facing the wall, signaling it was time to rest. About half an hour after Abbot Hyuncheon lay down, Mujin quietly got up and slipped out of the cave. It seems he still felt the need to move. Thinking that Mujin had gone out not to disturb his sleep and to continue training, Abbot Hyuncheon closed his eyes again. Little did he know that Mujin had actually gone out to hunt for meat. 20 days had passed since Mujin entered wall-facing meditation. In the meantime, Hyungwang's body was recovering day by day. The twisted joints and misaligned ligaments had mostly settled back into place after 2 months of treatment. The only issue was the lack of muscles to support and stabilize the joints and ligaments. And after 20 days and 7 weeks of daily meat consumption, combined with exercise therapy aided by Biob Jian and Mujin, muscles began to develop gradually on Hyungwang's body. Master Uncle, you've truly transformed. Biob Jian, who was nominally Mujin's teacher and Hyungwang's senior brother, exclaimed with a childlike joy. True to his words, small muscles began to appear here and there on Hyungwang's previously gaunt and skinny frame. Thanks to the strength of these new muscles, Hyungwang was now able to take small steps without holding on to Biob Jian's hand. Hyungwang took a deep breath as he rose from his seat using his own strength and walked out of his room to the main hall. What was a mundane activity for others was akin to a miracle for Hyungwang. Though it was the same small courtyard of the temple he had always seen, Hyungwang looked at it with profound eyes. All of that was my obstinance. His disciple, Abba Hyuncheon, always blamed himself. He was too focused on preserving tradition. If senior brother Hyungwang had become the abbot, things might have been different. And at this moment, Hyungwang realized that he was no different from his disciple Hyuncheon. What is asceticism? It is for gaining enlightenment and to forget desires and worldly distractions. Yet, why had he become so fixated on the asceticism itself? Why did he merely follow it? Because it was Shaolin's tradition. What is truly important is not the outward appearance, but the underlying intention. It was almost laughable that he had tried to explain this to Mu Jin, his junior great-granddisciple, as if he knew better. Amipa, Hyungwang, who had recited the sutra deeply, now sat in a lotus position and closed his eyes gently. Even with his eyes closed, the image of the courtyard he had just been observing remained vivid in his mind. 8:04 p.m. Even if the courtyard and buildings were to disappear one day, they would remain within his mind. Even if unseen, they existed, and even if they ceased to exist, they could be seen. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. The world has always been such. What then had bound him? Gate, paragate, prasagate, bodhi, sva. With his eyes closed, Hyungwang continued to recite the sutra deeply. I too was bound by that day 30 years ago. The day when the demon cult's elite forces attacked. The day he lost his martial arts, became a cripple, and could no longer walk on his own. Although he constantly reassured the countless people worried about him that he was fine, deep down, he harbored a profound sadness. His mind, as high as the heavens, understood Shaolin's martial arts and sutras, but his heart, heavy with resentment, could not accept their content. Even though all the words written there told him the answer lay within himself, he had only tried to find the answer in the words. In the moment he realized the truth, he was able to shed a layer of the chains that bound him. Already his five senses and mind had merged, and his heart and technique reached Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, the unsurpassed, proper, and equal right enlightenment. His body, which had been unable to even walk on its own, had regained stability through Mu Jin's treatment. The only thing lacking was that due to his shattered Danjian, he could no longer contain Qi in his body. That too is a form of persistence. With so many streams of energy flowing through this world, how could one try to contain them within the tiny confines of a human body? Hyungwang, with a gentle smile on his face and his eyes closed, was engulfed by the wind, which then began to produce a golden radiance. Master Uncle! Biob Jian, who was watching the spectacle from the side, exclaimed with a face full of shock. As he walked out to the grand hall on his own, what kind of harmony was this? Meanwhile, the radiance around him grew only denser. What is happening? Naturally, the Shaolin Temple was in chaos. Could it be? Abba Hyungwang has reached Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. Hyungong, who had used all his strength to rush to Hyungwang's hall after seeing the golden radiance, muttered in astonishment. Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, when translated into Chinese characters, means unsurpassed, proper, and equal, right enlightenment, signifying that one has awakened to the highest truth in the world. It meant that Hyungwang was in the process of attaining Buddhahood. Amipa, Hyungong, along with a few other high-ranking Shaolin monks who had arrived at Hyungwang's hall, chanted briefly towards the golden-lit abbot. The golden radiance surrounding Hyungwang began to fade, and as if it were a mirage, completely disappeared. With a flash, 8:24 p.m., Hyungwang, who had been smiling peacefully with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Abbot, have you attained great enlightenment? Hyungong, who was the highest ranking after the abbot and senior brothers, asked, and Hyungwang answered with a mysterious look on his face. I have merely felt in my heart what I knew in my head. It seemed like a trivial remark, but all the high monks gathered in Hyungwang's hall could tell that Abbot Hyungwang had reached an elevated realm. But why? Is it not because there is still an unresolved matter? In response to Hyungang's question, Hyungwang again gave an answer resembling a Zen dialogue. Although Hyungwang, intoxicated by enlightenment, was letting go of all his worldly worries and obsessions, there remained just one thing he could not let go of, which is why he remained here. The day after Hyungwang nearly entered nirvana. From Hyungwang's residence, a rich aroma wafted throughout the Shaolin Temple grounds. Hee. To think that such immense joy existed in this world. Hyungwang, savoring the diverse flavors in his mouth, muttered to himself like an immortal. Thump! At that very moment, Hyungong burst into the room with urgent steps. Great senior brother. What are you doing right now? Hyungong, who had rushed out due to the savory aroma spreading through the Shaolin grounds, asked with alarm. However, Hyungwang only responded with a hearty laugh. Oh, has disciple Hyungong arrived? Wouldn't you like some too? This is the famous Buddha jumps over the wall. Hee. Indeed, if something tastes this good, isn't it worth jumping over the fence? What do you mean? As Hyungong's face turned beet red and he yelled loudly, Hyungwang simply smiled warmly. Hee. I'm not deaf. There's no need to shout. I can hear you just fine. Huff. Hyungong took several deep breaths to calm his anger before asking in a lowered voice. Why, great senior brother, are you eating that food? They say it's quite beneficial for one's health, so I thought I'd give it a try. You're talking about that, aren't you? Hyungong asked, almost as if he felt ashamed just for mentioning Buddha jumps over the wall. But Hyungwang remained cheerfully nonchalant. Thanks to the head disciple, the rules have changed, so it's permitted for those like me who are unwell, isn't it? Does one who has nearly entered nirvana still need to nourish their body? Hyungong inquired with a cautious tone. The fact that Hyungwang had almost entered nirvana was still a closely guarded secret within Shaolin. Only those who had visited his residence on that day and the true disciples knew. They were keeping silent upon Hyungwang's request. 12:19 p.m., and Hyungwang, who had nearly entered nirvana, looked at Hyungong with an odd expression and opened his mouth. It seems the disciple does not approve of me eating nourishing food. That's not what I mean. Well, since you disapprove, is that why you locked up our Mujin, who is so desperate to save me, in a cave? As Hyungwang added, why has the child who used to follow my words so obediently turned out like this? Cold sweat ran down the forehead of the head of the jurisdiction department. Hyungong was the first to realize that the great senior brother, who had nearly entered nirvana, had become somewhat quirky. Asterisk. A month had passed since Mujin was confined to face the wall. The time has come, head monk for Mujin disciple. Responding to the second-class disciple who had come to announce the end of the wall facing, Mujin let out a deep sigh and stood up. I should never do this again. It was different from the last time I had endured for a week. Abbot Hyuncheon simply recited Buddhist scriptures and did not engage in any conversation with Mujin. No matter how much one trains their body, practices martial arts, or goes hunting at night, spending a month without conversation is truly a dreadful thing. I shouldn't have underestimated wall facing. Mujin had these thoughts even though he hadn't actually done wall facing. Huff. Still, it wasn't without its gains. Thanks to a month of continuous practice, Mujin had managed to smoothen the transitions between the movements of his techniques. Then, Abbot Hyuncheon, who had come out of the cave with him, showed a kind smile to Mujin and spoke. Mujin, it seems you might need to trim your hair a bit. Except for a very few who were experiencing hair loss, all Shaolin disciples regularly shave their heads. This was also true for Mujin, but since he had been wall-facing for a month, his hair had grown quite a bit, and it was about time for a haircut. Damn it, it was a terrible thing for Mujin. He had been drawn into this world while reading a novel to avoid stress-induced hair loss, only to find that he would have to live as a bald man here as well. Although he had practically given up and accepted it, now that his hair had grown a bit longer due to wall-facing, Mujin found himself reluctant to let it go. Therefore, Mujin asked Abbot Hyuncheon something he wouldn't usually inquire about. Abbot, Why do all monks shave their heads so short? To Mujin's question, Abbot Hyuncheon answered with a smile. The reason is simple. Shaving one's head symbolizes cutting ties with the secular world. By shaving each time the hair grows back, one is reminded that they have renounced worldly attachments and sought refuge in Buddhism. An act to reaffirm the severance of ties with the secular world? 12:33 p.m. Exactly. Our Shaolin's founder, Dharma Master, did the same, and so did the Buddha, Sakyamuni. As their disciples, we follow their will. Mujin pondered Hyuncheon's answer, scratching his chin. Then it's not strictly necessary to be bald. While Mujin and Hyuncheon were having this conversation, they arrived at the Shaolin Temple. I have some backlog matters to attend to, so you should return first, Mujin. Senior brother Hyungwang must be waiting for you. Understood, Abbot. After exchanging greetings with Abbot Hyuncheon, Mujin headed towards senior brother Hyungwang's residence. As Mujin got closer to the residence, he asked a second-class disciple about the thing he had been most curious about during his time in the cave. Grandfather. No. How is Master Uncle Hyungwang doing? Master Uncle. However, why was it that the second-class disciple responded with a somewhat awkward smile? He's doing well. Ha ha ha. You'll know once you see him. Just go and see. Surely he's well. But somehow I felt like the answer was being dodged. I'll know once I get there. With that thought, Mujin headed to senior brother Hyungwang's residence with a second-class disciple. He was met with a sight he could not have imagined. There was senior brother Hyungwang, indulging in braised pork belly and pouring wine into his mouth on the large veranda. Umitba. As if having seen nothing, the second-class disciple who had brought Mujin recited a Buddhist chant and left. Hee. Come in, Mujin. With a hearty laugh, senior brother Hyungwang, holding chopsticks in his right hand, motioned to the braised pork belly. Master Uncle, what is all this? Don't you see? He. I'm nourishing my body. At that confident response, Mujin dashed to the veranda, snatching away the chopsticks and wine bottle from Hyungwang's hands. The meat I was talking about meant literally unseasoned meat, not this terrible thing floating with oil. Mujin pointed at the braised pork belly and shouted, causing Hyungwang to laugh heartily, while Biob Jian, sitting beside him awkwardly, turned his head away. Master, it's that the master uncle wanted it. I didn't touch it at all. At that awkward excuse, Mujin asked incredulously, let's say that's the case with the meat. But what about the wine? Alcohol for a patient. He. Don't worry. Senior brother Hyungwang smiled kindly in response to Mujin's nagging. Suddenly, the chi flowing through the courtyard began to gather towards Hyungwang. Whoosh! With the wind, the drunkenness and the oily and spicy aura from the pork belly that clung to Hyungwang's body were expelled. He. I was merely enjoying the atmosphere. Simply expel it like this, and all is well. Staring open-mouthed at the spectacle, Mujin heard Hyungwang speak as if it were nothing. Oh, how did this happen? 12:48 p.m. Mujin stuttered in his question, and Biob Jian briefly explained what had happened. The story of how he had almost attained enlightenment, nearly entering nirvana. Although his Danjian was still damaged, he had become able to freely control the natural chi. Then, can you continue to expel the effects of alcohol and harmful energy like that? Master Uncle. He. That's right. How skilled must I become to be able to do the same? Mujin asked with sparkling eyes. Thinking about it, it was a common scene in martial arts novels. The stories of expelling drunkenness with internal energy. If I can do that, then I can drink alcohol too. It wasn't just about alcohol. It was about being able to eat again all those greasy foods full of spices that are tasty to the mouth, but harmful to the body. Living as a fitness fanatic, Mujin had been forced to give up those foods. Am I finally going to be free from chicken breast shakes and chicken breast salads? To live as a fitness fanatic was almost synonymous with giving up on taste. Of course, as a monk, he shouldn't consume meat or alcohol. But what does it matter once I'm outside Shaolin? After all, Mujin planned to leave Shaolin eventually, if only to see the ending of the novel and to accumulate enough skill. At least, I'll have to reach a level where I can expel drunkenness and toxic energy before leaving. With a more concrete goal in mind, Mujin received a smile from senior brother Hyungwang, who seemed to understand everything and answered. Once you're able to harmonize the three pulses and achieve the level of Dichujin, you'll be able to do it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That evening, Mujin was wrestling with several books in a corner of the room. These were books stored in the sutra repository, but since they weren't of high importance, even he, as a third-class disciple, could borrow them. They were simply books on Shaolin's history or the history of Buddhism. Satisfied with the content, Mujin closed the book and took a small knife and scissors in his hands. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, Biob Jian looked at Mujin with a puzzled face. I clearly gave you a small knife and scissors yesterday. Why have you not cut your hair? Mujin replied to Biob Jian's question. I did cut it, master. That is what you call cutting it? Biob Jian asked incredulously. Certainly, compared to when he had just finished wall-facing the day before, his hair was tidier. His wild hair had been somewhat managed, but it wasn't a shaved head. Pointing to his head with his hand, Mujin answered Biob Jian. 12:52 p.m. Didn't you say that cutting hair signifies severing ties with the secular world and seeking refuge in Buddhism? I thought this would be more definitive than simply shaving my head. That look is what you mean? Yes. Who would say that someone with this haircut has worldly ties? In addition, I carved a swastika to honor the Buddha's will. Indeed, to avoid being bald, Mujin had chosen an extremely short 2-block mohawk and carved a swastika on the right side of his head with the small knife. Biob Jian was momentarily a loss for words at Mujin's explanation. Even in the modern world, someone with such a haircut might be considered a delinquent or suspected of having Hongdae disease, a term for someone trying too hard to be trendy. Naturally, in this world, there was no one with such a haircut, and there would be few who would want to be close to someone with it. It was definitely a haircut that symbolized a complete severance from the secular world, even more so than the completely shaven monks. That's an interesting notion. Just then, senior brother Hyungwang, who had been listening to the two's conversation, burst into hearty laughter. Having realized that the intention behind an action is more important than the rule itself, the enlightened Hyungwang was accepting Mujin's unconventional choice. Indeed, it was ironic for him to fuss over Mujin's hairstyle when he himself indulged in alcohol and meat. However, just because Hyungwang respected Mujin's intentions didn't mean the rest of Shaolin would accept his hairstyle. In the afternoon, the head of the jurisdiction department, Hyungong, who came to treat Hyungwang, was appalled upon seeing Mujin's hair. You rascal! How can a disciple of Shaolin have such hair? Not just Hyungong, but also senior brother Haidam and Abba Hyuncheon were equally flabbergasted, especially since Hyuncheon, who had just finished wall-facing the day before, had told Mujin to cut his hair. It was utterly exasperating for him. Yet, Mujin remained undaunted by Hyungong's angry voice and repeated what he had told Biob Jian. He reiterated his bizarre logic that the hairstyle was a decision to sever ties with the secular world and honor the Buddha's will. Do you really think that makes sense? Of course, for Hyungong, who oversaw Shaolin's rules, such reasoning was not going to cut it. Hair is referred to as the grass of ignorance, or the grass of vexation, symbols of worldly desires. Cutting it off is the very symbol of seeking refuge in Buddhism. Yes, that's why I cut my hair, didn't I? That little bit of hair you've left, that represents your remaining attachment to this secular world. Hyungong yelled, unable to accept Mujin's hairstyle. But Mujin couldn't yield on this matter either. More than 2 years had passed since he was drawn into this world of martial arts novels. 12:58 p.m. Mujin was slowly realizing something. It was impossible to return to his original world overnight. If he considered the story of the novel he knew, at the very least, he would have to spend over 10 years in this place. To live strictly as a Shaolin monk for all that time would be nothing short of torture. I'll enjoy myself while I'm here, not just rush towards the ending. To endure for over 10 years, Mu Jin decided to find some middle ground for himself. And his hair was one middle ground he absolutely could not compromise on, especially considering he was drawn into the novel because of his hair loss. So, Mu Jin played a strong hand. To reach enlightenment, wasn't it not only hair that Sakyamuni Buddha cut off? At Mu Jin's words, both Hyun Gong and Hyun Cheon flinched. If the reason for shaving one's head is to cut off the worldly concern of grooming one's appearance for others, should not all hair on the face be shaved off as well? Mu Jin, saying so, looked in turn at Hyun Gong, Abbot Hyun Cheon, and Hyun Gwang. Specifically, at their well-maintained white beards and their long, unkempt eyebrows. What shall we do? Head of the jurisdiction department, I, for one, have no intention of shaving it off. And Hyun Gwang, as if it were the most natural thing, stroked his long white beard and looked at Hyun Gong. While Hyun Gong was conflicted between his role as the head of the jurisdiction department and the beard he had grown over decades, Mu Jin subtly added more to the conversation. If you look at the screen painting of the Dharma Master, our founding master, he only shaved the top of his head. The hair on the sides and back of his head, as well as his eyebrows and beard, were all kept long. Ultimately, what matters is severing ties with the secular world, not the shape of our hair, isn't it? Upon hearing Mu Jin's words, Hyun Gong glanced at him. After all, the justification for all Hyunmun members to grow beards stemmed from the fact that the Dharma Master, their founding patriarch, had a beard himself. From that perspective, Mu Jin's hairstyle was not much different from that of the Dharma Master. The Dharma Master with only the top of his head shaved. Not completely bald, Mu Jin had shaved the sides and back of his head clean, even etching a swastika symbol there. Both hairstyles showed a disregard for the views of the secular world. Cough. As long as you do not grow your hair any longer, I shall allow it. Eventually, unable to concede his own beard, Hyun Gong had no choice but to approve of Mu Jin's hairstyle. 1:52 p.m. Mu Jin, with his two-block Mohican scratch hair, was thus recognized by the head of the jurisdiction department. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, at dawn, when the third-class disciples gathered at the Arhut faction to train their bodies. Mu Jin, what is that hairstyle? Biob Gang asked, stuttering like a broken clockwork toy. In fact, he was asking on behalf of everyone. All the second-class disciples, third-class disciples, and Master Uncle Haijong of the training ground were looking at Mu Jin's hair. Didn't the head of the jurisdiction department tell you? It's a hairstyle approved by the head of the jurisdiction department. Did the Master Uncle say so? Biob Gang tried to recall the Master Uncle Hyun Gong he knew. Rather than approval, isn't it a miracle that you're still alive? Biob Gang thought that the moment he was spotted, the Vajra Divine General might have burned his head clean off. Discontented, Biob Gang listened once again to Mu Jin's reasoning. Since the second-class disciples, third-class disciples, and Master Uncle Haijong were all around, Mu Jin intended to finish explaining it once and for all. Cough. So, you are saying that what matters is expressing our renunciation of the secular world and our refuge in the Buddha's way. Yes, you're saying? Master Uncle Hyun Gong accepted that argument. Yes. Biob Gang was still uneasy since he omitted the fact that he had used the beard and eyebrows as leverage. Well, if that's Master Uncle's will, then so be it. But one could hardly argue against the judgment of Master Uncle, the head of the jurisdiction department. Eventually, when Biob Gang accepted Mu Jin's hairstyle, all the second-class disciples and third-class disciples around had no choice but to nod in agreement. So there was such a way. Among them, there were third-class disciples who were quite impressed by Mu Jin's hairstyle. Considering that third-class disciples were about the age of middle and high school students in modern terms, some of them were still suffering from their adolescent rebellious phase. For these kids, Mu Jin's unique hairstyle was enough to provide strange inspiration. Among them was Mu Gong, who had the largest build among the third-class disciples. Would Master Uncle really allow it? Mu Gong, recalling the silent and weighty Master Uncle Haidam, trembled in a way that didn't match his large stature. Perhaps because the adolescent rebelliousness was stronger than the fear of Master Uncle. That's right. I just need to memorize the logic Mu-jin used to persuade the head of the jurisdiction department. I will persuade Master Uncle too. Mu-gung, envisioning in his head how he would verbally convince Master Uncle, smiled foolishly. What kind of hairstyle should I try? Mu-gung was already spreading the wings of his imagination without even starting to persuade. And there were other third-class disciples around the training ground, wearing similar smiles to Mu-gung. However, Mu-jin was completely uninterested in the influence his hairstyle had on the talents of Shaolin. 2 p.m. Something else in the training ground captivated Mu-jin's attention, so he had no time to worry about such trivial matters. While Mu-jin had been locked away in the Cave of Repentance for a month, the exercise equipment he had requested from Arhut faction leader Hyunsung had been prepared. As usual, Mu-jin first loosened his body with the close-range spear technique before starting his actual workout routine. Beside him, curious Mu-gung, Mu-jiang, and Mu-yeol had joined him. Mu-jin, what is this thing for? It's been brought in the training ground several days ago, but even Arhut faction leader said he didn't know how to use it. To the question from Mu-yeol and Mu-jiang, Mu-jin answered with a grin. What do you mean, what? It's a tire. No, a rubber wheel. Of course, in a world without cars, it wasn't a tire in the usual sense. It was an object created by shaping steel into the form of a wheel and then melting natural rubber over it to attach it. After answering, Mu-jin bent his waist and lower body as if to demonstrate, grabbed the bottom of the rubber wheel with his hands, and lifted it with all his might. Heave-ho! Lifting the gigantic rubber wheel, Mu-jin held onto the edge and then cautiously let go. Thud! The heavy rubber wheel, boasting a significant weight, fell back to the training ground floor with a weighty sound. It must weigh around 250 gun, approximately 150 kilograms. 250 gun, Mu-jin muttered with a satisfied smile at that weight, and Mu-jiang, who was watching from the side, exclaimed in surprise. Oomph! I can lift a steel rod weighing 250 gun too. That would probably be harder. Mu-jin chuckled at Mu-gung's boastfulness and replied, If you're only going to lift it once or twice, then you shouldn't do this exercise. Mu-jin lifted the rubber wheel again and flipped it over. You have to keep rolling it like this and go around the training ground. What Mu-jin was doing was an exercise commonly known as a tire flip. Unlike a steel rod, you have to use all your body's strength to lift this. It's a full-body workout. Plus, it's wide and round. So the balance of weight shifts every time you lift it, right? The distribution of strength changes every time, too. There's nothing better for training whole-body muscles and strength distribution. Tire flipping wasn't an exercise for meticulously building specific muscles. However, as a full-body workout, it was excellent. Phew! After giving a brief explanation to the trio, Mu-jin continued to flip the rubber wheel as he walked across the training ground. After going around the training ground, sweat poured down Mu-jin like rain. Now, looked easy, didn't it? It's your turn to try lifting it. Oomph. You think I can't do it? Still with a competitive spirit toward Mu-jin, Mu-gung began to lift the rubber wheel, following Mu-jin. If you cheat using internal energy, you'll get 10 smacks on the back of the head. You think I'm that petty? 2:08 p.m. Indeed, Mu-gung's natural size and strength were reliable as he lifted the 250-gun rubber wheel at once, even managing to respond. Mu-jin watched the scene for a moment before turning and heading somewhere. It wasn't to take a break. On the contrary, it was to prevent the heat that had built up in his body from dissipating. Where he was headed, there was a chin-up bar soaring high. It was an odd size to be called a chin-up bar. It was about 1 zhang, approximately 3 meters, high and 4 chi tall. Mu-jin used a leather belt and rope to attach weight plates to his waist. Then he grabbed the rope hanging in the center of the tall, chin-up bar with both hands. Heave-ho! Using the grip strength of his hands and the power of his arms, he began to climb the rope. Wow, that looks fun. Mu-yeol, watching from below, had his eyes sparkling with excitement. Perhaps due to his monkey-like agility, Mu-yeol seemed interested in rope climbing. Regardless, Mu-jin alternated his hands as he climbed up the rope. Normally, Gloves are worn for rope climbing exercises because friction and gravity can cause abrasions or burns on the hands. However, having practiced iron skin for over a year, Mujin had no trouble climbing with his bare hands, even while wearing weight plates around his waist. Reaching the end of the rope at the chin-up bar, Mujin didn't descend immediately, but hung from the bar instead. From that position, he lifted his legs to form a shape and twisted his upper and lower body from side to side using his abdominal and core muscles. After sufficiently tormenting his abs and core, he finished off with several chin-ups before descending back to the ground along the rope. Phew! Thump! With a deep breath, he unfastened the weight plates tied to the leather belt, feeling much lighter. Mu-yul, do you want to try it? Yeah. Since you're a bit lacking in strength, you should climb without the weights, just with your body. No sooner had Mujin spoken than Mu-yul promptly started climbing the rope. His movements were truly monkey-like. Are there no martial arts techniques like crane, snake, leopard, tiger, dragon, and perhaps monkey? If there were, it would suit Mu-yul perfectly. Or should I create it myself later? The main issue was his stubbornness, but just letting him act freely seemed like it might naturally turn into monkey fist. Imagining Mu-yul using monkey fist, Mujin chuckled to himself and then moved on. Aside from the chin-up bars and rubber wheels, there were several other newly introduced tools remaining. These items generally shared similar characteristics. They resembled equipment more commonly seen in CrossFit than in a traditional gym. 2:15 p.m. After all, increasing muscle size here would only interfere with martial arts practice. With flexibility and strength reasonably well developed over the past 2 years, Mujin had thus started CrossFit, which focuses on functional movements rather than just increasing muscle size. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later, in a hall located in the Shaolin Temple, Haidam, who was as large as a guardian king statue, silently handed a razor to his disciple Mugong. It wasn't a suggestion for him to commit suicide. It meant that it was time to gradually start shaving his head. Gulp! Without saying a word, Mugong looked at Master Uncle Haidam, who was pushing the razor towards him, swallowed dryly, and cautiously opened his mouth. Master Uncle, for what reason do we shave our heads? Haidam's eyebrows slightly rose at this unexpected nonsense. Of course, his mouth remained firmly shut. Emboldened, Mugong began to excitedly prattle on, reciting the bizarre logic Mujin had shared with him a few days ago. The reason monks shave their heads is to reaffirm their severance from the secular world. Therefore, as long as we can reflect on our devotion to Buddhism, there is no need to shave our heads completely. For example, was it the thought of refuting his master Uncle Haidam for the first time? His mouth moved nonstop. Mugong, engrossed in his own logic, which of course he had heard from Mujin, failed to see the veins throbbing on the steadfast Haidam's forehead. Instead, it was Biabwai, Mugong's teacher, standing to the side, who sighed, realizing his master uncle's growing anger. Biabwai. Then, Haidam, who had remained silent, suddenly called out to Biabwai. Yes, master uncle. Seize him. Yes. With military crispness in his voice, Biabwai approached from behind Mugong, who was still babbling incoherently despite his large frame. Master uncle. And just like that, he restrained Mugong's limbs. It was only after his arms and legs were bound that Mugong came to his senses. Reflected in his eyes was the sight of Haidam, still with an indifferent expression, reaching out towards his head. Eek! As the red energy of the hand blade surged towards his head, Mugong let out a strange scream. Fallen Monk 3. Mujin, who had no interest in the influence his head had amongst the 3 greatest disciples of Shaolin, was spending his day as usual. From dawn, he headed to Arhut faction and trained his body with newly introduced exercise equipment, and in the morning, he trained in martial arts. In the afternoon, he proceeded with treatments for Hyungwang. Just as new CrossFit tools had arrived at the Arhut faction, new exercise equipment, that is Pilates equipment, had come into Hyungwang's quarters. From today, I will teach you proper rehabilitative exercises. Mujin, wondering how to translate the term Pilates, decided to simply call it rehabilitative exercises. First, I'll show you how to loosen up your muscles with this. The first tool Mujin chose was a foam roller. Foam roller. Here, it was covered with leather on the surface and named hyukbong. It could be used in various ways. It could be rolled against the shoulder blades to loosen the muscles around the shoulder blades, the flanks, thighs, or the back of the thighs known as the hamstrings, and more. Just roll it against various parts. However, grandfather, you need to breathe. You need to breathe and move to properly loosen the muscles. For those with stiff muscles using it for the first time, the problem was the immense pain that came with it. Mujin, who had only been practicing close-range spear techniques with his bare body until now, felt a slightly stiff sensation as he had not used foam rollers or other tools. So, the pain Hyungwang felt was tremendous. Ha ha ha. This is definitely a tool I'd like to try on my disciples. Our Shaolin disciples have been undergoing unnecessary hardships. Ha ha ha. 2:26 p.m. Every time he screamed in muscle pain due to hyukbong, Hyungwang recalled such wise monks. There was no need to face the wall or perform the 108 arhats as if it were an ascetic practice. Just rolling the body on hyukbong once felt like all worldly thoughts flew away. Only a sensation of pain remained in the mind. Expressed this way, it might feel like torture, but this activity, though painful in the process, ended up relieving the cramped and throbbing muscles, ultimately bringing a refreshing sensation. Hyungwang thought there couldn't be a more suitable act for meditation or ascetic practices. Whenever the disciples come to nag about eating meat and drinking, I should have them use this hyukbong. It was nothing but his affection for the disciples. After loosening his body with the hyukbong, Mujin proceeded with a few more exercises. After standing on this, place your right leg on this rounded barrel like an arch. Yes. Then twist your body, raise your arm, and lean to the side. Yes. First, using the Pilates barrel, he relaxed his lower body and core muscles once again. Now let's gradually increase our strength. Since it's your first time, we'll start with just one spring today. After that, he entered into full rehabilitation exercise using the reformer, aimed at muscle recovery. Lying down on the platform with springs attached, he hooked leather straps around his legs and pushed his body using the strength of his legs, or sat on the platform and pushed the springs with the strength of his arms. Continuously paying attention to his posture, he balanced his core muscles and stimulated each part little by little. After more than half an hour of rehabilitation exercises, Mujin demonstrated the martial arts techniques he perfected with the help of Abbot Hyun Cheon in a cave in front of Hyungwang. It seems you have made some achievements. Yes, the sequence of the techniques has become much smoother, grandfather. The two descendants casually shared stories of training martial arts during their seclusion. Haha, then I shall visit this place once. It will be of great help to you now. Saying this, Hyungwang handed Mujin a paper with the name of a pavilion written on it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At a pavilion located on the outskirts of Shaolin. It was a place seldom visited by anyone except disciples belonging to certain factions. And there, a vigorous sparring session was underway. A young novice monk was vigorously moving his limbs, launching attacks, but the middle-aged monk facing him effortlessly blocked or dodged all the attacks with a leisurely attitude. Sa-sun, with that approach, you wouldn't even catch a fly. Remaining within the line he had drawn, the middle-aged monk took a sip from the bottle in his right hand and then extended his left hand towards the novice monk. Surprisingly, the novice monk blocked the hand of the middle-aged monk using the martial arts techniques he was learning. 2:42 p.m. Hee. You only really perform when pushed. With a sly smile, the middle-aged monk stepped out of his line, not just to dodge or defend, but to attack. Master, as the opponent broke the promise and stepped out of the line, the novice monk exclaimed in surprise. Try blocking this too. He was not the kind of man to hold back. Still holding the liquor bottle in his right hand, he only swung his left hand, driving the novice monk back. Despite the severe disparity in their skills, which could have made the novice's limbs flail, the more dire the situation became, the calmer the novice monk's eyes grew. From a certain point on, a smile began to adorn the face of a novice monk who had previously shown signs of tension. Shaking off the tension, the novice monk shifted from defense and evasion to counterattack. He connected all the martial arts he knew organically, moving his body nonstop. On the other hand, the middle-aged man who had initially pressured the novice monk started to focus on defense as the novice monk switched to offense. Keek. And when a novice monk's eyes seemed to roll back in complete focus, aiming his fingers towards the vital points and acupuncture points. Whoosh! The middle-aged man, who had been holding a bottle of alcohol in his right hand, tossed it into the air and struck the novice monk's nape with his right hand. Tick! Then, catching the falling bottle with his right hand following gravity, he took another swig from the bottle. TSK. You still have a long way to go. The middle-aged man, Haiguan, clicked his tongue lightly and turned his head to the side. There, his disciple Biabhai and a certain novice monk were seated together. Oh! Haiguan's eyes shone as he looked at the novice monk's peculiar hairstyle. Master, I'll let him in first because he came with a letter from Hyungwang, the fourth-generation ancestor. I greet you, Master Uncle Haiguan. I am Mujin, a third-class disciple. Kahaha. To think that our Shaolin's third-class disciple has such hair. Truly surprising. As Haiguan burst into a hearty laugh, Mujin responded with a light chuckle. I also have the permission of the head of the jurisdiction department. Thinking it tiresome to explain every time, Mujin simply mentioned his rationale, omitting the part where he used his eyebrows and beard as leverage. Oh, the head of the jurisdiction department accepted that. That is so. At Mujin's answer, Haiguan looked at his prostrate descendant on the floor with an intriguing expression, hiding such an amusing story. He. 2:52 p.m. He pondered how to style the hair of Mujiang, his descendant. Of course, Haiguan himself had no intention of playing with his own hair. He. Once the hair grows a bit, I should try it. Haiguan, who seemed to have thought of something amusing, smirked and then turned his head to look at his disciple Biabhai. You said it was a letter from Hyungwang? Let me see it. Here it is, Master. Biabhai handed over the letter he received from Mujin to Haiguan. After reading the letter, Haiguan looked at Mujin. Do you know the contents of the letter? I have not read it myself. Hyungwang asked me to teach you in my own way. Do you have any idea what my training methods might be? Could it be the same method I saw earlier? Mujin glanced at Mujiang sprawled on the ground and asked, to which Haiguan burst into an off-kilter laugh. He. You guessed right. The demon extermination squad dispatched by Shaolin to deal with remorseless evildoers and demon cultists was led by Haiguan, whose training methods were straightforward. Realistic sparring. As they had to face demon cultists, the sparring was not the typical honorable matches characteristic of orthodox factions. Instead, it was perilous, with even the dirtiest tricks permitted. No matter if Hyungwang sent you, there are no exceptions. Disciple, I am willing to undergo that training. Mujin confidently replied to Haiguan's explanation, raising his chest. Mujin understood why Hyun Cheon had sent him here. Though his martial technique sequences had become smoother with Hyun Cheon's help, that was merely practicing in the air alone. To truly complete his martial arts, he needed real combat experience. Mujin saw this as the necessary training for gaining such experience. There's no need to drag this out. Come in. With a sly smile at Mujin, Haiguan took a sip of his drink, and Mujin, willingly, charged toward Haiguan, who was still drinking. He. You're better than Mujiang. Haiguan laughed as Mujin boldly rushed at him while he was still drinking, showing more audacity than the disciple. Mujin surged forward with explosive speed, employing his energy to deliver a punch. The power behind Mujin's punch had significantly increased since the entrance examination. Originally, the martial arts created by Mujin were like a patchwork quilt. 6 different pieces of cloth, each a different color and material, were forcibly sewn together. The thread that bound these 6 martial arts was Mujin's robust physique. However, as Mujin's internal energy deepened and the size of the cloth grew, relying on the strength of the thread alone became increasingly insufficient. 3:22 p.m. That's where the essence of the Vajra fist shone. The martial arts, which were once as different as the colors and materials of the cloth, began to change and harmonize in color little by little. The connections between each of the essential points had become smoother, allowing for greater utilization of internal energy with less strain on the body. Boom! Haiguan caught Mujin's punch with his left palm and lightly whistled. The force behind the punch far exceeded that of his junior, Mu Jiang. Then, as Mujin spread his right hand that had just struck out, he grabbed Haiguan's hand with the golden locking hand technique to prevent him from escaping. Whoosh! With a powerful breaking sound, he swung his left leg. Bang! Mujin's leg, which he had swung, collided with Haiguan's raised right leg, creating a sound like iron clashing. Hee. You made me use my legs as well. Admirable. Then, I shall give you a reward. After blocking both attacks, Haiguan brushed off Mujin's hand and reached for his face. Mujin tried to dodge by turning his head, but Haiguan's arm twisted at a strange angle and followed Mujin's movements. Just as Mujin raised his arm to block the hand. Thump! Kook! Haiguan's right foot, seemingly swung from nowhere, kicked Mujin in the abdomen. He had used his hands to obscure Mujin's vision and launched a surprise kick. Oh, I only used enough force to make you fall, but I didn't expect you to withstand it. At the time of the entrance examination, Haiguan had taken Mu Jiang as his junior and left the place. Naturally, he hadn't witnessed Mujin's sparring. He had only heard later that Hyunguang had taken him as a second-generation disciple. However, from just a few exchanges now, he could roughly grasp the martial arts Mujin had learned. He's even mastered the iron skin technique. To think he had learned even the techniques that were shunned in the pursuit of creating his own martial arts. Will you come at me again? Next time, it won't end like this. I asked for another round. Mujin answered Haiguan's question and charged again. 4:59 p.m. After several instances of blocking or evading Mujin's attacks, Haiguan was able to get a rough idea of Mujin's condition. Each attack is powerful, but the connections in a real fight are not perfect. Having made his judgment, Haiguan aimed for Mujin's openings and swung his left fist and right leg. These counterattacks precisely targeted the gaps that appeared when Mujin moved from one attack to the next. Thump! Mujin, struck in the side by another powerful blow, grimaced. Indeed, a master is a master. Through continuous training, Mujin had managed to make his martial arts smoother, but in reality, during actual combat, it was the first time he was using this martial art. Only after thinking about how to move his internal energy, his body would follow, leading to the connection breaking off abruptly in sudden situations. I'll go once more. All right. Haiguan, who had responded with a smirk to Mujin's tenacious charge, drank again. Mujin mixed various offensive techniques using elbows and fingers in his striking bone technique, combining pressure points and hand techniques. However, Haiguan did not miss the tiny openings within the offensive, boldly striking with his left or right hand, hitting Mujin. Thus, after exchanging a few blows, Mujin was hit by Haiguan and pushed back several times. TSK. The young one is too persistent. The ladies won't like it. It seems Master Uncle is quite popular. As Mujin caressed his cheek from the hit he had just received, Haiguan burst into a sly laugh. Ha! If you ever manage to strike my face even once, I shall tell you an interesting story. It wasn't a joke befitting a Buddhist, but neither Mujin nor Haiguan minded. Instead, Mujin focused on his martial arts. I must keep thinking. He's aiming precisely for my openings. Mujin continued to pay attention to the gaps where he had been countered. In a rapid exchange of attacks and defenses, it was inevitably slow to observe the opponent's movement, think, and then act. Therefore, whether in modern combat sports or among the martial artists here, numerous trainings were done to make decisions and act at an instinctual speed. But conversely, if one trained aimlessly without considering directionality, they couldn't imprint those instinct-like movements into their body. Even if it felt awkward at first, only by consciously thinking about it could one eventually move instinctively. 5:15 p.m. Thus, after several exchanges with Haeguan as Mu-jin was learning through his body. Bang! For the first time, Mu-jin successfully blocked a kick aimed at an opening by Haeguan. Oh, it seems you really want to hear my story. KRRH, KRRH. Haeguan made a sly remark, but inside, he felt a sense of wonder. Huh, he's better than those in the Demon Extermination Squad. It wasn't about skill. No matter how outstanding Mu-jin was, he was still a newly promoted third-class disciple. His skills couldn't be compared to those in the Demon Extermination Squad. What surprised Haeguan was Mu-jin's patience. As humans, when they get beaten, they usually become filled with rage and malice, or they lose their spirit and back down. But Mu-jin persistently attacked, without succumbing to anger and making rash moves. Even when Haeguan resorted to dishonorable tactics like kicking sand, Mu-jin kept his composure. Even in this situation, he keeps refining his martial arts. Every time Mu-jin got hit, he tried to correct his weaknesses. With each spar, his gaps were noticeably narrowing. KRRH, KRRH. He's a kid worth tormenting. The more he tormented him, the more his skills improved, making Haeguan want to torment him even more. After several rounds of what could be called sparring or tormenting, Haeguan once again struck Mu-jin and pushed him away, then brought the bottle in his right hand to his mouth, only to click his tongue lightly. TSK. The mood is gone. He had been so absorbed in teaching Mu-jin that he had finished all his liquor. Haeguan spoke to the disciple who had been watching the sparring from the side. Biabhai. Yes, master. I'll leave the rest of the sparring to you. Sparring with this kid might be somewhat beneficial for you too. I understand, master. And there, wake up that Sa-sun, who's pretending to be unconscious. As soon as Haeguan finished speaking, Mu-jiang, who had been sprawled on the ground, twitched. KRRH, KRRH. Your cute little trick is improving, Mu-jiang. I was just resting, so I wouldn't interfere with the sparring. Mu-jiang stammered as he hurriedly stood up, and Haeguan chuckled before leaping onto the roof of the pavilion. Mu-jin has sparred with me for quite a while. So first, Biabhai and Mu-jiang. Then Biabhai and Mu-jin. After that, Mu-jin and Mu-jiang. The three of you take turns sparring. With those words, Haeguan already had a new bottle of liquor in his hand. He had hidden it in the crevice of the pavilion roof. Begin. Shouting as if he were a referee, Haeguan removed the cap from the new bottle and took a swig. And as soon as Haeguan gave the order, Biabhai lunged at Mu-jiang. Eek! Mu-jiang, who had been lying on the ground resting, blocked Biabhai's attacks with a natural flow of martial arts, despite his bizarre scream. As Biabhai pushed Mu-jiang appropriately, the tension in Mu-jiang's body gradually eased, and he began to counterattack intermittently. Eek! Eventually, when Mu-jiang's mania began to flare up, with a thud sound, Biabhai struck Mu-jiang's abdomen. Mu-jiang, who had taken a solid hit, collapsed back onto the ground, barely conscious. TSK. Still a long way to go. Haeguan and Biabhai's method for curing Mu-jiang's mania was incredibly simple. They cultivated his combat sense through sparring while knocking him unconscious every time his mania surfaced. Humans, being animals, tend to become cautious after accumulating the same experiences repeatedly without realizing it. However, it wasn't as though they relied solely on such brute methods. They also practiced internal energy techniques and martial arts imbued with the power of subduing demons. This was characteristic of the entire Demon Extermination Squad, not just to combat demonic entities, but also to conquer their own inner demons. As a result, the Demon Extermination Squad, the most vicious group in Shaolin, reached the highest levels of demon-subduing energy among their peers. Thus, with continuous beatings and daily training in demon-subduing energy, Mu-jiang would eventually learn to control his mania. If not, until then, he'll just have to keep getting beaten, won't he? Sa-sun. KRRH, KRRH. With a playful smile, Haeguan took a swig of liquor while Biabhai and Mu-jin's sparring began. Thanks to exchanging dozens of moves with Haeguan earlier, Mu-jin's martial arts had become slightly more refined compared to when he first sparred with him. What an absurd kid. Haiguan murmured in a voice so low that those in the yard couldn't hear. A voice responded from behind him. Ho ho ho. I agree. Haiguan, not having sensed anyone approaching, instinctively turned around with a killing intent. Greet, Master Hyungwang. Realizing that the person behind him was Hyungwang, Haiguan hastily performed a respectful bow. The killing intent he had inadvertently released was instantly withdrawn, whether he sensed that killing intent or not. Hyungwang, with a gentle smile, took a step forward and sat down next to Haiguan. Haiguan, yes, master. Haiguan responded with an exceedingly respectful tone. This was a surprising sight. Since becoming the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad, Haiguan had never shown such reverence to anyone in Shaolin, not even to the head of the jurisdiction department, who had the power to confine him to the Cave of Repentance, nor to the abbot who oversaw all the affairs of Shaolin. However, there was one person Haiguan could not afford to be disrespectful to: Hyungwang. Haiguan owed Hyungwang a life-saving grace. 30 years ago, when a special force from the demon cult attacked Shaolin, Haiguan had just been selected as a third-class disciple and was still a novice monk. The skill level of the special force was far too advanced for someone like Haiguan, and the killing intent they exuded was terrifying for the young monk. Thus, when Hyungwang single-handedly stood against the formidable special force, his back appeared heroic to Haiguan. On that day, the hero suffered severe injuries because of Haiguan. Hyungwang had thrown himself to take the attack aimed at Haiguan. Even now, Haiguan vividly recalled that scene. Hyungwang, covered in blood, fighting desperately to protect Haiguan and the other Shaolin disciples, who were of low rank. Therefore, Haiguan had voluntarily joined the Demon Extermination Squad, to repay the grace he had received, to repent for his past self, who had been consumed by fear, and to punish the damned demons who had harmed his hero. And now, his savior and eternal hero, Hyungwang, spoke to him. Ho ho ho. Could you spare a drink for this monk as well? If it's for you, master. Pardon? A drink, you mean? Haiguan, answering reflexively without thought, asked in a puzzled tone. Was that alcohol? I thought everyone called it water. As Hyungwang extended his hand, the liquor bottle, wrapped in natural energy, slipped from Haiguan's grip and flew into Hyungwang's hand. Gulp, gulp. Ho ho ho. This water is quite delicious. As Hyungwang cheerfully drank the liquor and laughed, Haiguan looked at him with a conflicted expression, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Hyungwang, noticing Haiguan's expression, laughed softly and said, Are you all right? What do you mean? Whatever it may be. I am enduring. At Haiguan's response, Hyungwang nodded gently with a compassionate expression. Good. Then, that is enough. Walk the path you wish to walk. After that, they exchanged no further words and alternated sips of the liquor. During this time, the sparring between Biabhai and Mu Jin ended, and Mu Jin's sparring with Mu Jiang began. Haiguan, yes, master. Can you continue to look after that child from time to time? Do you mean Mu Jin? Haiguan asked in a curious tone, to which Hyungwang replied, while watching Mu Jin and Mu Jiang spar. That child has learned Shaolin martial arts, but he is forging his own path. It is an untraveled and unsafe path. He may encounter inner demons. So, can you and the child Mu Jiang look after him from time to time? Wouldn't it be better for you to teach him, master? Haiguan had been unable to resist, even when Hyungwang touched his back or snatched the liquor bottle from his hand. He didn't know how Hyungwang, who had been frail, regained such high-level skills, but he could easily guess that Hyungwang's level was much higher than his own. To Haiguan's question, Hyungwang replied with a complex expression. It seems too early for me to directly teach that child. Haiguan understood Hyungwang's words easily. Even he couldn't fathom Hyungwang's current level. Could Mu Jin truly absorb Hyungwang's teachings if he were to be taught directly? Of course, Mu Jin might be able to understand and remember in his mind. But true enlightenment wasn't about mental remembrance. It was about the heart and body following. Enlightenment that remained only in the mind was merely words, not true realization. There were other reasons why Hyungwang asked Haiguan to take on this task. For instance, to resolve the issue of Mu Jin not mingling with others in Shaolin due to the long time spent in treatment. So, previously, he entrusted him to Haijiology and Mu Yul, and this time he planned to entrust him to Haiguan and Mu Jiang. However, Hyungwang didn't bother to explain this out loud. Instead, he watched Mu Jiang and Mu Jin sparring with a satisfied expression. Aren't they truly admirable? Indeed, master. Haiguan, who usually had a playful and somewhat sinister look, watched the children today with a similar expression to Hyungwang's. In 10 or 20 years, these children would carry on the spirit of Haiguan and Hyungwang. They would become pillars of Shaolin. In the courtyard, Biaobai, Mu Jiang, and Mu Jin were sparring. On the pavilion roof, Hyungwang and Haiguan passed the liquor bottle between them, watching the scene. It was like a painting, except for the fact that they were drinking alcohol at Shaolin Temple. Queek, and that Mu Jiang, who had gone berserk, was knocked out by Mu Jin's punch. Asterisk. Meanwhile, at that time, in a hall located on one side of Shaolin Temple, written as Chubadang, an elderly monk and a middle-aged monk were having a conversation with bitter expressions. Master, at this rate, the disciples might lack food this winter. Then we really must not accept new disciples next year. Chubadang was the hall that managed Shaolin's budget. The two conversing were Hyun Myong, the head of Chubadang, and his disciple Haimin, a prestigious sect, the beacon of the martial world, known as the Nine Mountains and One Sea, Shaolin. The idea that Shaolin couldn't afford to feed its disciples might sound absurd, but compared to other sects, Shaolin wasn't particularly wealthy. Due to their principled stance of fairness and justice, they didn't have a separate funding source unlike other sects or clans. The only income they had was the modest offerings from visitors to Shaolin and the money sent by the secular sects. Especially, Shaolin did not forcibly take money from the secular sects, adhering to their principles. Shaolin's frugality and long-standing tradition meant that even such modest income was sufficient. That is, if not for a few entangled issues. It's because of that Mu Jin kid. We've spent too much money on him, master. It was for the development of Shaolin. How could we refuse such a thing? The issue was the mass purchase of Mu Jin's exercise equipment. Additionally, they had also bought tools for Hyungwang's treatment, causing a significant outflow of money. However, the real problem lay elsewhere. More than that, isn't the real problem the significantly reduced funds from the secular sects this year? It was indeed the donations from the secular sects. Last year, the amount had decreased by 20%, and this year it had dropped by another 30%, nearly having the funds received over 2 years. In the past 2 years, the funds sent from the secular sects had decreased. Surprisingly, this was related to Mu Jin. More precisely, it was related to Mu Jin and Mu Jiang. About 2 years ago, an incident where Mu Jiang, who was being bullied by disciples from the secular sects, was rescued. Shaolin had handled that matter very justly. They destroyed the Danjian of the children who bullied Mu Jiang, making it impossible for them to learn martial arts. After realizing that the sect had been collecting money by harassing the surrounding residents, Shaolin abolished the martial arts of the sect's warriors and returned all the wealth to the residents. However, ironically, this became the starting point of the problem. While Shaolin's intention was noble, most of those living in the secular world were not interested in such lofty ideals. This was even true for Shaolin's secular disciples. Those influenced by the secular world distrusted Shaolin's way of expelling the secular disciples rather than the sect that harassed the residents. They feared that they too could be expelled at any time. Thus, some of the secular sects, despite being under Shaolin's umbrella, did not hesitate to join other sects. Naturally, once they were under the umbrella of another sect, they stopped sending donations, and when Shaolin did not sanction them, the departures increased even more. After about 2 years, nearly half of the secular sects had left. We should have stopped those who left back then, master. It was the abbot's choice. And how could a Shaolin disciple seek to punish the innocent? Why do you think they joined other sects? They left because they had guilty consciences. That is only circumstantial evidence. Ba, Chubadingju, who also voiced his objections, was inwardly thinking the same as his disciple. It was just that this was the Shaolin way. Intimidating someone and extorting money based on suspicion is no different from the ways of the demonic cult. But, moreover, if we do that, those sects they joined would raise their voices. If those voices gather, false rumors that Shaolin is tainted by the secular world will spread in the Central Plains. They receive grace from our Shaolin and learn martial arts from us. Hey Min, how can I not understand your feelings? But our Shaolin does not demand compensation when accepting disciples. If we demand repayment for our grace, it becomes a transaction, not grace. How could a Buddhist hope for repayment and call it grace? When those who received our grace commit sins against the people, only then do we ask for the price of their sins. We cannot punish them for not repaying our grace. Amitabha, so upright and noble, so solitary and lofty, with such a rigid and inflexible method as Shaolin's, they couldn't be punished, even when winter came and there wasn't enough money to feed the disciples. The daily routine of Shaolin's third-class disciples was quite simple. They woke up at dawn, greeted their masters and seniors who shared the hall with them, and headed to the Arhut faction. Just as they did during their initiation period, the third-class disciples trained their bodies in the training hall. After the morning training and breakfast, they studied the sutras and practiced martial arts. After finishing their training at the Arhut faction, the third-class disciples' afternoon tasks involved cleaning the premises or receiving guests. However, Mujin was exempt from these duties. His task was to treat Hyungwang. Despite having reached an extraordinary realm where he could freely manipulate natural energy, Hyungwang's body had not yet fully healed. Mujin couldn't understand why, but Hyungwang, despite his high level of mastery, did not exhibit the miraculous transformations often seen in martial arts stories, such as bone restructuring or rejuvenation. Thus, Mujin devoted his afternoons to treating Hyungwang and spent the evenings visiting Haiguan's hall to hone his martial arts through sparring. About a month later, Mujin, from today, I will resume treating the master uncle. How about joining the other third-class disciples? Biab-jian, Mujin's nominal master and Hyungwang's disciple, made this suggestion to Mujin. Is this the master's decision? Mujin asked, his face reflecting his curiosity. Both I and the master uncle know your intentions. However, understanding the duties of a third-class disciple and how our Shaolin operates is also a very important task. Biab-jian explained, considering Mujin's future. Biab-jian also understood that Mujin was a talent who would become a pillar of Shaolin. Therefore, it was even more necessary for him to spend time with his peers among the third-class disciples. How could a child who would lead Shaolin in the future be awkward with those he would work with? According to the rumors within Shaolin, Mujin still only mingled with a few friends from his initiation days. There were stories that he remained distant from the previous batch of third-class disciples who had become third-class disciples before him. Of course, from Mujin's perspective, it was enough to take care of Hyungwang and the three from the Mujia faction, and just watch the novel's ending. Mujin, I also agree with Jian's idea on this matter. With even Hyungwang agreeing, Mujin found it hard to argue further. Haha, having understood the use of these tools over the past month, Jian and I can manage just fine without you. Hyungwang pointed at the various tools placed on the wooden floor. A foam roller made by layering thick leather over metal, elastic bands made of natural rubber, a barrel covered with leather, and even a reformer that used a combination of springs, wood, and elastic bands. Having recently started to build muscle, Hyungwang had been learning rehabilitation exercises, Pilates, from Mujin. If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask me in the evening, Hyungwang added. With Hyungwang's final words, Mujin had no choice but to accept their proposal. Then, starting tomorrow, I'll inform the master of the Arhut faction and return to my original duties. The next afternoon, following Hyungwang and Biab-jian's instructions, Mujin was attending to the duties of a third-class disciple at the Arhut faction. This meant welcoming the visitors who came to Shaolin. Shaolin was a 1,000-year-old temple before it was a martial arts sect. Naturally, there was a constant stream of visitors, but as a martial arts sect, it couldn't keep its doors open at all times. Therefore, Shaolin only partially received visitors from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. The limited visiting hours made it easier to manage the guests, and this schedule was set because receiving guests in the morning or evening led to injuries on the dark mountain paths as people tried to come. Anyway, while greeting the visitors with a business smile for quite some time, something caught Mujin's attention. Igugugu. It was an elderly woman with a slightly bent back, walking with the aid of a cane. Mujin wasn't the only one who noticed her. Several novice monks and third-class disciples approached the old woman, showing their Buddhist disciple nature. However, Mujin was the fastest. Just as he did with Hyungwang, Choi Kang-hyuk had a deep-seated respect for the elderly, ingrained as a fundamental instinct rather than a moral concept. In an instant, Mujin approached the old woman with a speed akin to using a swift movement technique and spoke gently. "Grandmother, how did you manage to come all the way here when you are not feeling well?" "Of course, I came to pay my respect to Shakyamuni Buddha and Amitabha Buddha." "Ho ho ho," the old woman replied with a soft smile, feeling welcomed like a cherished grandchild by Mujin's concerned tone. "Are you referring to the Dungbojin, main hall? I'll carry you there." Mujin moved in front of the old woman and bent down, but she shook her head slightly. "Ho ho ho. I appreciate the young monk's kindness, but there's no need to strain yourself because of this old woman." "Ah, don't worry, grandmother. I'm a Shaolin disciple too. I've trained hard," Mujin said, lifting his robe slightly to reveal his well-developed arm muscles. "See? I can lift you with one hand. I only wanted to carry you to make sure you aren't scared." With a mix of showing off his muscles and humor, Mujin made the old woman laugh, and she eventually climbed onto his back. "Are you sure you're on my back? You're so light." "Huh," Mujin joked again, making the old woman burst into laughter. "Ho ho ho, you speak so sweetly, young monk. I would love to introduce you to my granddaughter." "Oh dear, this old woman is saying things she shouldn't to a monk." "Why not? It would be great if you introduced us. If you visit Shaolin with her, we could all pay our respects to Amitabha Buddha and recite sutras together. This old woman can't keep up with you." "Ho ho ho." The two continued to chat warmly, as if they were close relatives, while heading to the main hall. After helping the old woman to the main hall, Mujin watched as she went inside to bow to the statues of Amitabha Buddha and Shakyamuni Buddha. Watching her struggle to bow, with her walking stick and bent back, made Mujin's heart ache. He couldn't help but think about how much her knees and back must hurt. Mujin waited for her to finish her prayers, and when she stepped out of the hall, he greeted her again. "Grandmother, it must have been hard for you to bow. I know a great massage technique, you know." With that, Mujin began to massage the old woman's knees and back, which had endured the strain of bowing. "How does that feel? Better, right?" Having guided many clients into the world of personal training in the modern world, and having won over Biob Gang and Hyungwang with his massage techniques here, Mujin's skills drew an admiring response from the old woman as well. "Oh ho ho ho, it feels wonderful. Even the acupuncturists who visit my home aren't as good as you." After chatting for a while and easing the old woman's body, Mujin spoke with a worried face. "If you come to bow again, I will give you another massage. But if possible, I hope you don't come too often. It's too hard for you to climb this rugged mountain with your health." The old woman, wise from a lifetime of experience, noticed the genuine concern on Mujin's face. With a pleasant smile, she replied, "Ho ho ho, you don't need to worry about that. Climbing So-Sil Peak isn't that difficult." Her words implied that she would return, causing Mujin to sigh inwardly as he spoke. "Then please do come visit. I will treat your body." "Ho ho ho, I look forward to it." The old woman laughed brightly at Mujin's words. With that, Mujin carried her back towards the mountain gate. Upon reaching the gate, Mujin finally understood what the old woman meant by saying that climbing So-Sil Peak wasn't difficult. In front of Shaolin's mountain gate, 8 sturdy men were holding the legs of a palanquin. A lavish, 8-person palanquin was there waiting. After dismounting from Mujin's back, the old woman naturally reclined in the palanquin. "Ho ho ho. Young monk Mujin, I'll be counting on you tomorrow as well. However, Mujin couldn't properly respond to her warm smile. It wasn't simply because she turned out to be an unexpected wealthy person. Rather, it was because of the four characters written on the palanquin. Qian Ryu, Sangdan. It was the top merchant guild in Henan, where Shaolin was located, and one of the major antagonistic groups in Legend of the Evil Emperor, the sequel to the novel Mujin had read. Dangfeng County, Henan Province. Among the countless estates and pavilions in that vast place overseen by Shaolin and Qian Ryu Sangdan, there was one estate that stood out for its grandiosity. At the entrance of this estate, the words Qian Ryu Sangdan were written in a dragon serpent flying calligraphy. Deep within this estate was a pavilion. In that place called the Hall of the head of Qian Ryu Sangdan, Ryu Jiguang, was reading through letters with a stoic expression. Hubei Province Wuhan General Report. Hubei Province Yichang Purchase Report. Gansu Province Lanzhou Disbursement Report. Gansu Province Tianshui County General Report. Shaanxi Province Hejin County General Report. The numerous letters on the table were from branches of Qian Ryu Sangdan, located all over the Central Plains. As Ryu Jiguang read through the documents, he slightly furrowed his brow when he came across a letter from the Mianyang branch in Sichuan Province. After rechecking several reports from other branches, he quickly scribbled a few characters on a blank piece of paper. Yang Chief Officer. As soon as he sealed the letter, he called for the chief officer, and a man with graying hair entered the hall of the head. Yes, head of the Sangdan. Send the Chongyumbi to the Mianyang branch in Sichuan Province and the Hanzhong branch in Shaanxi Province. The details of the investigation are written in this letter, and it must only be opened upon arrival at the location. Understood, head of the Sangdan. After handing the letter to Yang Chief Officer, Ryu Jiguang let out a light sigh. Foolish tricks. The main business of Qian Ryu Sangdan, one of the top 5 merchant groups in the world, was transportation. As evidenced by the stacks of reports on his table, Qian Ryu Sangdan had branches all over the continent, buying various specialties in bulk from different regions and selling them nationwide. Of course, the letter from the Mianyang branch in Sichuan contained numerous items regarding purchases and disbursements. In fact, the report from the Mianyang branch about the goods they bought and the contents received by the Hanzhong branch in Shaanxi matched. However, when cross-referenced with information from other regions, the price of one item was higher than the market rate. TSK. The Sangdan being too large is also a problem. Ryu Jiguang clicked his tongue lightly and muttered to himself. Should I reinforce the Chongyumbi personnel? Chongyumbi was a kind of inspection team. An inspection team of Qian Ryu Sangdan composed solely of those whom Ryu Jiguang could trust. But Ryu Jiguang quickly dismissed the idea. He knew well that arbitrarily increasing the number of Chongyumbi members could backfire. If the local branch leader lied and the inspection team sent to monitor the situation took the branch leader's side, to avoid such a terrible situation, Chongyumbi had no choice but to be composed only of the most trustworthy individuals with the highest loyalty to Ryu Jiguang. If only the recent activities of several local branches weren't suspicious, there would be no need to worry so much. In fact, just a few years ago, he had never felt that Chongyumbi lacked personnel. But recently, a strange sense of incongruity had been constantly bothering Ryu Jiguang. The only problem was that there were no clear signs or evidence to indicate anything. Ryu Jiguang's sense of unease was merely due to his keen instincts honed over decades of running the organization. If we deal with the exposed tails first, we will eventually be able to catch the body. Shaking his head, Ryu Jiguang turned his gaze back to the stack of letters piled on the table. He couldn't just stop working because of a bad feeling. There were still piles of letters on the table that he had to deal with. Continuing to write letters regarding the peculiarities he noticed, he gave instructions to the branches across the continent through the chief officers. Sigh. Ryu Jiguang let out a deep sigh, rubbing his aching back and hips from the long hours of paperwork. He had managed to finish the task for the day. Although it was already past 9 p.m. after starting early in the morning, it was still relatively early compared to usual. Having finished his work, Ryu Jiguang stood up and headed somewhere. Despite the late hour, he was not heading to his quarters. Mother, it's Jiguang. The place he headed to was his mother, Yun Ji's quarters. You may come in. With her permission, Jiguang entered the room and looked at his mother with a bitter expression. It wasn't that Ryu Jiguang had always visited his mother after finishing his work. I was so blinded by work that I couldn't see my family. For decades, he had lived obsessed with work since his days as an heir. A while ago, seeing his mother walking in the yard, Ryu Jiguang felt as if he had been hit hard in the head. In his memory, his mother, who used to smile like a girl even in her middle age, now had hair that had turned completely white, and she walked across the yard with a pained expression, her back bent. Since that day, Ryu Jiguang tried to find time to spend with his mother and family whenever he had even a small break from his work in the organization. However, it felt like that effort was already too late. His wife had passed away while giving birth to their youngest daughter, and his mother was already elderly. Moreover, even if I want to see my children, it's not easy to meet them now. His two already grown sons each managed a regional branch, making it difficult to meet them directly. Moreover, like himself, they were competing with each other to become the leader of the trading group, often making Ryu Jiguang wonder if they were really a family. However, he couldn't just sit idly by. Ryu Jiguang had come to see his mother today to bring up a topic he had been holding back for the past few days. Mother, have you been to Shaolin Temple again today? He had come to stop his mother from going to Shaolin Temple. Ryu Jiguang couldn't bear to watch his ailing mother go to Shaolin Temple to pray out of concern for her children. Mother, please take care of your health. I earnestly beg you as your son. When Ryu Jiguang spoke with a face full of sorrow, the old woman replied with a girlish smile from her younger days. Ho ho ho. You don't need to worry, leader. Besides, I went to Shaolin Temple today and received some treatment. What do you mean by that, mother? When Ryu Jiguang asked with a puzzled expression, Yun Jie began to recount her meeting with a novice monk named Mujin at Shaolin Temple today. It was truly a miraculous touch. It was much more effective than those acupuncture needles I've grown tired of, or the decoctions that make me retch just from the smell. So, you mean you will go to Shaolin Temple again tomorrow for the treatment? Yes, leader. Upon hearing his mother's response, Ryu Jiguang replied with a determined look. Then, I will accompany you to Shaolin Temple tomorrow. Ryu Jiguang intended to verify the treatment from the novice monk named Mujin and prove its uselessness to stop his mother from going to Shaolin Temple. Mujin found it difficult to properly respond to the old woman's farewell, saying she would return the next day. This was due to the sudden mention of the Qian Ryu Sangdan. And the next day, just as he had feared, the old woman returned to Shaolin Temple, this time with a middle-aged man. Mujin, who had a fair amount of social experience, greeted the old woman and the middle-aged man without showing his bewilderment. Hello, Grandma. Nice to see you again. I am Mujin, a third-generation disciple of Shaolin. Ryu Jiguang had a strange expression at the sight of the novice monk, who was very polite to him while being somewhat informal with his mother. Oh ho ho ho. Isn't our little Mujin so adorable? Leader, oh my, I've been impolite to Mujin again. What are you saying, Grandma? Please speak comfortably. Their conversation, which sounded like that of a real grandmother and grandson, left Ryu Jiguang flabbergasted. Even Ryu Jiguang's own sons, Yun Ji's grandsons, were not this affectionate towards her. As long as mother is happy, that's all that matters. Ryu Jiguang decided to think that the novice monk was doing something that neither he nor his grandsons could do. With his thoughts organized, Ryu Jiguang responded with a seemingly gentle smile, befitting a seasoned merchant. I've heard a lot about you from my mother, Mujin. You said you would treat her. Treat? Ha ha ha. It's more like spending time together. Mujin, having perfected his expression, replied nonchalantly. So this is the former leader of the trading group. He thought to himself. At this point, Ryu Jiguang was the current leader, but in the novel Mujin had read, a different character appeared as the leader. If I get close to the former leader, I might be able to uncover the relationship between the Qianryu Sangdan and the hidden antagonist. If his memory served him right, Qianryu Sangdan was not entirely allied with the hidden antagonist in the novel. Their relationship was more contractual. Moreover, there were mentions that during the tenure of the former leader, the trading group was not as notorious. Thus, Mujin decided to hope that the Qianryu Sangdan had not yet allied with the antagonist. Conversely, if they were already allies, he planned to keep them close to find an opening. Yes, as the old saying goes, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Having made up his mind, Mujin put on a business smile and spoke. Leader, you seem to spend a lot of time working while seated. I often read documents while sitting. Ryu Jiguang, true to his nature as a seasoned merchant, hid his curiosity and responded kindly. From sitting for long periods, your pelvis is misaligned and your back is slightly hunched. Why not take this opportunity to receive treatment along with Grandma? Mujin started pitching his services to Ryu Jiguang. Ho ho! Ryu Jiguang's eyebrows raised ever so slightly at Mujin's business smile and his sharp observation of his physical condition. Can I see what kind of treatment it is? However, Ryu Jiguang was not easily swayed. He asked in a tone that seemed both intrigued and indifferent. Since Mujin had already decided to approach Ryu Jiguang, he chose to properly treat both the grandmother and Ryu Jiguang. Then please follow me. Ah, Grandma, I'll carry you again. Just like yesterday, get on my back. Mujin carried the old woman on his back and confidently led the way through the Shaolin Temple buildings. The place Mujin took them to was where Hyunguang and Biob Jian resided. Mujin, what brings you here at this hour? Hyunguang asked, noticing Mujin's arrival. Biob Jian, who had asked with a puzzled look, soon saw the old woman on Mujin's back and the middle-aged man standing beside them and figured out what was going on. Since Grandma is unwell, I thought it would be good to receive treatment together. Master. At Mujin's words, Biob Jian turned his head to look at Hyunguang. Hyunguang, who had been enjoying the breeze on the veranda, nodded with a benevolent smile. Ha ha ha. If that's what you wish, go ahead. Thank you, Grandmaster. Then how about we also proceed with your treatment right now? With Mujin's suggestion, the treatments for Hyunguang, the old woman, and the leader were conducted simultaneously. Biob Jian first performed acupressure on Hyunguang, while Mujin alternated between giving acupressure to the old woman and the leader. Once their bodies were slightly loosened, they began Pilates. Although the equipment was somewhat varied, there was only one of each type suitable for Hyunguang, so Mujin conducted different exercises for each of the three based on their specific needs. For example, for the leader, who had a hunchback, they used the Pilates arc to focus on the abdominal and core muscles. For the old woman, whose body was severely stiff, they used the barrel to focus on close-range spear technique movements. And for Hyunguang, who lacked muscle, they used the reformer to focus on strength and rehabilitation exercises. This might be a blessing in disguise. Mujin had been uneasy about Biob Jian and Hyunguang conducting Pilates classes after just a month of instruction. Now that he was approaching both the grandmother and the leader, he could also pay more attention to Hyunguang's treatment, which felt like a fortunate turn of events. As the exercise continued for some time, ha ho ho ho, the two elderly people exchanged similar laughs as they worked out together. Are you feeling all right? This is quite strenuous despite appearances. But our little Mujin wouldn't do anything harmful to our bodies. Ho ho ho. When treating Hyunguang alone, Mujin hadn't noticed it, but treating two elderly people at the same time made him wonder if this was Shaolin Temple or a specialized elderly rehabilitation center. After nearly half an hour of acupressure, massage, simple close-range spear techniques, and Pilates sessions, Mujin found himself deep in thought. It would be ideal to include electrotherapy or heat therapy as well. Both the old woman and the leader were in better shape than Hyunguang initially had been. At least they could move around on their own. However, since their bodies had not been maintained for decades, Mujin felt their stiff muscles all over as he applied acupressure. Hyunguang, keenly observant, immediately noticed what Mujin was contemplating. Ha ha ha. Mujin, you want to try thunder and heat therapy, don't you? Yes, Grandmaster. There's no need to worry about that. Hyun replied with a benevolent smile and raised his hands. Zap! Whoosh! Natural energy gathered around Hyun. Lightning sparked from his left hand, and flames blazed from his right. Mujin watched the scene in stunned silence, lost for words. That's right. He almost attained nirvana. His grandfather was such an extraordinary master that he often forgot it because of his poor health. Wait a minute. Then why is he still receiving treatment from the head of the jurisdiction department and Master Uncle Haidam? Naturally, such a question arose, but Mujin decided not to ask. He figured his grandfather had his reasons. Instead, Mujin looked at the old woman and the Sangdanju. Ho ho ho. Now I see that you are a very distinguished person. The old woman, seemingly unaware of martial arts, spoke to Hyun with a childlike astonishment on her face. Haha, it's just a trivial skill. The ability to perform such a trivial skill was something only Hyun could do on the entire continent. Creating both thunder and fire energy in his hands simultaneously using natural energy was indeed a trivial skill. The Sangdanju, who seemed to have some common knowledge about martial arts, stared at Hyun with an uncharacteristically unguarded expression for the first time today. I don't know if she's the mastermind or not, but for now I don't think she would dare to touch the Shaolin Temple. Watching the old woman's pure reaction, it was hard to think of her as a mastermind, but one could never be too sure. However, seeing the Sangdanju's reaction, Mujin was certain that they would never touch the Shaolin Temple. Could it be that grandfather subtly showed his skills for that reason? While Mujin was lost in thought, the Sangdanju asked Hyun with a slightly trembling voice. Did you say your Dharma name was Hyun just now? Haha, indeed I did. Hyun. As if trying to recall a memory, the Sangdanju repeated the name several times. Suddenly, with a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, The greatest talent under heaven, Shaolin Saint Monk Hyun. Are you saying that you are that revered monk? As Ryu Jiguang was 49 years old, he remembered hearing that name when he was young. However, it was said that he became a cripple 30 years ago due to the demon cult, and since then, no further stories were passed down, so he was forgotten. Perhaps reading the look in Ryu Jiguang's eyes, Hyun answered the unasked question with a gentle smile. Shaolin Saint Monk is just an empty title. Umipa. And as you recall, I became a cripple at that time. Ha. Then, have you finally regained your martial arts? To Ryu Jiguang's question, Hyun shook his head, and he gave an answer that sounded like a Zen koan. It's not that I regained them, I just let go of my stubbornness. Umipa. And this Mujin here heal my body. Haha. Through the treatment you two are now receiving. Hyun answer made Ryu Jiguang look at Mujin with a surprised expression. Is this really true? Of course, being a seasoned merchant, Ryu Jiguang did not blindly believe Hyun words. It could simply be a way to elevate the young talent of Shaolin. While Ryu Jiguang was lost in such thoughts, Hyun subtly spoke to Yun Jihe. And since our Mujin has one more treatment to teach you, why don't you go through with that one as well? Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. I came to Shaolin to pay my respects and ended up getting medical treatment instead. As the old woman willingly lay down, Hyun generated extreme yang energy in his hands and directed it at her ankle and calf. After some infrared therapy, he held her ankle and calf with both hands and sent a slight amount of thunder energy through them. If it becomes too painful, please let me know. A slight tingling sensation is said to be the most appropriate intensity. Ho ho ho. It feels very refreshing. Listening to the conversation between the two elderly people, Mujin thought, what is this? A romance in their later years. Somehow, it felt like he had arranged a match for them. Well, considering Hyun had achieved great enlightenment as a monk, such a thing would never happen. Shortly after the treatment of the old woman Yun Jihe and the Sangdanju Ryu Jiguang was completed, novice monk Mujin, could you possibly guide me to Chubadang? Surprised by Ryu Jiguang's sudden question, Mujin tilted his head and answered, I can guide you, but may I ask the reason? I will tell you when we get there. It's something that concerns you as well, so please guide me. With that ambiguous answer, Mujin glanced at Hyungwang, who simply chuckled and nodded. Well, since it concerns me too, I'll find out when we get there. Having made up his mind, Mujin looked back at Ryu Jigwang and answered, Then I will guide you. Thank you, novice monk Mujin. Ryu Jigwang, lightly bowing to Mujin, looked at his mother, Yunji. Mother, I will go take care of this matter with novice monk Mujin. Ho ho ho. I will rest here for a while, so go ahead. Sang Danju. Yunji, noticing that Ryu Jigwang was acting as the Singdanju rather than her son, responded accordingly. After the mother and son finished their conversation, Mujin led Ryu Jigwang towards Chubadang. I am Mujin, the third-class disciple. I am here to guide a visitor to Chubadang. Wei explained briefly to the two second-class disciples guarding the entrance. One of them asked Ryu Jigwang, who was standing behind Mujin. Amitba, forgive me, but may I know the name of the benefactor? I am Ryu Jigwang, the Sangdanju of Kian Ryu, Sangdan. I have come to see the head of Chubadang. Could you possibly send word inside? When Ryu Jigwang revealed his name, the two second-class disciples were visibly surprised. Although Shaolin generally distanced themselves from worldly matters, they could not help but be aware of the 5 great trading companies. Furthermore, as Chubadang managed Shaolin's finances, it was even more impossible for them not to know. If you could also mention that I wish to enter with novice monk Mujin, I would appreciate it. Please, wait a moment. I will inform the head immediately. One of the startled second-class disciples quickly entered Chubadang, and shortly after, returned to announce, The head monk has allowed you to enter. Following the disciples' guidance, Mujin and Ryu Jigwang headed towards the Chubadang head's hall. Inside the hall, they found the Chubadang head Hyun Myong and his senior disciple Haimin. Third-class disciple Mujin, greeting the head monk of Chubadang and senior brother Haimin. Nice to meet you. I am Ryu Jigwang, Sangdanju of Kian Ryu, Sangdan. Amitba, I am Hyun Myong, the head of Chubadang. This is my disciple and assistant head, Haimin. I am Haimin Amitba. After exchanging greetings, Hyun Myong and Haimin looked at Ryu Jigwang and Mujin with puzzled expressions. It was already surprising that the Sangdanju of Kian Ryu, Sangdan had come, but to see Mujin, the money-draining demon, with him was even more bewildering. Though thanks to the exercise equipment Mujin had introduced, senior brother Hyungwang's health had improved, and the external energy of the novice and third-class disciples had also greatly progressed. Moreover, they took pride in the fact that they had rightfully punished the secular martial sects. However, Chubadang saw Mujin as a money-draining demon, since the already scarce Shaolin storage kept getting emptied because of him. At that moment, instead of giving an explanation, Ryu Jigwang reached into his sleeve and pulled out a piece of paper, handing it to Hyun Myong. This is a 100 yang promissory note issued under the name of our Kian Ryu, Sangdan. As long as our trading company remains solvent, you can use it as actual currency. May I ask the reason for giving such a large sum to our Shaolin all of a sudden? To Hyun Myong's question, Ryu Jigwang looked at Mujin for some reason. Actually, my mother and I just received treatment from novice monk Mujin and Master Hyungwang. This money is to pay for today's treatment and to request further treatment in the future. Only then did Hyun Myong and Haimin begin to understand the situation. Everyone in Shaolin already knew that Mujin was treating Hyungwang. He simply hadn't expected that the head of Kian Ryu Sangdan and his mother would join in on the treatment. That money-devouring monster brought in such a huge sum. Amitba, Hyun Myong inwardly cursed while thinking. 1 yang of gold was worth 20 yang of silver, and 1 yang of silver was worth 4 or 5 sacks of rice, enough to feed a family of 4 for a month. The monks and scholar monks affiliated with Shaolin, along with the temporary disciples living there each year, barely numbered 700 or 800. On top of that, Shaolin was frugal, spending money sparingly on everything from food to clothing. In other words, 100 yang of gold was equivalent to Shaolin's annual food expenses. Recently, Shaolin had been short on funds to feed its disciples during the winter, to the point of debating whether to accept new disciples. Naturally, accepting that money to sustain Shaolin was the right thing to do. I apologize, Sangdanju. Our Shaolin cannot accept this money. Without any hesitation, Hyun Myong conveyed his refusal. In response to Hyun Myong's rejection, Ryu Jiguang asked in a calm tone, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Why can't you accept it? Could you enlighten me? It is our Shaolin way. Grace is just grace. Expecting repayment for a favor is something a Buddhist should never do. I am certain that senior brother Hyungwang and Mu Jin, who performed the treatment, feel the same way. With a look that seemed to ask for agreement, Hyun Myong glanced at Mu Jin, who thought with a businesslike smile. What kind of nonsense is this? The treatment was done by his grandfather and himself, so why were they pretending to be so benevolent on their own? Respect for the elderly only emerged when the other party acted like one. It might apply to someone like Hyungwang or Yun Ji-hee, but not to those who clearly projected, I'm a master, such as Jurisdiction Department head Hyungong or Chubading Hyun Myong. However, he couldn't just spit out the curses brewing inside him. As Mujin pondered how to tactfully convince this crazy Chubadangju, Ryu Jiguang spoke first. Then how about considering it as an offering, not a repayment? That is a transparent workaround. Then let's say I'm simply repaying the favor of the treatment. You said that expecting repayment for a favor is not the Buddhist way. But isn't it also a human obligation to think about repaying a received favor? Are you intending to turn me into a shameless person who can't even fulfill basic human obligations? Chubadangja monk? Indeed, the eloquence of an experienced merchant was not something a half-baked administrator who had been secluded in the mountains, chanting prayers, could match. However, the amount is too large to be considered compensation for the treatment. Chubadingju, realizing a complete refusal was difficult, tried to lower the amount as much as possible. Chubadangju hadn't intended to reject the money outright without any thought. It was just that the sum presented by the Sangdanju was too large, prompting him to choose refusal. Hyunmong, who had learned the ropes at Chubadang since his days as a second-class disciple, knew very well that a large sum of money always came with significant strings attached. Particularly, given Ryu Jiguang's reputation as a prominent merchant on the continent, he believed that such a man wouldn't offer such a large amount as treatment fees without any expectations. However, as expected, Ryu Jiguang had already made his calculations and responded immediately. It is not a large amount at all. I heard that Mu Jin's treatment method even healed senior brother Hyungwang, who had once been incapacitated. Furthermore, after receiving treatment today with my mother, the effects were indescribable, especially for my mother, who, being elderly, had not seen much benefit from the acupuncture and herbal medicines of renowned doctors. Surely Chubadingju monk knows how much it costs to bring in famous doctors for treatment. As Hyun Myong hesitated to respond, Ryu Jiguang delivered the follow-up blow. The amount on this bill reflects the value of the skill that healed a body even famous doctors could not. Honestly, I regret not bringing a larger bill today. After making his case, Ryu Jiguang added another intriguing proposal. So, I ask you to accept this money as payment for the treatment of my mother and me. Additionally, there is something else I wish to discuss with Chubadangju. Please speak freely. In response to Hyun Myong's reply, Ryu Jiguang smiled naturally, befitting his status as a great merchant. I was thinking of opening a clinic in Dongbong County down there with a novice monk Mu Jin. This unexpected proposal shocked not only Hyun Myong, but also Mu Jin, who looked at Ryu Jiguang with a surprised expression. An infirmary, you say? What do you mean by that? The treatment method used by novice Mu Jin is unlike anything found on the continent. Surely, there are patients across the continent, like Abbot Hyungwang, my mother, and myself, who cannot be cured by traditional methods used by the existing medical practitioners. I want to open an infirmary to treat such patients using novice Mu Jin's methods. This was an instinct as a merchant. Right after receiving Mu Jin's treatment and Hyungwang's heat and electrotherapy, Ryu Jiguang was convinced. He was certain this is a profitable venture. Moreover, Ryu Jiguang had connections as the Sangdanju of the world's 5 largest trading groups. Connections with high-ranking officials and local wealthy individuals. Many of these high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals were elderly, and there were not a few who complained of symptoms similar to his mother's. If he introduced such individuals to Mu Jin and proceeded with treatments, he could generate tremendous profits. Of course, it could be risky to launch such a business after just one treatment. If the treatment effects were minimal, it would be easy to be accused of fraud by high-ranking officials or wealthy individuals. Nonetheless, the reason Ryu Jiguang was determined to push this business forward was because of more than just his merchant's intuition. Recently, the movements of local branches have been unsettling. It was for the safety of his family. When he or his mother, or any of his family members, were in danger, Ryu Jiguang chose Shaolin as a refuge. More precisely, he chose Hyungwang. The extraordinary skills Hyungwang displayed during the recent treatment had a significant impact on Ryu Jiguang's decision. Ryu Sangdan had become a huge trading group by transporting countless items across the continent. As such, Ryu Sangdan was both a trading group and a courier service. Naturally, to handle numerous business trips, they employed numerous escorts and had a considerable number of martial artists. Even as the Sangdanju of such a significant trading group, Ryu Jiguang had never seen anyone perform the kind of miracles Hyungwang demonstrated. Initially, he thought about approaching Hyungwang directly, but he was the epitome of a monk who had cut ties with worldly affairs. Never having seen Hyungwang indulge in alcohol or meat, Ryu Jiguang concluded that approaching Hyungwang with wealth would be the worst method. Thus, Ryu Jiguang decided to connect with Shaolin through Mu Jin, whom Hyungwang cherished, and to maintain a steady relationship with Shaolin through him, by conducting business together. However, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, attributing to Hyunmayong only understood half of Ryu Jiguang's intentions. The Sangdanju has suggested a considerable treatment fee for Mu Jin's method. So, it seems like the infirmary you want to open in Dungbong Haiyan would only be for the wealthy. Ba. He only had the intention of doing business with the wealthy. I intend to donate half of the profits from the clinic to Shaolin. I have repeatedly told you, our Shaolin does not engage in commerce through the abilities of our disciples. I don't understand why you consider it as commerce. Wouldn't it be enough if half of the clinic's profits were used by Shaolin to aid the poor? If we treat only the rich to earn money, the world will criticize Shaolin. Ryu Jiguang did not show it outwardly, but he sighed inwardly with frustration. If such a proposal had been made to any other sect or the 5 great families, which are not limited like the beggar's sect, they would have gladly accepted it. No, it would have been fortunate if they only accepted it. Some sects and families, which only pretended to be righteous on the outside, would have instead fiercely extorted more money from him. While I don't have to worry about being extorted, it's frustrating that we can't communicate. As Ryu Jiguang was thinking this, Mu Jin cautiously spoke up. If I may be so bold, may I say a word? Speak. With Hyunmayong's permission, Mu Jin asked another question. As Master Chubudongju said, isn't the main issue with opening a clinic the fact that our Shaolin would only treat the rich to make money? That is correct. In that case, wouldn't it be enough to treat everyone, regardless of whether they are rich or poor? How could providing medical treatment to all beings as a Buddhist be something to be criticized? Mu Jin's words, as if wondering why such an obvious thing was being pondered, made Ryu Jiguang even more frustrated. In order not to distinguish between the rich and the poor, the treatment fees would have to be drastically reduced. Even if high-ranking officials and wealthy people were brought in, there would be almost no profit. But then, surprisingly, Mu Jin continued with an unexpected idea. Of course, in that case, if the treatment fees are set high, the poor will not be able to receive treatment, and if set low, there will be no profit, resulting in a loss for Ryu Sangdan. And no matter how low the fees are, the poor, who struggle to live day by day, will eventually be unable to receive treatment. So how about this? We divide the treatment facilities into 2. Divide into 2. Instinctively feeling that a brilliant solution was about to emerge, Ryu Jiguang asked again, and Mu Jin met his expectations. Yes, one facility would be completely free, and the other would be used for the treatment of the wealthy, as Ryu Sangdan originally intended. The wealthy are not fools, Mu Jin novice monk. Why would the rich use an expensive treatment facility when there is a free one available? You can create a difference between the two facilities. Equip both with the same equipment, but in the free facility, conduct treatments in groups, while in the expensive facility, offer personalized, one-on-one treatments by appointment, Mu Jin suggested. Mu Jin's idea was inspired by the operational methods of large fitness centers. They allowed free use of the gym for a low price, but required a high fee for personal training sessions with a professional trainer. Mu Jin had two main reasons for involving himself in this discussion with such a method in mind. First, he was frustrated with Chu Buidongju for refusing an offer to give money to Shaolin. Second, he suspected that Ryu Sangdan was either currently involved with the dark forces or would be in the future. Determined to delve deeper into the inner workings of Ryu Sangdan through this business endeavor, Mu Jin decided to add a rather blunt remark that might cause Hyun Myong to frown. As you may know, Sangdanjanim, the wealthy love luxury goods. They drink expensive tea like Longjing tea, which costs silver or gold coins, instead of buying cheaper tea. Of course, the aroma is superior to that of cheaper tea, but there is also a clear element of vanity involved. I understand what you mean, Mu Jin novice monk. The difference between the free facility for group treatments and the reserved facility for individual use will make the wealthy even more inclined to use the facility. Ryu Jiguang laughed, pleased with Mu Jin's logic, as he had already encountered this reasoning many times. Of course, Hyun Myong found this conversation quite distasteful. Mu Jin, you insolent fool! How dare a Shaolin disciple speak of worldly vanity and try to exploit it to make money? However, Mu Jin looked at Hyun Myong as if wondering what was wrong with his proposal. Master Chubudongju, what exactly are you so afraid of? What did you say? When I suggested earning money by treating the wealthy and distributing it to the poor, you feared Shaolin would be criticized for being obsessed with money. Now, when I proposed treating the poor alongside the wealthy, you say we are trying to exploit the wealthy. Are you so afraid of Shaolin being criticized? Are you trying to insult Shaolin? Hyun Myong yelled, unable to contain his anger even in front of their guest, Ryu Jiguang. But he could not silence Mu Jin. Do you truly believe that is the will of the founder, Dharma Master, and Shakyamuni Buddha? The sutras clearly speak of compassion for all beings. Yet why does our Shaolin hide in the mountains? Afraid of criticism? Pardon my boldness, but I am more afraid of turning away from beings in need than of being criticized. Mu Jin's words left Hyun Myong looking as though he had been struck hard. Mu Jin didn't particularly have a great ambition for Buddhism or compassion for all beings. It was just his frustration with Hyun Myong's constant rejection of every proposal. He continued speaking in that vein. Far to the west, beyond Tianju, there is a country of Sogdians. A certain magistrate there accumulated wealth by exploiting the people with harsh taxes. His concubine tried to persuade him to stop. The listeners in Chubudongju Hall, who had never heard this Western anecdote before, focused intently on Mu Jin's story. The magistrate mocked her and said, if you ride around the city naked on horseback, then I will reduce the taxes. What do you think the woman did? Surely, you don't mean to say she rode around naked on horseback? Yes, she rode around the city naked on horseback as he demanded, and the magistrate kept his promise and reduced the taxes. Would you condemn her for her actions? Humph! How can you suggest that I would do such a thing? However, even if I did not, surely some would curse her. Mu Jin shook his head at Hyun Myong's response. Living in the mundane world does not make people fools, Master Chubudongju. The people of that city understood her profound intention and compassion. During her ride, everyone stayed inside their homes, not daring to look at her. There had been one person who spied on her, someone who would later become infamous in modern times for voyeurism. But Mu Jin felt no need to mention that part of the story. Just as that woman's act might be criticized by some, the people will understand Shaolin's compassion. And even if they do not, what matters is that we are making an effort to save beings. Hyun Myong and Hai Min closed their eyes and chanted Buddha's name for a moment. When they reopened their eyes, the torment seemed to have lifted, leaving them with a clearer gaze. Sigh, sang Danju, benefactor. We will agree to open the clinic under the condition that half of the profits are used by Shaolin to aid the needy and that there will be a free treatment facility in the clinic. However, this matter requires the abbot's approval. We will inform the abbot and decide on the specifics based on his decision. Thank you for your decision, Chubadangju. My mother and I will continue to visit Shaolin for treatment, so please contact us when any decisions are made. Ryu Jiguang expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, to which Hyun Myong responded with a half bow. That evening, while Mu Jin was sparring in Haiguan's pavilion, Abbot Hyun Cheon visited Hyungwang. Hyun Cheon had already heard everything that had happened at Chubadangju from Hyun Myong, and his visit to Hyungwang was to relay those events. As expected, Mu Jin is the one who will guide our Shaolin in the right direction, senior brother. Hyun Cheon had felt as if he'd been struck when he heard the story from Hyun Myong. The only curious point was how Mu Jin knew such an ancient Sogdian tale. Haha, so Mu Jin has earned 100 gold coins for Shaolin and is set to earn even more in the future. Abbot, yes, senior brother. Shaolin will lead the way in helping others through the money Mu Jin brings in. Haha. Hyungwang let out a hearty laugh, staring directly at Hyun Cheon. Then, shouldn't we reward Mu Jin? He has brought in a significant amount of money for the benefit of all. A reward? What kind of? When Hyun Cheon asked, Hyungwang raised the bottle he was holding, took a sip, and then spoke. How about giving him a great restoration pill, Abbot? What are you saying, senior brother? Mu Jin has brought in a large sum of money for Shaolin. Isn't it fitting to reward him with at least one great restoration pill? Hyungwang's words, spoken as if it was the most natural thing in the world, made Hyun Cheon feel dizzy. The rumors about senior brother losing his mind after failing to reach nirvana, they must be true. He then noticed a peculiar fragrance wafting around him. Senior brother? That bottle, could it be? Hyun Cheon asked in shock, to which Hyungwang replied with a mysterious smile. What does it matter what's in this bottle? Ha! If a great restoration pill is too much, then at least a lesser restoration pill should be given. Hyun Cheon pondered. He wondered if the person before him was not Hyungwang, but an imposter from the Green Forest Thieves. The next day, Ryu Jiguang and Yun Jiehe visited Shaolin Temple, as usual, and Mu Jin led them to Hyungwang's pavilion. As the treatment for the 3 patients was nearing completion, Hai Min, the former disciple of the Chubadangju, visited Hyungwang's pavilion. I greet Master Hyungwang. Haha, it's been a while, Hai Min. After briefly acknowledging Hai Min's greeting, Hyungwang glanced at Mu Jin and Ryu Jiguang. It seems you've come to see Mu Jin and the Sangdanju patron. Yes, master. Hyungwang nodded at Hai Min's words and then addressed Mu Jin and Ryu Jiguang. I will be here resting with Madam Yun, so please feel free to go. Ho ho ho. Sangdanju, Mu Jin, please go comfortably. Mu Jin and Ryu Jiguang gave a light bow to Yun Jiehe and Hyungwang, then followed Hai Min. At first, they seemed to be heading to Chubadang, but Hai Min led them to the head monk's room. Inside the head monk's room, head monk Hyun Cheon and Chubadangju Hyun Myong were waiting for them. Nice to meet you. I am Hyun Cheon, the head monk. Ba. I am Ryu Jiguang, the Sangdanju of Kian Ryu, Sangdan. It is an honor to meet the esteemed head monk. When the head monk greeted them with a bow, Ryu Jiguang responded with a fist salute. I have heard from the Chubadangju about the proposal made by the Sangdanju patron. Our Shaolin Temple also views it positively. Today, we have gathered to discuss the project in more detail. After explaining this to Ryu Jiguang, Hyun Cheon glanced at Mu Jin before speaking again. This project heavily relies on Mu Jin's treatment methods, and it seems that his suggestions have formed the foundation of the business, so we have called him here as well. We were planning to invite Mu Jin to the meeting anyway, head monk. Ryu Jiguang responded with a look of agreement, to Hyun-Cheon's words. After the greetings, they all took their seats. Naturally, they all turned their attention to Mu-jin. I heard it was you, Mu-jin, who suggested separating the facilities for free treatment and specialized treatment for the wealthy. Yes, head monk. Then, do you perhaps have a more detailed plan in mind? For the free facilities, since we need to accommodate multiple patrons at the same time, it can be easy for treatments and education to become chaotic. Therefore, I suggest having different exercise programs depending on the time of day or day of the week. Different exercise programs for each day. Yes, one day could focus on exercises that relax the feet or legs. Another day could be exercises focused on the pelvis. Another day could be for the back or shoulders. By placing a room or guide in front of the clinic to inform the patrons, the education can be conducted more smoothly. Patrons can come according to their individual discomforts. In response to Hyun-Cheon's question, Mu-jin explained methods slightly modified from the GX operations commonly used in large fitness centers. Additionally, this approach makes it convenient to use equipment in large quantities. You can take out the equipment needed for a specific time or date from storage and put the rest back into the storage. In the free facility, where multiple people had to exercise simultaneously, they would need several sets of the same equipment. Some of the Pilates equipment were quite large, and if they stocked them all in large quantities at the facility, it would easily become a mess. And for the specialized treatment facilities, it would be best to use various tools to provide comprehensive treatment tailored to each patient's condition after assessing their state through acupressure or palpation. Furthermore, finishing with heat therapy and electrotherapy would be ideal. After listening to Mu-jin's explanation, Abbot Hyun-Cheon had a somewhat regretful expression. Mu-jin, I understand that heat therapy and electrotherapy are particularly effective when a patient's condition is severe. Shouldn't we also provide heat therapy and electrotherapy in the free facility? There are two issues, Abbot. One is that there aren't many people capable of administering heat therapy or electrotherapy. The other is the differentiation from specialized treatment facilities. Regarding electrotherapy and heat therapy, given time, we can sufficiently secure the necessary personnel. Since we started treating Master Hyungwang, the head of the jurisdiction department, and Master Haidam have instructed their disciples to train. Currently, this was known only to Hyungong and Haidam's former disciples. However, given time, it was a matter that could be instructed to anyone who had learned techniques related to extreme yang energy or thunder energy. Nevertheless, the problem of differentiation between specialized and free facilities remained. As a Buddhist, having to worry about differentiation, while Hyun-Cheon pondered this issue, Ryu Jiguang spoke up. I have an idea regarding the differentiation, Abbot. Oh, please feel free to share, sang Danju. Since we plan to open a clinic anyway, we could also station physicians there. For those using the specialized treatment facilities, adding herbal medicine or acupuncture suitable for the treatment process would sufficiently differentiate it. What if we take it a step further, since we'll have physicians on site? Mu-jin added to Ryu Jiguang's suggestion. If word spreads, many people will likely come to the free facility. If we provide heat therapy or electrotherapy to everyone, it will become too overwhelming. Instead, we could place physicians in the free facility to screen those with severely deteriorated musculoskeletal conditions and provide them with additional electrotherapy and heat therapy. This should provide a good framework. As expected, it was a great idea to include Mu-jin in the meeting, Abbot. Haha, we're simply grateful that you think so highly of our Shaolin's pillar, sang Danju. After a few more words, the structure for the large fitness center, or rather, a musculoskeletal treatment clinic, co-managed by Shaolin Temple and Kyeonryu Sangdan, began to take shape. For the free facilities for the poor, they adopted methods from modern GX. The specialized treatment facilities would offer a comprehensive luxury treatment process, including acupressure, massage, Pilates, yoga, manual therapy, electrotherapy, and infrared therapy, as well as premium dragon well tea, refreshments, herbal medicine, and acupuncture. Purchasing and renovating a manor and mass-producing the exercise equipment for treatment will take some time. During that period, our Shaolin Temple will also select and train disciples for the treatments. Mujin. Yes, Abbot. Besides electrotherapy and heat therapy, it seems necessary to educate those managing the free facilities on using the exercise equipment and close-range spear techniques. I will inform the External Affairs head, so teach the second-class disciples in the External Affairs Department and Chubadang what you know. Having assigned a new task to Mujin, Abbot Hyuncheon turned to Ryu Jiguang once more. How long do you think it will take to prepare all the treatment facilities and exercise equipment, Singdanju? I believe it will take about a month. That time frame should be sufficient for our preparations as well. Thus, the rough plan concluded with the clinic set to open after a month of preparation. From then on, the details were to be discussed whenever Ryu Jiguang visited Shaolin Temple for treatment, as agreed by Hyuncheon and Ryu Jiguang. Chubadangju, please escort the Sangdanju patron. Mujin, stay behind for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. After the meeting adjourned, Abbot Hyuncheon stopped Mujin. Naturally curious, Mujin remained in the head monk's room, while Ryu Jiguang left with Chubadangju Hyunmayon. For a while after they left, Hyuncheon simply looked at Mujin in silence. Then, he reached into his robe and handed Mujin a small box. What is this? It's a lesser restoration pill. Seeing Mujin's confused expression, Hyuncheon explained in a calm tone. This is a reward for your significant achievement this time. You must be very cautious while taking it to avoid any issues during its consumption. Hyuncheon's explanation caused Mujin's expression to change dramatically. He had never expected to receive the lesser restoration pill in such a manner, but Mujin was not one to refuse such an offer. Thank you, Abbot. Mujin quickly performed a ceremonial bow and accepted the box from Hyuncheon, who then made a curious expression. Whether Mujin is becoming more like the senior brother or the senior brother is becoming more like Mujin, I cannot tell. Amida Buddha. Unknowingly, a Buddhist exclamation slipped from Hyuncheon's mouth. When Mujin returned to Hyungwang's pavilion with a lesser restoration pill, Ryu Jiguang and Yunji had already left. Haha, you must have received a good gift. Hyungwang subtly asked Mujin, who returned with a happy smile. Yes, the abbot gave me a lesser restoration pill as a reward for my efforts, grandfather. Haha, truly a delightful gift. Mujin thought he heard something strange, but he decided it must have been a mishearing. Since I can assist you, how about taking it right now? I will. Mujin was very curious about the effects of the elixir. He sat down next to Hyungwang and assumed the lotus position. Listen carefully, Mujin. Absorbing the energy of an elixir differs from absorbing energy through your regular technique. What is the difference, grandfather? When you absorb energy through your technique, you take in the qi through your nose and mouth. However, the energy from the elixir travels through your esophagus to your stomach. Do you understand? Are you saying I should focus on the internal energy of the elixir within my body rather than the breathing itself? Precisely. Additionally, the energy you absorb from the elixir will be expelled through your breath as you exhale. However, if you become greedy or hold your breath to retain the escaping energy, you will fall into inner demons. You must abandon greed. I understand what you mean. Never hastily operate your technique to retain the elixir's energy that escapes through your breath. Unlike usual, Hyungwang gave an additional stern warning. Mujin repeated Hyungwang's words in his mind and took a deep breath. Then he took out the lesser restoration pill from the box and swallowed it. Indeed, as the pill crumbled against his teeth and mixed with his saliva, energy began to emanate from it. There is no need to rush, but there is no need to waste it either. Believing there was no need to chew the pill thoroughly, Mujin quickly swallowed it to prevent the energy from escaping his mouth. The crushed and chewed pill traveled down Mujin's esophagus toward his stomach, and thanks to the energy emanating from the pill, he could clearly sense its location within his body. Phew! Mujin focused on the energy emanating from the lesser restoration pill and operated his mind technique. Great vehicle mind technique. Dizung Simbeep. This was the third mind technique Mujin had started learning after the Buddha mind technique, Bul Gong, and the Prajna Heart technique, Banya Simbeep, which he began practicing after becoming a third-class disciple. It had already been 3 months since he started learning it, so Mujin had no issues operating the Great Vehicle Mind technique. While he wasn't yet at the level where he could perform active cultivation with it, like the Prajna Heart technique or the Buddha Mind technique, he could still utilize it effectively. As Mujin concentrated on the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill and operated the Great Vehicle Mind technique, the energy released from the pill began to flow through his meridians, guided by his will. According to the principles of the Great Vehicle Mind technique, the energy traveled around his meridians, eventually settling in his Danjian energy center, with the same hue as Mujin's internal energy. However, there was a problem. Damn, I underestimated this Lesser Restoration Pill. There's more energy than I thought. Even though it was smaller compared to the Great Restoration Pill, Mujin had only been practicing martial arts for a little over 2 years. Despite using the highly efficient Prajna Heart technique for breath control and having learned the Great Vehicle Mind technique, Mujin's internal energy amounted to only about 7 years' worth of cultivation. Yet, even after absorbing the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill twice using the Great Vehicle Mind technique, the energy released from the pill was still greater in quantity than his internal energy stored in the Danjian. So this is why he told me not to be greedy. To absorb all this energy without waste, he would need to hold his breath for at least half a shurchen. Alternatively, he would need to operate his internal energy technique at 10 times the current speed. Both options were effectively suicidal. Phew! With a deep exhale, Mujin allowed the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill to escape, but he cleared his mind. I'll only absorb what I can. With a clear mind, Mujin focused solely on the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill in his stomach and continued operating the Great Vehicle Mind technique. After some time had passed, the energy from the Lesser Restoration Pill in his stomach finally dissipated. Did I absorb about 30 to 40% of it? Even with that amount, the internal energy coiled in his Danjian felt like it had doubled. Naturally, despite clearing his mind, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for the lost energy. Just as Mujin was about to consolidate the energy he had gathered with the Great Vehicle Mind technique, amidst this regret, Hyunguang's sudden words reached his ears. Mujin, now you will absorb the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill dispersed in the air. Focus. Do not lose concentration. Although Mujin didn't fully understand what Hyunguang meant, he knew there must be a reason behind his words. Shifting his focus from absorbing the internal energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill, Mujin began absorbing the ambient qi as he usually did. I almost let out a gasp of astonishment. If Hyunguang hadn't warned me in advance, an accident would have occurred. Surprisingly, when Mujin began to absorb the external energy, the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill that had clearly flowed out with Mujin's breath was being drawn back into his nose and mouth. This was a miracle performed by Hyunguang. Hyunguang had enveloped the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill that had escaped through Mujin's breath with natural energy, preventing it from dispersing. In fact, when masters consume elixirs, they often perform similar techniques. To absorb even the energy of the elixir that escapes with their breath, they use a technique to bind the escaping energy with their own internal energy while absorbing the elixir's energy. However, it was impossible for Mujin, who had not yet reached that level, to perform such a technique while simultaneously absorbing the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill. Therefore, Hyunguang had taken on that role, continuously binding all the energy Mujin exhaled with his breath. And Hyunguang, distributing the energy in amounts that Mujin could absorb with each circulation of the small heavenly cycle, gradually blew the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill towards Mujin's nose and mouth. This was an extremely arduous task. Mujin's Danjian was not yet large enough to absorb a large amount of energy at once. So, little by little, how long had it been since Mujin started absorbing the energy of the Lesser Restoration Pill that Hyunguang was infusing? Flash! Mujin, having absorbed all the energy, opened his eyes with an intense glint. Upon absorbing all the internal energy from the lesser restoration pill with Hyungwang's help, Mujin's Danjian was densely filled with nearly 20 years' worth of internal energy. Mujin's internal energy increased to nearly 3 times what he originally had. With this level of internal energy, he could immediately set out into the martial world and proclaim, "I am a martial artist," and it would be credible. Though it wasn't enough to be considered a master, for his age, it was an incredible amount. However, as with everything in life, the situation wasn't entirely positive. Due to the sudden increase in internal energy, Mujin's Danjian was currently at full capacity, and he couldn't control his energy at all. The proof of this was the brightly shining light in Mujin's eyes. If you were to use martial arts in your current state, your body would break first. It seems I was too greedy. Mujin also vaguely understood his situation. Seeing this, Hyungwang smiled warmly and spoke. "Follow me, my boy. I'll take you to someone who can greatly help you." The place they arrived at with Hyungwang was one of Shaolin's pavilions. In the courtyard of that pavilion, Mugung was standing still in the initial stance of the Vajra fist technique. No, upon closer inspection, Mugung's body was moving very slowly. Mugung, practicing this mysterious, slow punching, saw Mujin entering the pavilion and exclaimed, "Oh, Gal." At the moment Mugung's concentration broke, a powerful lion's roar erupted from inside the pavilion. Eek! Mugung, making a sound unbefitting his size, took the initial stance of the Vajra fist again, seemingly startled by the roar. Shortly after, the owner of the powerful lion's roar opened the door and greeted Mujin and Hyungwang. "I greet senior brother Hyungwang." The man, reminiscent of one of the 4 heavenly kings with his robust physique and impression, was Haidam. Haidam glanced at Mujin's peculiar head with a slightly displeased expression and then spoke. "Have you come because of Mujin's condition?" As expected of Haidam, you recognized it immediately. Indeed, the expert Haidam had instantly discerned Mujin's condition. "May I proceed in my own way?" That's why we came to you." "Understood." Without adding unnecessary words, Haidam focused on the core issue and concluded the conversation. Then I leave him in your hands." Hyungwang also turned to Mujin, signaling he had nothing more to say. "Train with senior Uncle Haidam here, and learn to control your energy." "Yes, grandfather." Mujin responded energetically, and Hyungwang smiled kindly before leaving the pavilion. "What should I start with, Master Uncle Haidam?" Instead of answering with words, Haidam tilted his head slightly, indicating Mugung beside him. Mujin, catching on, walked to the spot Haidam's gaze pointed to and took his place. Instead of giving instructions, Haidam called his disciple. "Biabwai." "Yes, master." "Train him from the basics, just like Mugung." "Understood, master." Following Haidam's orders, Biabwai approached Mujin and began to speak. Assume the initial stance of the revolving fist technique. Following Biabwai's instructions, Mujin first took the initial stance of the revolving fist technique, the very first martial art he had learned. Now, perform the revolving fist technique sequentially, using the minimum amount of internal energy you can manage. The minimum amount of internal energy, Mujin focused his mind, facing the massive energy coiled in his Danjian. For Mujin, who had just over 2 years of martial arts training, the amount of internal energy he had was overwhelming. He began drawing a portion of this heavy internal energy and directed it into his meridians. Mujin initially intended to draw out a thread-like amount of internal energy, but what actually came out was something akin to a thick rope. Is this really the minimum I can manage right now? Accepting this, Mujin channeled the energy into his meridians and began performing the basic moves of the revolving fist technique. The revolving fist technique was the most basic martial art that didn't require any special secrets or tips. As Mujin sequentially performed the moves of the revolving fist technique, his Danjian, which had been steadily channeling internal energy into his meridians, suddenly started pouring out even more internal energy, as if a dam had burst. Gao! At that moment, a serene and majestic roar imbued with the spirit of the Buddha erupted. A sudden shout can usually startle a person, but Haidam's pure lion's roar actually calmed Mujin's mind. Stop your movements and gather your energy. Following Biabwai's instructions from the side, Mujin, regaining his concentration, calmed the rampaging energy. Phew! Only after he had finally managed to calm his energy did Mujin open his eyes. We will start again from the beginning. Use the minimum amount of internal energy. You must maintain a consistent amount of energy without any fluctuation. Each time you fail to control it perfectly, you will gather your energy and start over. Understood. Responding, Mujin began the basic moves of the revolving fist technique once more. Haidam's training method. It was training to cultivate an immovable mind. The martial arts Haidam had mastered dealt with extreme yang energy. This energy, due to its nature, often excited the practitioner. To freely handle such extreme yang energy, and to avoid making mistakes due to excitement or falling in a chi deviation, the most crucial aspect was cultivating an immovable mind. There were various training methods to cultivate such an immovable mind, but the current method Mujin was undergoing, maintaining a consistent amount of internal energy, had been devised specifically for Mujin. It was a training method that Haidam had come up with while practicing to perform the role of an infrared lamp. The training method had come full circle, with Mujin now using it. Life indeed worked in mysterious ways. The next day, through a day's worth of training, Mujin had managed to perform the revolving fist technique with a fairly consistent amount of internal energy. Is the next step to move on to the Xiao Hong Quan? Mujin, barely maintaining his focus, asked after completing the revolving fist technique. Biabwai shook his head. This time, you will train not only your internal energy, but also your form. In addition to what you've been doing, perform the moves of the revolving fist technique as slowly as possible at a consistent speed. At Biabwai's words, Mujin glanced over at Mugung. Next to him, Mugung was performing the Vajra fist technique at snail's pace. Since yesterday, I wondered what he was doing. It now became clear that Mugung had started from the revolving fist technique and worked his way up to the Vajra fist technique. Poor guy. Mujin and Mugung had become third-class disciples at the same time. This meant that Mugung had been repeating this training for over 4 months. Mujin knew that although Mugung looked like a bear, he was actually quite vain. Even if he didn't show it, Mugung was probably finding this training unbearable. Perhaps sensing Mujin's sympathetic gaze. What are you looking at, huh? Mugung, who was in the middle of the painfully slow Vajra fist, frowned and glared at Mujin. Gao! Once again, Haidam's lion's roar echoed through the courtyard. Eek! And once more, Mugung made a strange sound that didn't match his size. The bear startled by gunshots. Shaking his head, Mujin focused his mind and assumed the initial stance of the revolving fist technique. Move as slowly as possible, but make sure your movements are uninterrupted. Following Biabwai's instructions, Mujin began performing the revolving fist technique at a very slow pace, maintaining the same amount of internal energy. Twice, no, at least 3 times harder. As the speed of performing the revolving fist technique significantly decreased, the time to maintain the consistent amount of internal energy increased. Just moving slowly is not enough. Continuously think about the optimal path for your fist to extend. The same goes for the flow of your internal energy. Observe yourself constantly, but do not let yourself slip into a state of no mind and merely follow the flow. Biabwai continued to give warnings to Mujin, who was performing the revolving fist technique at a slow pace. Although a state of no mind is considered a great fortune for martial artists, for Mujin at this moment, it was poison. If he let his internal energy run wild when he couldn't even control it properly, he could end up falling into chi deviation. Mujin concentrated on each muscle fiber, each flow of internal energy through his meridians as he moved his body. The training was incredibly arduous. Wow! If Muyol had been training under Master Uncle Haidam, he would have gotten stress-induced alopecia within 5 days. Oh, but he's already bald, so maybe it wouldn't matter. Whenever his concentration waned, due to the monotony, Gal, Haidam's lion's roar would invariably ring out. It was an extremely static form of training. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It took Mujin 7 days and nights to complete his training with the revolving fist technique. By the 4th day, Mujin could perform the revolving fist technique continuously at the minimum speed, and for the next 3 days, he trained to control the amount of internal energy. He used the same amount of energy, but gradually increased that amount little by little. The day after finishing the revolving fist technique, Mujin started training with the Shaolin Quan, just as he had done as a novice. Shaolin Quan training proceeded in the same way as the revolving fist technique, but the difficulty was incomparable. Unlike the revolving fist technique, which only required the flow of internal energy, Shaolin Quan had unique flows according to its secrets. While he made mistakes due to a lapse in concentration with the revolving fist technique, Shaolin Quan proved challenging right from the first move. However, with grit and determination, Mujin, a personification of effort, pushed through the terribly static training. In just 10 days, he managed to complete his training with the Shaolin Quan. Of course, there were still 6 more martial arts to master, from the autumn wind leg to the 9 palace steps, Arhut palm, Guanyin hands, stone-crushing finger, and the Vajra fist. Yet, Mujin was not worried. During his Shaolin Quan training, he had adapted to maintaining the amount of internal energy according to its unique flow. Although each martial art had different secrets and flows, understanding the concept was key. Another 10 days passed. Mujin finally succeeded in performing all 6 remaining martial arts with the same internal energy and at the same slow pace. This didn't mean his training was over. Mujin's martial arts involved combining the secrets of various techniques and performing them simultaneously. But Mujin wasn't concerned. At least now, I can control the exact amount of internal energy I want. He could now handle the internal energy he gained from the Lesser Restoration pill freely. Combining various secrets simultaneously was something Mujin was already familiar with. He had honed this skill sufficiently with the help of High Geology, Hyuncheon, Haiguan, and Hyungwang. I shall take my leave now. Mujin, having completely mastered the energy from the Lesser Restoration pill and with his once brightly shining eyes now calm, spoke to Haidam in a serene tone. Haidam simply nodded without saying much. As Mujin turned to leave the pavilion, Biabwai, who had guided him through each training session, spoke to his master. Master, I now understand why Senior Uncle Hyungwang accepted Mujin as his grand disciple. Mujin had caught up with Mugung, who had started 4 months earlier in less than a month. Of course, Mujin's training focused more on cultivating an immovable mind rather than martial arts or combat skills. He had cultivated his mind, not increased his martial arts level. What surprised Biabwai was Mujin's concentration. The young Mugung still had impatience in his heart, often letting his mind get ahead of his body. In contrast, despite being a year younger than Mugung, Mujin rarely lost his focus. Sometimes, he seemed older than me, master. Even though Biabwai had only observed Mujin for about a month, he had already discerned Mujin's true nature. And then, in an uncharacteristic manner, Haidam spoke. What's with that hair? Recalling Mujin's hairstyle, Biabwai erased the hypothesis he had formed in his mind. A few days after Mujin had completely mastered the internal energy from the Lesser Restoration pill, the promised month finally passed. All preparations are complete, Abbot Bangjian. Haha. Then, I will send the disciples responsible for the treatment. Head of the Merchant Guild, please take care. The preparations for the business between Shaolin and the Qianryu Sangdan were completed. Mujin, along with the disciples assigned to handle the treatments, left the Shaolin Temple's mountain gate with Ryu Jiguang. It was the first time since entering the world of martial arts that Mujin descended from Mount Song. They had been descending Mount Song for quite some time, leaving the mountain gate behind. Oh, through the foliage, the small town of Dungbonghaian began to appear. It was a city filled with houses reminiscent of those seen in martial arts films. Am I finally stepping into the real martial world? Crossing mountains and encountering the green forest path, enjoying the arts at a guest house, then getting caught in a quarrel and rescuing a veiled beauty, dealing with the local thugs, whom he thought were just street punks, and then uncovering and handling their backers, gradually approaching the real mastermind. Into such a martial arts story. Haha, do you like it that much, Mujin? But such an event wasn't about to happen. Surrounding him were 10 Shaolin disciples, making such an encounter improbable. Upon arriving at Dongbang Haiyan, Ryu Jiguang led the Shaolin disciples to the manor prepared to open a clinic. To divide the facilities into two, we have purchased 2 nearby manors. Upon reaching the spacious manor, Ryu Jiguang provided a brief explanation. As he said, the clinic bearing the sign, Musculoskeletal Treatment Clinic, was composed of 2 manors. One was simply large and clean, while the other was extravagantly decorated with gold ornaments hanging from the entrance. The large, clean place was evidently a free facility, and the lavish place seemed to be a premium specialized treatment facility. We plan to conduct free treatments in the hall on the left. There's also a warehouse for storing medical tools next to it, and a resting area for you all has been prepared beside it. Additionally, during times without treatments, you can practice or offer prayers. In response to Ryu Jiguang's explanation, Haimin, the deputy head of Chubadang, who could be considered the field supervisor for this project, nodded in agreement. Mujin was fundamentally the one responsible for the treatments, but they couldn't leave all the work to him, who was still a novice monk and a third-class disciple. In fact, it was very rare for third-class disciples to leave the mountain gate at all. Most of the Shaolin disciples present here were second-class disciples, with Haimin, the deputy head of Chubadang, being the first-class disciple responsible. Mujin, a third-class disciple and treatment expert, was also with them. Since the proper treatments are scheduled to start tomorrow, for today, please check the facilities and equipment. I have business with the trading group, so Chief Officer Yang will assist with the guidance. Nice to meet you. I am Yang Jinpyong, the external chief officer of Qianryu Sangdan. After that, Ryu Jiguang returned to Qianryu Sangdan, and Mujin, along with the Shaolin disciples, toward the 2 facilities under Yang Jinpyong's guidance. Haha, there are so many tools. Starting today, we can properly use these tools. 5 second-class disciples, selected from the external affairs, and Chubadang chuckled cheerfully as they spoke. They were the ones who had learned about Pilates and close-range spear technique from Mujin over the past month in preparation for being dispatched here. However, the only Pilates equipment currently available at Shaolin was made for Hyungwang's treatment. Therefore, the second-class disciples observed Mujin and Biabjian as they treated Hyungwang, Yunji, and Ryu Jiguang. They learned the exercises through these observation sessions. Later, while Mujin was training with Haidam, they practiced the exercises they learned with Biabjian, mastering Pilates and close-range spear technique. As a result, the second-class disciples showed interest in the equipment available in large quantities at the free facility. Mujin, could you check my posture? While the second-class disciples were reviewing the use of the equipment with Mujin's help, a soft scraping sound was heard. A plump girl and a woman who looked like her attendant entered the room. When Mujin and the Shaolin disciples looked at them curiously, Chief Officer Yang approached the girl first and asked, "Young lady, what brings you here?" From that greeting alone, Mujin could deduce who the girl was. For Chief Officer Yang to address her as "young lady" meant she was the daughter of Sangdanju Ryu Jiguang. To Mujin's knowledge, Ryu Jiguang had only one youngest daughter. While the current Sangdanju Ryu Jiguang did not appear directly in the novel, his daughter did. The notorious and ruthless second-in-command of the Qianryu Sangdan, willing to do anything for profit, known as Golden Rakshasa, Ryu Seowa. And just before this ruthless villainess, with an uncharacteristically timid expression, could respond, her attendant stepped forward and answered for her. Chief Officer Yang, The young lady is the blood relative and only daughter of Sang Danju. As long as there is no order from Sang Danju prohibiting her, there is no place the young lady cannot go. The attendant, who had responded haughtily to Chief Officer Yang, turned back and spoke kindly to Ryu Seohwa. Young lady, you're the daughter of the Kion Ryu Sangdan, one of the top 5 trading groups in the world. There is no one in the world who could disregard you. Please be confident. Thank you, Sister Hong. I appreciate that you call me sister, but others might not view it favorably. Please be mindful, young lady. Listening to their conversation, Mu Jin's eyes gleamed. Sister Hong, there is only one person that Golden Rakshasa Ryu Seohwa would call Sister Hong. Hong So-hee, who was the most loyal and ruthless enforcer of Ryu Seohwa's commands. Naturally, a smile appeared on Mu Jin's face. Mu Jin had a specific reason for actively involving himself in the medical business. It was to approach Kion Ryu Sangdan and investigate its connection with the hidden mastermind. And now, Ryu Seohwa and Hong So-hee, unlike Ryu Jiguang, were characters who had appeared directly in the novel. If I can just get close to those two, it might make it easier to find a link to the hidden mastermind. The only problem was figuring out how to approach those two. While Mu Jin was contemplating this issue for a moment. Ho Hong, please feel free to call me So-hee, young lady. So-hee, could we leave now? Ryu Seohwa, feeling uncomfortable, spoke quietly to Hong So-hee. It seemed she felt uneasy with Mu Jin and the Shaolin disciples all looking at her. If the young lady feels uncomfortable, let's go back. Chief Officer Yang, we will be leaving now. In the end, so he spoke on her behalf and left the hall with Ryu Seohwa. It was a rather anticlimactic first encounter, considering they had met a villain from the novel. Meanwhile, as Mu Jin pondered how to approach Ryu Seohwa and Hong So, did you hear about it? If you say about it, how would I know what you mean? My friend. No, I mean that story. The monks of Shaolin are supposedly opening a clinic. What nonsense is that? Are the Shaolin monks here to make money? Responding as if it were absurd, the friend made a show of pounding his chest in frustration. My friend, they are Shaolin monks. Naturally, they said they would provide free treatment. Free of charge? I must go there immediately. Wait, my friend. Listen to the whole story. As the friend hastily tried to stand, the middle-aged man who was telling the story quickly grabbed his arm. The clinic opens tomorrow, and it's not an ordinary clinic. Not an ordinary clinic, you say? What was it, musculoskeletal? Musculoskeletal treatment clinic. It's not a place that treats things like internal diseases or colds. It treats muscles and bones. Muscles and bones? You mean like a bone-setting clinic? As the friend made a disappointed face, the middle-aged man added an explanation. They say it's not a bone-setting clinic. It's for things like backaches or legs, you know? It treats body aches. They must be doing acupuncture or moxibustion. Hearing the explanation, the friend nodded. Typically, when one had body aches or soreness, they would receive acupuncture or moxibustion. The effect was usually short-lived, lasting only a few days, so it was often considered a waste of money. However, if it was free, the story was different. Naturally, the middle-aged man began to take an interest in the clinic that Shaolin was opening, and such conversations were sporadically occurring in marketplaces and inns throughout Dongbonghaian. ****. The next morning, is it true that we can receive treatment from the Shaolin monks here? Some residents of Dongbonghaian, who had heard the rumors, visited the musculoskeletal treatment clinic. Yes, but the treatment area varies by date and time. Could you please tell us where you are experiencing pain? The people who came to the clinic looked puzzled at the mention of different treatment areas at different times. They had never heard of such a treatment system before. First, this morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., leg treatments are scheduled. In the afternoon from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., treatments for the pelvis and lower back will take place. Tomorrow, in the morning, treatments for the upper back will be conducted, and in the afternoon, it will be for the arms and shoulders. Please come according to the area of your pain. There is a schedule posted here. If anyone has trouble reading the notice, I can assist you. The confusion among the villagers was managed by those dispatched from Kyeonryu, Sangdan. They had guides and physicians at the entrance to diagnose and confirm the areas of pain for the visitors. Eventually, only those with issues in their leg muscles, knees, or ankles were allowed to enter the clinic. All right, for today, please take a seat comfortably. Welcoming those who entered the clinic were the monks dressed in Shaolin's characteristic red robes. Among them, the novice monk Mujin, who had just turned 14, greeted them at the forefront. Mujin, who was temporarily helping out since it wasn't yet time for the specialized treatment facilities appointments, led the way. Under Mujin's guidance, the Shaolin disciples began treating the patients who visited the clinic. Since it was the first day and the patients were mostly elderly, the treatments mainly involved using foam rollers to relieve muscle tension and exercises to stretch the muscles using close-range spear technique. As Mujin had anticipated, the bodies of the villagers, who had never properly stretched in their lives, were as stiff as wooden planks. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ugh, hi. Your muscles are tense. If you keep rolling your leg on the foam roller, your muscles and fascia will loosen. Mujin continued to explain as he moved around the treatment room, checking postures. For patients with more severe conditions who struggled with even basic movements, Mujin approached them directly to perform acupressure or manual therapy. Grandfather, hold on a moment. I'll massage this area a bit. Please don't overdo it. Grandmother, please stay for a while after the exercise. It seems your condition is quite serious, and you may need additional treatment. Master Uncle, this person needs heat therapy and thunder energy treatment on their thighs. Thus, Mujin, along with the second-class disciples assisting with the exercises and the physicians observing, proceeded with heat therapy and thunder energy treatment for a few severe patients. Thank you, little monk. It feels really refreshing. Haha. The elderly patients, who had initially been skeptical of the strange exercises, bowed their heads with warm smiles. Despite their initial doubts and the unexpected pain during the so-called treatment, their bodies felt significantly lighter after the half-hour-long session. It's nothing. It's our duty to help. Haha. I hope you recover soon. Ba. Mujin and all the Shaolin disciples beamed with satisfaction at the grateful smiles of the patients. Mujin, due to his past experiences, enjoyed helping the elderly with their ailments, and the Shaolin disciples found joy in the act of aiding others. That evening, rumors about the Shaolin monks providing free treatments at the clinic spread even more thoroughly throughout Dongbonghaian. Did you visit there today? Are you talking about the clinic run by the Shaolin monks? What else will I be talking about? I was busy with work today, so I couldn't go. Did you go? Oh, you must go. It's an amazing place. The old man, who exaggerated the treatment methods and effects by about 3 times, concluded with a clap. By the way, there's a young novice monk there. A novice monk? He's about 13 or 14. He has a good build from training, but his face is youthful, so he looks about that age. And guess what? Whenever he touches you, the pain just vanishes. Is that some sort of martial art from Shaolin? If that were the case, wouldn't the older monks be even better? When that novice monk touches you, it hurts a lot at first, but once he's done, the pain vanishes, leaving only a refreshing sensation. Oh, so he has miraculous hands. Absolutely. He must have been born with the hands of the Buddha. Among the commoners of Dongbonghaian, the young novice monk started being referred to as Buddha-handed novice. As Mujin continued his volunteer work at the free clinic, he realized it was almost time and stood up. Having enjoyed a pleasant time of treatment and service, it was now time to earn some money. The appointment time is approaching, so I should head to the professional facility. All right, I'll go with you. I'll join you as well. Following Mujin, Biob Gang and Biob Wine moved together. Biob Gang was a disciple of Hyun Gong, the head of the jurisdiction department, who succeeded the Thunder General. Because of this, he had been selected as a disciple responsible for electrotherapy at the clinic. Biob Y, who was the previous disciple of Haidam and the master of Mugong, was in charge of heat therapy. Since there was one more second-class disciple assisting with electrotherapy and heat therapy for the free clinic, There was no major issue with the two leaving. Thus, the three of them left the free clinic and moved to a high-end estate. After taking a short rest, the estate's door gently opened, and their first scheduled client arrived. Mu-jin, this is Lord and Hee-sung, the magistrate of Dongbong-hyen. The magistrate, a seventh-rank official, equivalent to a county magistrate or chief in Joseon, was the head of the county. To have the magistrate of Dongbong-hyen as their first client, the connections of the Kyeonryu Sangdon's leader were indeed impressive. Well, considering their scale, having a magistrate as a client is actually rather modest. There is a possibility that higher-ranking officials like the provincial military commanders or provincial governors might visit later. Nice to meet you. I am Mu-jin, a third-class disciple of Shaolin, and I will be in charge of your treatment. Mu-jin gave a respectful Shaolin bow, and then Hee-sung nodded with a stern expression as he accepted the greeting. TSK. To think I have to receive treatment from a mere third-class disciple. In truth, and Hee-sung had not come with high expectations for Mu-jin's treatment. He had only reluctantly come due to the recommendation of Ryu Ji-gwang, the owner of the Kyeonryu Sangdan. If it weren't for Ryu Ji-gwang's direct management of the clinic, he might have thrown a fit about being treated by a third-class disciple. Although Mu-jin sensed in Hee-sung's reluctance, his expression remained calm. He had already dealt with enough difficult clients in the modern world to be unfazed. For the treatment, I will start with an examination and acupressure. Could you please lie down here? The place Mu-jin pointed had a bed made of very luxurious fabric. Mu-jin gently applied acupressure to various parts of Hee-sung's body as he lay on the bed and spoke. It seems that the magistrate's pelvis and back are the most misaligned. As expected, having spent his youth studying for the civil service exams, he had issues similar to modern office workers. First, I will start with acupressure to relieve the tension in your muscles and alleviate the pain. It might hurt a little at first. If it hurts too much, please let me know. Go ahead. Hearing in Hee-sung's curt reply, Mu-jin gently pressed the iliopsoas muscle to release his twisted pelvis. Ugh, you rascal! And Hee-sung's eyes widened in response to the intense pain, and he sat up abruptly. However, Mu-jin knew that showing fear or embarrassment when confronted with anger could make him appear guilty, even if he had done nothing wrong. So, he remained calm and spoke in a composed tone. This is part of the process to release the muscle. If pressing lightly causes you such pain, it means the muscle is significantly tensed. I assure you on the names of Shaolin and Kyeonryu Sangdan. Please trust me. As Mu-jin invoked the names of Shaolin and Kyeonryu Sangdan, and Hee-sung frowned but eventually lay back down. If this treatment causes any issues, I will hold Ryu Ji-gwang, the head of the Sangdan, and Shaolin accountable. His words carried a tone of threat. Of course, Mu-jin was not the type to be intimidated by such threats. He continued the acupressure to appropriately relax the muscles. Initially, and Hee-sung had reacted with exaggerated pain, but as the acupressure session ended, he felt relief in the previously painful area and cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem! The relief embarrassed him, as he remembered his earlier exaggerated reaction. Afterward, just as he had done with Hyungwang, Mu-jin conducted simple manual therapy and close-range spear technique. If we only proceed with this treatment, the muscles will tense up again in the future. So, we will now start light exercises to maintain the corrected musculoskeletal alignment. He then began the Pilates session in earnest. Wow, as I saw yesterday, it's quite impressive. Mu-jin couldn't help but laugh to himself as he looked at the Pilates equipment. The splendor of the high-end treatment facility was not limited to its exterior. The interior was adorned with luxurious decorations, and even the Pilates equipment was vastly different from those in free facilities. Parts that should have been made of metal were entirely replaced with gold, and the screws and similar parts used to adjust angles or lengths were all adorned with jewels. Even the leather covering the equipment was entirely different in appearance and texture from the leather in free facilities. Although he couldn't identify the type of leather, it looked expensive to anyone who saw it. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to exercise without worrying about damaging the leather. As a former fitness center owner, the thought of how much it would cost to repair any damage to the leather came to mind first. Naturally, and Hee-sung, being used to such luxurious equipment, took it for granted. About half a SI gene later, they finished the exercises using the splendid equipment. Biob Gang and Biob Y continued with heat therapy and thunder energy therapy. And finally, Mu Jin and the physician provided consultations while enjoying luxurious Longjing tea and refreshments. Acupuncture and herbal decoctions were administered as the last steps. It was an extravagant treatment process that lasted an entire SI gene. As the treatments neared completion, even the usually stern-faced and Hee-sung broke into a satisfied smile. The next day, the musculoskeletal treatment clinic, where Shaolin disciples were performing free services, began to see a bustling crowd. Those who had initially visited out of curiosity started to spread the word about how refreshed they felt after their treatments, drawing more and more people to the clinic. Grateful for the free treatments, the villagers who had received help the previous day brought gifts in appreciation. Venerable monk, please have some of this while you work. This is medicinal herbs I picked myself early this morning. You're treating my mother, and I'm sorry this is all I can offer. One elderly woman brought rice balls she had made early in the morning, while a middle-aged man offered herbs he had personally gathered, thanking the monks for treating his mother. We are fine, benefactor. It is our joy to be able to offer help with our humble skills. Umitba. Despite the continuous refusals from Haimin to accept the gifts from Dungbong Haiyan villagers, he did so without showing any signs of annoyance. In fact, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Mu Jin was right. Living in the secular world did not make the villagers uneducated or shameless. Although they did not help with the martial arts they had dedicated their lives to, they were helping sentient beings as Buddhists. And the sentient beings were grateful. Haimin and the second-class disciples could clearly feel this. However, the happiness was limited to the Shaolin disciples. The guides from Kyeonryu Sangdan were having a hard time. Despite the large number of tools brought into the vast estate, only about 30 treatments could be conducted simultaneously. This was only when using relatively small tools like foam rollers or barrels. When using equipment like reformers, accommodating even 20 people was difficult. Yet, the number of visitors had exceeded 3 digits, meaning they had to limit the number of people on a first-come, first-served basis. My mother is in more discomfort than theirs. What kind of rule is this? We've been waiting here since early morning too. While the villagers were endlessly kind to the Shaolin disciples treating them, those who were turned away due to lack of capacity were irate with the guides, complaining about the unfairness. It was then that Mu Jin stepped in. Everyone, treatments are conducted 4 times a day. Also, our treatments are effective even if you receive them once every 3 days. Since our treatments are combined with exercises, getting treated too often can strain your body. Mu Jin, who had just turned 14, was now about 5 chiak and 8 chi tall, approximately 174 centimeters. His physique had become sturdy from exercise, but his face still retained a lot of baby fat. In other words, he was unmistakably a novice monk. Seeing a young boy suddenly appear and give them instructions, the villagers' attention naturally shifted to Mu Jin. Oh, isn't that the young monk everyone's talking about? Indeed, that young monk must be the Buddha-handed novice. Realizing Mu Jin's identity from the rumors they'd heard, the crowd started to follow his instructions diligently, eager to receive treatment from him. Starting today, we will record the date and name of everyone who enters. So please come back only once every 3 days. In the meantime, do the close-range spear technique exercises we've taught you in the morning and evening to help your recovery. Mu Jin took a position next to the guide, personally helping to admit people in the order they arrived and assisting with the record-keeping. Other Shaolin disciples who had been watching from the back joined Mu Jin, helping the patients to enter in an orderly manner and record their names. Keep a record of those entering. Cross-check with the records from the previous days, and if anyone comes consecutively, let us know so we can turn them away. Mujin's words were a godsend to the guides. There was one more person watching Mujin with a peculiar expression. He looks about my age. She was Ryu Seowa, the youngest daughter of Ryu Jiguang, the head of Qian Ryu Sangdan. Having visited the clinic briefly on the day Mujin descended the mountain, she had taken a break yesterday and returned today. She observed the scene from within the curtains of her palanquin, hiding her appearance. The next day, at the prefectural office of Dongbonghaian, and He Sung, the county magistrate, was handling his duties while gently pressing his pelvis, which had started aching again. He thought back to the treatment he received 2 days ago. As expected, it doesn't heal completely in 1 or 2 sessions. In truth, treatments from other clinics were the same. The pain returned after a few days, even with acupuncture and moxibustion. However, the Shaolin third class disciple who treated him had mentioned that the exercises were meant to maintain the corrected musculoskeletal alignment by building strength. Aside from that, the lavish reception and the unheard-of thunder energy and heat therapies sparked a desire to experience them again. Of all days, I have an appointment with Brother Kong today. What to do? Brother Kong, whom He Sung was thinking about, was Kong Jiwan, a local influential figure in Dongbonghaian. Despite being the magistrate, and He Sung was merely an official appointed by the emperor, holding the relatively low rank of 7th grade. Maintaining connections with local leaders was crucial. Torn between visiting the clinic and keeping his appointment, he soon had an idea. I'll just bring Brother Kong along. Finding a clear solution, and He Sung laughed heartily. The treatments were not the only draw. The luxurious facilities and excellent service surpassed those of any guest house. Given that the social gatherings with local elites usually left him with a stiff back and twisted pelvis, he decided it would be better to combine the treatment with the meeting. Having made his decision, and He Sung headed to the clinic with Kong Jaewon right after finishing his work. He noticed the clinic was far busier than it had been on his first visit. Entering the splendid facility with Kong Jaewon, they were greeted by Mujin. And He Sung asked Mujin, "Young monk, I understand that treatments here are quite expensive. How do all these people afford to come here?" Mujin briefly explained the free facility, contrasting it with the professional one. He mentioned that the free facility conducted treatments in groups and did not include individual acupressure or manual therapy, but focused on teaching exercises like the close-range spear technique and rehabilitation exercises, Pilates. This is all thanks to benefactors like yourself, magistrate. Because of patrons like you visiting our clinic, Shaolin is able to help those in need. Mujin concluded with a flattering remark, which made He Sung smile with satisfaction. As the magistrate, I should set an example by caring for the people of my county. Starting tomorrow, I will issue an order to send herbs and food to this place. Distribute them to the people using the free facility. And He Sung's decision wasn't out of pure benevolence. While Mujin's flattery did improve his mood, he was a moderately corrupt and ambitious local official. Since his position required him to demonstrate good governance, it was advantageous for him to show such generosity in a visible manner, especially in front of influential people like Kong Jaewon. Sensing in He Sung's intentions, Mujin responded with an appropriately gratifying reply. "We will make sure to inform the patients that magistrate and has provided the herbs and food." And He Sung and Kong Jaewon laughed heartily at Mujin's response. Watching their laughter, Mujin thought to himself, "I've just gained a regular. And not just any regular, but a powerful one in the region." Originally, the specialized treatment facility aimed to operate on a one-on-one reservation basis, but it could handle up to 2 patients at a time. As expected of the head of a large trade group, Sangdanju Ryu Jiguang was meticulous in his arrangements. He had prepared spare equipment in advance in case the high-end exercise machines broke down. Thanks to the people dispatched from Qianru, Singdan, Mujin was able to bring out the spare equipment from the warehouse and simultaneously proceed with the treatment and exercise of He Sung and Kong Jaewon. Kong Jaewon, who had been brought by He Sung, also left the clinic with a very satisfied expression after the treatment. More and more people will come to this specialized facility. Mujin had a feeling that his business had successfully flourished today as well. He had not anticipated that an Heesung would use the treatment facility for reception purposes. It might be better to prepare 2 sets of equipment and inform Sang Danju to prepare spare tools so that the facility can be used for reception as well. If the facility could be used for both treatment and reception, the income would increase, which Sang Danju Ryu Jiguang would certainly be pleased about. A few days later, as Mujin had anticipated, Sang Danju Ryu Jiguang gladly produced additional splendid equipment for the specialized facility. In the meantime, the peculiar nickname Buddha-handed novice became more widely known in Dungbong Haiyan, and the number of patients visiting Mujin increased. Buddha-handed novice. Grandmother, you could just call me Mujin. Buddha-handed novice is too much. Oh my, if you heal our bodies, you're a doctor. How can we address you so informally? Even a brief appearance outside the facility by Mujin caused quite a commotion, making him feel like a modern-day idol. No, perhaps more like a trot singer? Upon reflection, the fan demographic was considerably older. As if reading Mujin's thoughts, an elderly man next to him spoke up. Oh my, our young monk is kind-hearted, tall, and handsome. I wish he could meet my granddaughter. You old fool, what are you saying to the monk? Don't pay attention to him, young monk. Another elderly man who scolded the first man, then added with a benevolent smile. In exchange, I will introduce my granddaughter. The old man's words made all the middle-aged and elderly people in line burst into laughter. I wish they really would. Mujin only thought such things to himself. If it weren't for the senior brothers watching him from behind, he would have immediately asked for the introduction. Once I finish my work with Qianryu, Sangdan, and gain enough skills, I will escape right away. The closer Mujin got to secular life, the stronger his desire to escape from Shaolin became. Perhaps this was why Shaolin didn't send out its top 3 disciples into the world. In the end, Mujin, sensing the gazes of the senior brothers, pretended to be innocent and played along with the jokes. Haha, it would be wonderful if they could come. Learning rehabilitation exercises or close-range spear technique from a young age helps maintain a healthy body even in old age. However, even as he said this, Mujin knew that he was having less and less time to take care of those elderly people. Since an Heesung had brought Kong Juan and received excellent hospitality, the number of people seeking the high-end treatment facility had increased. As a result, Mujin had less time to care for the elderly at the free facility. Mujin, can you also teach us acupressure techniques and manual therapy? Naturally, Hai Min and the second-class disciples had no choice but to request this from Mujin. While Mujin was caring for patients at the high-end facility, he could clearly feel that the elderly at the free facility were all looking for him, even if they didn't say it outright. The Shaolin disciples had come to relieve the suffering of the masses, and having tasted the gratitude of those they treated, they wanted to learn proper treatment methods. In truth, the period the second-class disciples had spent learning Pilates or close-range spear technique from Mujin was only about a month, so they had only mastered the most basic movements. They had no time to learn acupressure or manual therapy. Moreover, since the clinic had just opened, they could manage with basic movements for now, but eventually they would need to learn more complex and varied techniques. Yes. Additionally, I will also teach you some more ways to use the rehabilitation equipment. Ultimately, Mujin agreed to teach the second-class disciples during lunch breaks, early mornings, or evenings when both the free and high-end facilities were closed. In addition to this, there was one more thing that was bothering Mujin. They came back after a long time. Ryu Seohwa and Hong So-hee, whom he had been too busy to notice while setting up the clinic, had come to the clinic once again. For some unknown reason, Ryu Seohwa was glancing around the treatment facility and occasionally looking at Mujin and the Shaolin disciples. Watching Ryu Seohwa's behavior, a certain question naturally arose in Mujin's mind. She's so different from the character in the novel. In the second part of the novel Legend of the Evil Emperor, the future Qianryu Sangdan was depicted as a corrupt organization. The 2 main secret businesses of the corrupt Qianryu Sangdan were drug trafficking and human trafficking. Among them, gold demonic flower Ryu Seolwa was heavily involved in the human trafficking operations. But that shy-looking adolescent girl was supposed to become that vicious woman in the future? Well, even Mujeong became a blood successor, so it's not impossible. Having already encountered a similar case, his preconceptions seem to diminish a bit. If she's like Mujeong, does she have hidden madness beneath her shy exterior? Or is her personality twisted due to her appearance? In the novel, Ryu Seolwa was described as enormously obese. Her body was so massive that she couldn't move by herself, with folds of fat on her arms and legs, not just her abdomen. The ornate rings on all 8 fingers, excluding her thumbs, were buried so deep in fat that they couldn't be removed. Perhaps because of her inferiority complex about her appearance, she was involved in the human trafficking business, directing her subordinates to kidnap, imprison, and sell slender and beautiful women to the red light district. She was also a sadistic murderer who enjoyed torturing and killing one of the women from time to time. Hong So-hee, who stood over there, used to torture and kill the women in front of Ryu Seolwa because she couldn't move due to her extreme obesity. But she's not that bad right now. Though still obese, she wasn't so fat that she couldn't walk or had layers of fat on her limbs. On closer inspection, she seems worth scratching off the ticket. Mujin, who had observed her twice on the first day and today, had his professional instincts as a former trainer kick in. In his 10 years as a trainer, he had helped over 100 members, both men and women, lose weight. People often referred to obese individuals as unscratched lottery tickets, and thanks to his experience, Mujin had the ability to estimate their potential even before scratching. She has pretty big eyes. Her buried nose, sagging cheeks, and skin clogged with fat for not taking care of herself are the problems. Her nose looks buried because of the fat, but might be quite prominent if she loses weight. The overall facial contour, including the jawline, could only be assessed after losing weight, but Mujin had a hunch that her features could make her quite beautiful if she slimmed down. TSK. Her appearance isn't important right now. She was certainly a future villain, but for now, he couldn't tell if she was involved with the dark schemes. It's suspicious based on the circumstances, but while Mujin was pondering, a small voice escaped from Ryu Seolwa's mouth. Soe, I think we should leave now. Yes, miss. Answering Ryu Seolwa, Hong So-hee stepped forward and bid farewell to Mujin and the Shaolin disciples. We will take our leave now. On behalf of the Kion Ryu Sangdan, I would like to thank you for providing the treatment. Ryu Seolwa didn't seem to mention anything like that, as Mujin made a bewildered face. Having fully absorbed the lesser restoration pill and with his senses heightened, Hong So-hee and Ryu Seolwa left the clinic. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That evening, Mujin sat alone, deep in thought. Why were Ryu Seolwa and Hong So-hee occasionally visiting the clinic? As the daughter of the trade group's head, she could be visiting out of curiosity. However, Mujin knew what they would become in the future. Moreover, this clinic was a joint venture between Shaolin and Kion Ryu Sangdan. Although Shaolin's primary goal was to help the masses, from an outsider's perspective, it could appear that Shaolin and Kion Ryu Sangdan had teamed up. If Mujin were part of the shadowy conspiracy, he would certainly want to investigate such a clinic. In this situation, a future villain had suddenly appeared at the clinic that hadn't even officially opened yet. It was only natural to feel that they were there to gather information. Should I poke around a bit? How could he probe without causing trouble, even if they weren't part of the conspiracy? He pondered for a moment. An idea came to Mujin, and he immediately grabbed a brush, paper, and ink. After grinding the ink, Mujin dipped the brush and began writing on the letter. This doesn't seem right. Reading the words he had written with the brush, Mujin felt something was off and crumpled the paper, throwing it away. He took out a new sheet of paper and started writing again. Recalling the contents he had read back in high school when he was deeply engrossed in the second part of the novel legend of the Evil Emperor. Even though it had been 20 years, Mujin kept drawing out those memories and continued scribbling on the paper. How much paper did he crumple and throw away as he wrote? Finally, lifting the last letter he had written, Mujin began examining each character meticulously, as if reviewing an exam paper. Good. Nodding, Mujin felt satisfied with the final result. A few days later, Hong So-hee and Ryu Seohwa visited the clinic once again. Mujin and the Shaolin disciples greeted them briefly and stepped outside the clinic. Although it was break time for treatments, patients were still lining up at the clinic entrance even during these hours. After observing for a moment, Hong So-hee and Ryu Seohwa whispered something to each other and followed the Shaolin disciples. "Grandmother, did you come today as well? Today isn't even a treatment day, is it?" "Oh, Buddha-handed novice. Don't worry. I didn't register. I just hoped I might see our Buddha-handed novice today." Mujin skillfully conversed with the elderly men and women and provided acupressure to some who seemed to be in discomfort. Due to Mujin's occasional help during the clinic's break times, the nickname Buddha-handed novice became more and more well-known. Of course, Mujin didn't do this to enhance his reputation. He simply couldn't leave the elderly, lined up in pain at the entrance, unattended. Ryu Seohwa, watching the scene from a distance out of shyness, had a somewhat dazed look in her eyes. At that moment, Mujin, while treating the elderly, suddenly called out to Hong So-hee. "Hong So-hee, benefactor, we are short on hands. Could you please lend a hand?" With a conflicted expression, Hong So-hee bowed her head towards Ryu Seohwa, saying, "I'll be right back, miss," and moved towards Mujin. While Hong So-hee assisted Mujin by supporting the elderly, a boy approached Ryu Seohwa. "Sister." The boy was the grandson of one of the grandmothers who was currently praising Mujin as the Buddha-handed novice. Both of his parents worked from morning till late afternoon, so he often spent time here with his grandmother. As Ryu Seohwa looked at him with a puzzled expression, the boy took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to her. Naturally, Ryu Seohwa couldn't understand the situation. Feeling curious, she took the letter from him. After reading a few lines of the letter, her face turned bright red like a ripe persimmon. "Walking along the road, I saw a small flower. Seeing the blooming flower, I realized spring has arrived. The spring breeze warmly stirs my heart's forest." The letter in her hand contained words that, to anyone, would seem like a love letter. "Didi, do you know who gave you this letter?" When Ryu Seohwa asked with a flushed face, the child shook his head with a bright smile. "I couldn't see because they had their face covered." "You don't know who it was?" "He. Yes." Ryu Seohwa sighed in disappointment at the child's answer and added one more question. "Did you happen to read what was written in the letter?" "I don't know how to read." At the child's innocent response, Ryu Seohwa showed a regretful expression, and the child added one more thing. "Oh, the person who gave me the letter said that sister should read it alone." "Yes, that would be proper." Replying thus, Ryu Seohwa hurriedly folded the letter and tucked it into her sleeve. It was too embarrassing to show such a love letter to anyone else. A moment later, Hong So-hee, who had gone out to help Mujin, returned to her side. So, do you think it's okay to head back now?" Struggling to speak with a reddened face, Ryu Seohwa was met with a brief stern look from Hong So-hee. "Yes, let's do that." Only after a few seconds had passed did Hong So-hee's words of permission come out. That evening, back at her pavilion in the Kyeon-ryu Sangdan, Ryu Seohwa looked at Hong So-hee with slightly nervous eyes. Despite being in a mistress and maid relationship. Sorry, Hong So. I'm fine." When Ryu Seohwa apologized in a melancholic tone, Hong So-hee responded in a monotone voice. After accepting Ryu Seohwa's apology with indifference, Hong So-hee added more. "But continually putting off your tasks is not good for you. But this was something you suggested, Hong So." "My lady." The maid Hong So-hee cut her off abruptly. "I merely suggested an idea. I said that if you actively helped with the new business that the Sangdanja Lord started, he would surely be pleased. But the decision is entirely yours, my lady." Okay." As Ryu Seohwa nodded with a disheartened face, Hong So-hee added with a gentle smile. "This practice must begin between you and me. If the Sangdanju Lord asks whose idea it was, and you mistakenly say it was mine, the Lord will be disappointed. Those in high positions should take credit even for the suggestions of their subordinates." Hong So-hee's words seemed reasonable, and Ryu Seolwa nodded slightly. Although things had changed a bit recently, her father, Ryu Jigwang, was a Sangdanju obsessed with work and a cold man who believed in the supremacy of ability. As Hong So-hee said, if she acted according to her maid's words and succeeded, her father would indeed be disappointed. While she was organizing her thoughts, Hong So-hee spoke again. Next time, you must endure a little longer. You are the young lady of the Kyeonryu Sangdan, one of the 5 great merchant groups in the world. You don't need to be mindful of anyone, not even the Shaolin. But Ryu Seolwa tried to say something, but upon seeing Hong So-hee's stern expression, she lowered her head. After watching her for a moment, Hong So-hee approached and gently stroked her head. This is necessary for you to gain the recognition of the Sangdanju Lord. Please hold on a little longer. Okay. Ryu Seolwa responded resolutely to Hong So-hee's advice in her own way. Ryu Seolwa was terrified of Hong So-hee leaving her, just like those who had been with her before. Why, yeah, I need to do well. I can't lose Hong, so like the previous maids and nannies. Her mother had died giving birth to her, and her father was a Sangdanju obsessed with work. It was her nanny, who had raised her since childhood, who took care of Ryu Seolwa, who had been neglected without the touch of her mother or father. But on the day Ryu Seolwa turned 5, Ryu Jigwang replaced her nanny. He had heard rumors among the household staff that Ryu Seolwa was too dependent on her nanny. Since then, her nannies and maids were regularly replaced every 3 or 4 years. After witnessing several people she depended on being driven away by her father, Ryu Seolwa locked her heart away. However, Hong So-hee had successfully broken down her barriers with active effort. The problem was Hong So-hee had already been in charge of her for about a year and a half. Within the next year and a half, or at most 3 years, she was destined to be replaced. That's why Ryu Seolwa followed Hong So-hee's words and tried to gain her father's approval. If she gained his approval, then Hong So-hee wouldn't be driven away. While briefly enjoying the touch of Hong So-hee, her father, mother, and teacher, a thought suddenly struck Ryu Seolwa. She asked in a hesitant voice, "H. Hong So, what do you think if a man who likes me appears?" Thinking of the letter she had received earlier, she asked with a flushed face. But Hong So-hee's face remained cold. Surely, he would be approaching you for your wealth and status. All right. As Ryu Seolwa lowered her head in disappointment at her stern words, Hong So-hee added, "But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Are really? Men are simple creatures who fall in love with a woman's face and body. So, if he approaches you, it means he isn't concerned with those things." It was a blatant remark. It implied no man would approach her based on her looks. In other words, he would be a calculating man rather than a foolish wolf who only looks at appearances. And for someone who must lead the Sangdan, such a man might be more suitable. As Ryu Seolwa lowered her head at the blunt statement, Hong So-hee added another remark. "But not all men are like that. My lady, there will be men who will approach you for your inner self." "For my inner self?" "Yes. However, unlike appearances or wealth, to see your inner self requires spending a long time together. Like me. So, my lady, you must develop the ability to discern whether a man approaches you for your abilities or for your inner self, like I do." With that, Hong So-hee hugged Ryu Seolwa affectionately. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hong So-hee, who had comforted Ryu Seolwa, stepped out of the pavilion shortly after. Inwardly, she mocked the foolish Ryu Seolwa. Does she really think a man would truly love her? Of course, it was also her doing that had led to Ryu Seolwa gaining so much weight. Growing up as the daughter of the Kyeonryu Sangdan, receiving both expectations and criticism from all around, she had been fed sweet treats consistently over the past year and a half. Raised as a rich girl, she's really easy to manipulate. Hong So-hee was originally nothing more than a low-ranking spy. For what she could remember, since about the age of 4 or 5, she had been trained as a spy in an unknown location. It might seem like a complex and difficult education for children, but the reality was far more brutal. Children who couldn't keep up with the training were severely punished, and those who still couldn't catch up after being punished lost their lives. Those who had to witness their peers being killed or abused regularly were stripped of their childhood. So he also grew up as a spy in such an environment, and around the age of 10, she was given her first mission. She was to infiltrate the Kyeonryu Sangdan disguised as a maid and gather minor information. It was a trivial mission suited for a low-ranking spy. Conversely, this meant that the security of the Kyeonryu Sangdan was extremely tight. Unless one had served the Sangdan for over a decade, it was impossible to obtain crucial information. Thus, for about 10 years, Hong So-hee performed menial tasks while serving as a maid. Whether it was luck or the heavens favoring her, she was surprisingly assigned to assist Ryu Seolwa. Hong So-hee saw this as an opportunity. She decided to use Ryu Seolwa. Therefore, she did her best to win Ryu Seolwa's heart. After over a year of effort, she established herself as Ryu Seolwa's close aide. In fact, she had reached a point where she could manipulate Ryu Seolwa with just a word. And recently, another opportunity had presented itself to her. The business between Shaolin and Kyeonryu Sangdan. If I can extract as much information as possible about that clinic, my position will surely rise. Shaolin, which had always maintained a high and mighty stance on the mountain, had suddenly partnered with the Kyeonryu Sangdan. Although no information was provided to a low-ranking spy like her, she could instinctively tell. This matter would certainly interfere with the grand scheme of the organization she belonged to. As she pondered these thoughts, she found herself arriving at her destination. When she entered the pavilion, an old man addressed her in a stern tone. "You're late today. There was some work." Hong So-hee handed over a letter written in their code. "Is this about that place?" "Yes." After briefly answering, Hong So-hee bowed her head and tried to leave the pavilion. Staying too long at such a late hour could arouse unnecessary suspicion. However, as she was about to leave, the old man spoke to her. "Aren't you being too greedy lately? I'm only doing it for the sake of the grand scheme." They exchanged a brief, intense gaze. "Go on, then." At the old man's words, Hong So-hee bowed her head and left the room. But as she bowed her head, she suppressed her anger inwardly. Oomph. The old man must be afraid of losing his position. Hong So-hee thought the old man was jealous of her. He was issuing a warning over the simple task of deceiving a foolish monk from the mountain and the naive Ryu Seolwa. Meanwhile, at that time, in an abandoned house on the outskirts of Dongbong-hyen. There, Mu-jin hid, completely covered in black attire, concealing his body and face. So it's not Ryu Seolwa. She hadn't reacted to the bait he had thrown. That meant she likely hadn't yet made contact with the mastermind. Then, is it Hong So-hee's turn? Muttering to himself, Mu-jin began to write another letter. A few days later, Ryu Seolwa and Hong So-hee visited the clinic again. For some reason, despite sweating profusely, Ryu Seolwa stayed at the clinic for quite a long time, longer than the previous visit. "Shall we go out together this time?" Due to overlapping treatment times, Mu-jin, who had not been able to have a proper conversation with them, headed to the clinic entrance after finishing his treatment. At the clinic entrance, as usual, the elderly folks warmly welcomed Mu-jin, calling him the Buddha-handed novice. Mu-jin approached them, gave some massages, and taught them a few simple exercises. He subtly called Ryu Seolwa over as well. "Would you like to join us today, Seolwa benefactor?" Ryu Seolwa hesitated for a moment and looked to the side. When Hong So-hee nodded, she approached Mu-jin. As Hong So-hee watched the two with a sharp gaze. Pretty sister, a different child than last time, one who frequented the clinic daily with his grandfather, approached her. The child tactfully used his body to block the view of others as he handed Hong So-hee a letter. Hong So-hee coolly accepted the letter. She read the contents of the letter for a moment. She quickly hid the letter in her sleeve, struggling to conceal her surprised expression. That evening, Hong So-hee soothed and comforted Ryu Seolwa before cautiously sneaking out of the Kyeonryu Sangdan. Fortunately, it was still a time when many people were coming and going at the Kyeonryu Sangdan. As long as she didn't do anything conspicuous, there wouldn't be any problems with leaving and coming back to the Sangdan. I can't believe the opportunity came sooner than expected. She had to work hard to suppress the ecstatic expression threatening to break out on her face. Whenever she recalled the contents of the letter she received from the beggar boy during the day, the corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched upwards. The letter's contents were unmistakably a love letter. But for some reason, she was heading to a place not mentioned in the love letter. It's my chance to put that old man under my feet. The letter, disguised as a love letter, was actually written in the code system used by the organization she belonged to. And after deciphering the code, it revealed that the sender wanted to contact her directly about matters concerning the Shaolin and the Kyeonryu Sangdan. By using that code to summon her separately, it implied that the sender held a higher rank than the old man who was her current superior. Suppressing the excitement swelling in her chest, she arrived at an abandoned house on the outskirts of Dongbonghyun. And as if waiting for her, a man dressed in black, with his face covered, stood up calmly as she approached the house. The man with the covered face was none other than Mujin. As expected, this confirmed that Hong So-hee was indeed a pawn connected to the mastermind. Mujin had experience reading the code system used by the mastermind spies from his past, through the novel legend of the evil emperor. Although it was a memory from 20 years ago, the code system had stayed in his mind from his school days when he had deciphered it and played various pranks. To recall that old memory after a long time, and to compose the letter disguised as a love letter, he had written and discarded dozens of letters. It was a gamble, but I didn't expect her to take the bait so easily. Even if the target didn't fall for it, the love letter disguise would prevent any repercussions. Sending a love letter to a woman was nothing unusual. To avoid trouble in Shaolin for writing a love letter as a novice monk, and to avoid Hong So-hee's suspicion, he had discreetly bribed the grandsons of his clinic's regular elderly patients with sweets to deliver the letter. As he approached the bait who had fallen for his trap, Mujin spoke in a forced, deep voice. "What have you done with Ryu Seolwa?" In response to the man in black's question, Hong So-hee answered in a calm tone. "She is resting at the Sangdan's quarters. To avoid suspicion from the Sangdan, I should return early. Please instruct me on what I need to do next. Continue as you have been. Stay by Ryu Seolwa's side and uncover information about the Kyeonryu, Sangdan, and Shaolin." With that, Mujin extended his hand towards Hong So-hee. Mujin was only 14 years old, but his palms, hardened from the past 2.5 years of weight training, resembled those of a seasoned martial artist. Hong So-hee took a letter out of her sleeve. It was a sort of report she had written, summarizing what she had seen and heard while following Ryu Seolwa and Mujin that day. However, instead of handing over the letter immediately, she spoke, testing her opponent. "It's not easy for me to come out like this every time, being tied up with Ryu Seolwa. Tell me how we will meet in the future. I will enter the Kyeonryu Sangdan soon. At that time, we will contact each other inside the Sangdan. I will send you a message." In response to Mujin's reply, Hong So-hee handed him the letter she was holding. As soon as Mujin grabbed the letter she offered, he suddenly extended his left hand to attack her. "What the?" It was only then that Hong So-hee realized something was wrong and urgently swung both her hands. Thinking that they were trying to dispose of her because she had outlived her usefulness, she used the martial arts she had learned during her spy training to survive. Clang! A noise like clashing iron resounded as Mujin's left palm collided with Hong So-hee's hands. At that moment, a question flashed through Hong So-hee's mind. For someone who came to eliminate her, their martial arts weren't that strong. However, survival took precedence over resolving that doubt. She lifted his left palm with both hands, then plunged forward, aiming her right hand nails at his chest. Thud! But to her surprise, her right hand tore through the man's black clothes, and her nails touched his bare skin, but they failed to pierce his chest. Before she could fully grasp the situation, the man in black's knee rose and struck Hong So-hee's abdomen precisely as she lunged forward. Ugh! In the intense pain that felt like her internal organs were being battered, she couldn't even let out a proper groan. While she was bent over, the man in black swung his left hand at the back of her neck. As her consciousness faded from the blow to her nape, the last thing she saw was orange. Peeking through the torn black clothes by her nails, she glimpsed an orange robe. Thud. Right after Hong, So-hee collapsed to the ground. Mu-jin confirmed she was truly unconscious, then took off his black clothes. TSK. That really hurt. His chest, struck by her left hand, had not only torn the black clothes but also the robe beneath. Not to mention, his skin was slightly torn as well. If he hadn't mastered Iron Skin, he would have been seriously injured. It was because she wasn't a master skilled enough to emit chi through her hands that he survived. Of course, his bold decision was made knowing she wasn't at that level. In Legend of the Evil Emperor, Hong So-hee only used Ryu Seolhwa's influence to her advantage. She had learned martial arts, but she hadn't reached the level of being called a master. Therefore, Mu-jin had anticipated that she might have learned martial arts after aligning herself with the mastermind. And once he was certain she was connected to the mastermind, he calculated that she would have learned martial arts and acted accordingly. Thanks to that bold decision, he could finish things quickly before she could cause any unnecessary commotion, escape, or commit suicide. In addition, there was one more reason he had deliberately taken a hit. I need to wrap this up before she wakes up. Mu-jin began cleaning up the scene. He opened her mouth to check inside. This was to prevent her from biting a poison pill to commit suicide, a common occurrence in martial arts stories. After thoroughly binding the unconscious Hong So-hee, he burned the black clothes he had been wearing at a location a little distance away from the abandoned house. Having completed the cleanup to some extent, Mu-jin shouldered the still unconscious and bound Hong So-hee and confidently headed somewhere. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Early evening. The streets of Dongbong-hyeon. As always, the people busily went about their lives, but now they found themselves face to face with Mu-jin, who had become a well-known figure in Dongbong-hyeon. Lord Buddhahan Novice, where are you going at this hour? And who is that woman on your shoulder? Naturally, they also noticed the woman slung over his shoulder. It's nothing to worry about. Ha ha. I have some business with the Kyeonryu Sangdan. Mu-jin responded casually to the villagers of Dongbong-hyeon and then approached the gates of the Kyeonryu Sangdan. The gatekeepers of the Kyeonryu Sangdan, seeing him approach, wore similarly bewildered expressions. Novice Mu-jin, that woman looks suspiciously like Lady Ryu Seolhwa's maidservant. Yes, she's indeed Lady Seolhwa's maidservant. Please inform Miss Sangdanju that I have brought back a spy who is leaking information about the Kyeonryu Sangdan and the Shaolin. With those words, the Kyeonryu Sangdan was thrown into chaos. One of the gatekeepers hurriedly ran inside to relay Mu-jin's message, and it wasn't long before Chief Officer Yang came rushing out to escort Mu-jin inside. When Mu-jin arrived, he was greeted by a gathering of the Kyeonryu Sangdan's key figures, led by Sangdanju Ryu Jigwang. Novice Mu-jin. Yes, Sangdanju. This woman has served our Sangdan for over 10 years as Lady Seolhwa's maidservant. Can you prove your claim that she is a spy? Unlike his usual amiable demeanor towards Mu-jin, Ryu Jigwang's tone was stern. Setting aside that she was his daughter's maidservant, she had worked at the Kyeonryu Sangdan for over 10 years. The claim that she was a spy was not something to be taken lightly. The expressions of the key figures standing behind Ryu Jigwang varied. They watched silently, unable to intervene. Some seemed to believe that a third-class disciple of Shaolin was causing trouble within their Sangdan. Before Mu-jin could respond to Ryu Jigwang's question, a commotion was heard from behind, and someone approached Ryu Jigwang, whispering something in his ear. Let them in. At Ryu Jigwang's command, a group of Shaolin disciples appeared behind Mu-jin. Mu-jin, what is going on here? Why are you here with Lady Seolhwa's maidservant on your shoulder? The news of Mu-jin boldly carrying the woman through Dongbong-hyeon to the Kyeonryu Sangdan had also reached the Shaolin disciples at the clinic. Realizing that the stage was fully set, Mu-jin began to speak calmly. Just a while ago, after finishing my duties at the clinic, I was walking through the streets of Dongbong-hyeon. It was then that I happened to see this woman, Lady Seolhwa's maidservant, walking alone. It struck me as odd. Why was Lady Seolwa's maidservant moving about on her own, without Lady Seolwa? Are you claiming she is a spy based solely on that? Ryu Ji-gwang asked incredulously, and Mu-jin shook his head as he continued his explanation. So, I followed her in secret. She entered an abandoned house on the outskirts of the village and met with a man who was dressed in black, hiding his face and body. They were discussing matters related to the business conducted jointly by the Shaolin and Kyeonryu Sangdan. As soon as Mu-jin finished his explanation, various reactions erupted from both the Kyeonryu Sangdan and the Shaolin disciples. How are we supposed to believe that? Sangdanju, that Mu-jin must be up to some trickery. Naturally, most of the reactions from the Sangdan were highly negative. Are you doubting a disciple of the Shaolin right now? On the other hand, the Shaolin disciples, though uncertain, sided with Mu-jin. At that moment, Ryu Ji-gwang, the head of the Kyeonryu Sangdan, spoke up. Everyone be quiet. Indeed, the owner of one of the 5 great merchant groups was different. Despite the lack of any internal energy in his voice, he instantly silenced the crowd. Novice Mu-jin, your testimony alone is not enough to prove that this maidservant is a spy. Calming everyone down, he spoke as if exercising his last bit of patience. Are you saying you need evidence? Yes. At Ryu Ji-gwang's words, Mu-jin smiled inwardly. Tail chasing 4. Upon hearing Ryu Ji-gwang's question, she realized something was wrong and began looking around. She saw the wound on the chest of the novice monk Mu-jin standing next to her and grasped the general situation. This is a trap, Sangdanjanim. That novice monk Mu-jin summoned me and suddenly attacked me. At her cry, the eyes of everyone turned back to Mu-jin. Why would I summon Yosajanim there? How would I know that? From Hong So-hee's perspective, it was truly incomprehensible. Above all, how on earth did that novice monk Mu-jin know the code system they used? And more than that, Sangdanjanim, how did Yosajanim learn such a vicious martial art? Did you know that Yosajanim was practicing martial arts? Ignoring her, Mu-jin asked Ryu Ji-gwang, who raised his eyebrows. Ryu Ji-gwang couldn't recall receiving a report on such a fact. At that moment, Chief Officer Jium, who was comparing the letters, opened his mouth. Sangdanjanim, after comparing the handwriting, it is certain that this letter was written by that servant. How dare she try to leak Sangdan's information? We must lock her up immediately and make her confess everyone involved. As soon as Chief Officer Jium finished speaking, cries supporting Mu-jin's opinion erupted from all sides. However, Chief Officer Jium ignored them and added one more thing. But the contents of the letter are strange, Sangdanjanim. The letter she wrote doesn't contain any information about our Sangdan or Shaolin. It only contains mundane, everyday greetings. At Chief Officer Jium's question, some people once again cast suspicious glances at Mu-jin. But in response to such reactions, Mu-jin snorted. What spy would write down information as it is? Of course, it would be written in code, wouldn't it? Mu-jin didn't bother to mention the code-breaking methods. Doing so would be a suspicious act and could provoke the hidden forces. And more than that, why on earth would Seolwa Siju's servant leave the Sangdan alone at that time to deliver such a mundane letter? Instead, Mu-jin presented the circumstantial evidence once again. Indeed, with that reasonable logic, everyone stopped suspecting Mu-jin. And finally, Ryu Ji-gwang, who had been silent, seemed to have made a decision and spoke calmly. Novice monk Mu-jin. Yes, Sangdanjanim. I understand that this might be an impertinent request, but could you hand over the woman you have captured to our Sangdan? Since this matter concerns our Sangdan, we would like to handle it ourselves. Although it was expressed indirectly, it was clear they intended to torture her to expose the spies. And this was exactly what Mu-jin desired. Mu-jin's purpose in capturing Hong So-hee and bringing her to Kyeonryu Sangdan to create this commotion was precisely that. For Mu-jin to personally torture her for information would have been a terrible move. Mu-jin couldn't afford the time to invest in torture, as he couldn't be away from the clinic for long periods. Moreover, the master uncles or their disciples would never allow her to be tortured. On top of that, If it were discovered that he had kidnapped, imprisoned, and threatened her without notifying Ryu Sangdan, it would cause multiple problems. I wonder how they will handle this. Additionally, Mujin wanted to confirm Ryu Sangdan's reaction one last time. Depending on how they handled her, he could gauge the extent of the relationship between Ryu Sangdan and the hidden forces. It could also reveal if Ryu Jiguang was connected to the hidden forces. Therefore, Mujin readily handed her over to Ryu Sangdan. I apologize for presumptuously interfering in Ryu Sangdan's affairs. When Mujin raised his palm in a gesture of respect and spoke, Ryu Jiguang reciprocated with a bow. Confine that servant immediately. Immediately following Ryu Jiguang's order, the martial artists of Ryu Sangdan began dragging away the bound Hong Sohee. This is unjust. That novice monk set me up. Hong Sohee's desperate screams echoed through the courtyard as she was dragged away. Right after Hong Sohee was taken away, Mujin and the Shaolin disciples also paid their respects to Ryu Jiguang and left Ryu Sangdan. Interfering further in Ryu Sangdan's affairs would be impolite. Finally, one task is done. Of course, there was still the issue of how many more hidden forces they could capture through the capture Hong Sohee. That will be decided after seeing how the Sangdanja handles it. Mujin had already devised several plans in advance. He would proceed with the most suitable plan based on the actions of Ryu Sangdan and Sangdanju Ryu Jiguang. For now, Mujin decided to observe Ryu Sangdan's actions. Feeling relieved that one task was finally done, Mujin swung his arms to relax his tense body. "Mujin, you scoundrel!" A harsh roar erupted from behind. When Mujin flinched and turned around, he saw Haimin, the chief supervisor, and all the second-class disciples of Shaolin glaring at him with furious eyes. Oops! Though he set out to deal with the hidden forces, it was clearly crossing a line for a third-class disciple to have a confrontation with the Sangdanju of Ryu Sangdan. I apologize. I felt the matter was urgent, so I took the initiative to handle it myself. When Mujin bowed and apologized, Haimin let out a deep sigh. Unable to hold back, Biab Gang stepped forward and rebuked Mujin. "We are not reprimanding you for that. Why did you act alone when Yosaju showed suspicious behavior without informing us?" The truth was, it was because he was the one who had contact with the person in black. But he couldn't say that. Moreover, he couldn't explain about the coded letter or why he suspected Hong Sohee, as these were details he knew from reading the novel. So, he had no choice but to act alone. This time, you were lucky and survived, but the martial world is full of eccentric and dangerous people. What if that woman or the person in black were superior to you, Mujin? What were you thinking? Mujin hadn't expected to be scolded so harshly for this. Having lost his grandparents and been forcibly discharged from the army, making decisions on his own seemed only natural to him. But why was this happening now? I apologize. I will make sure to seek help next time. Despite being reprimanded, a faint smile appeared on Mujin's face. Perhaps it was because Biab Gang's expression was so amusing. The man, with his soldier-like demeanor, was trying to hide his worry behind a stern face. Meanwhile, at that time, in the inner quarters of Ryu Sangdan, Hong So-hee was being tortured. MMPH. Her mouth was gagged to prevent suicide. Ironically, because of the gag, she couldn't say anything at all. But the torturer seemed uninterested in that fact, pulling out her fingernails and toenails one by one, and then driving nails into the raw flesh. In the midst of the relentless torture, as if they weren't expecting any confession. Strangely enough, she began to recall memories from her childhood. The earliest memories she had, from around the age of 4 or 5, when she started her training to become a spy. In the continuous agony, the lessons she thought she had perfectly mastered began to resurface one by one. If your identity is about to be exposed, commit suicide without delay. This was the first principle learned as a spy. Why had she forgotten this principle and foolishly allowed herself to be captured by the enemy? Be loyal only to the given information and orders. This was the second principle learned as a spy. Why had she a mere fabricated spy, tried to aim higher. If only I had been content with taming that foolish Ryu Seol-hwa. If only I hadn't approached the Shaolin's operations. Had her overreach led to this outcome? No. The monks of Shaolin were idiots. No one suspected me. If it weren't for that damned novice monk. If it weren't for him. Indeed, the problem was that damned novice monk, Mujin. How had he realized she was a spy? More importantly, how did that novice monk know their code system? Even in the midst of the agony of torture, as her mind became hazy, her thoughts were filled with Mujin. And as her consciousness began to fade, a sinister voice addressed her. I have removed the gag. Now speak. It was the voice of the torturer, who had treated her body like a child playing with a toy. To prevent her from committing suicide, a metal device was placed in her mouth so she couldn't close it fully. If such a tool existed, why had they not asked any questions and simply gagged her while torturing her repeatedly? This question didn't even remain in Hong So-hee's mind. Her brain was numb from the pain. It's Mujin. That demon Mujin deceived us. The novice monk deceived us. Yes, the one who summoned me in black was that demon, she thought in her pain-numb brain. The only solution for her survival now was to name that demon Mujin. The only issue was coming up with an excuse for the martial arts she had learned. She could make up a story about being summoned by Mujin and setting out on her own. That's it. I sent a love letter. A Shaolin disciple sending a love letter. She only needed to come up with an excuse for the martial arts. Her mind began to work quickly to come up with that excuse to survive. And then, the torturer asked an absurd question. If so, why did you hand that letter to the novice monk Mujin? Naturally, her pupils dilated. At that moment, the final third principle came to mind. We are everywhere. Despite spending more time with Qian Ryu Sangdan than in spy training, she couldn't abandon the spy life. The excuse for betrayal is too flimsy. The figure embodying that reason began to gag her again. MMPH. MMPH. Bound hand and foot, she tried to struggle, but the nails fixed where her fingernails and toenails should be only intensified her pain. The torturer silently took out a tool that looked like a saw. Late at night, in a certain pavilion in the mansion of Qian Ryu Sangdan, a middle-aged man opened the door and entered. The old man who owned the pavilion spoke to him. Are you coming back from a shift? Yes. You didn't kill her, did you? No. I applied medicine to her wounds during the torture. Good. If she died from the middle-aged man's torture, he would also be suspected as a spy. Therefore, he applied a weak poison that would leave no trace of poison, but would slowly kill her. Originally, it was a poison that took a long time to cause death, but since she was already weakened from the torture, it wouldn't take long. She would probably die by dawn today, or at the latest, by the morning under the hands of another torturer. Avoid entering and exiting from today until I give the order. The others should do the same. Yes. Code 1027. Since that fool exposed our code system, avoid using those letters from today. Yes. The man, who was determined to follow orders, left the pavilion, leaving behind a letter written in the now useless code system. The old man, now alone, glanced through the letter and burned it with his internal energy. TSK. What a foolish excuse. The old man clicked his tongue, recalling the nonsensical statements in the letter. Why would she hand over a letter written in their code to the novice monk Mujin? And to make matters worse, claiming that Mujin knew their code and summoned her? It seemed she had lost her mind completely from the torture. Or perhaps there's a traitor within our ranks. Naturally, the old man could only conclude that she was trying to protect the person in black, even while being tortured. It seems we need to tighten internal security. Of course, the priority was to avoid the bloodshed that would sweep through Qian Ryu Sangdan for a while. Weight reduction, 1. The next evening, just as the clinic was wrapping up its daily work, Ryu Jiguang arrived. Welcome, head of the trading company. Good to see you, Monk Hai-min. After a brief exchange of greetings with Hai-min, the clinic's head, Ryu Jiguang gestured to the servants behind him. Thud. The servants following Ryu Jiguang set down a box with a heavy thud. Mujin caught the spy infiltrating our trading company, so I brought a reward for him. Our Shaolin does not wish for such rewards. Haha. As I said before, repaying kindness is a human duty. If you find this money uncomfortable, use it to help those in need. Faced with Ryu Jiguang's words, Haimin found it difficult to refuse and ultimately accepted the gift. And I apologize, but I would like to speak with novice monk Mujin alone. At Ryu Jiguang's request, Haimin looked at Mujin. So be it. When Mujin responded, Haimin nodded and turned back to Ryu Jiguang. We will make sure to use the Qian Ryu Trading Company's gift for a good cause. Ryu Jiguang reciprocated Haimin's gesture and headed to a private room with Mujin. Since there were no patients at this hour, the large private room was empty except for Mujin and Ryu Jiguang. What brings you here, head of the trading company? Mujin asked while brewing high-quality dragon well tea, typically reserved for high-profile patients. Instead of answering immediately, Ryu Jiguang reached into his sleeve and handed Mujin an item he had hidden there. It was you who caught the spy, Mujin. I couldn't just reward Shaolin alone. Haha, here is a voucher from our Qian Ryu trading company. It's a secret, so you can use it without worrying. The voucher, presented as if it were no big deal, bore the amount of 100 gold niang. It was a considerable sum, equivalent to Shaolin's annual food expenses, making it a significant amount for Mujin to use personally. Concealing his thoughts on how Mujin would react to the money, Ryu Jiguang handed over the voucher. Thank you, head of the trading company. I will use this to help those in need. Ba. Mujin accepted the money with a very calm demeanor. Of course, the person Mujin referred to as in need was himself. Having spent decades sequestered in the mountains, without experiencing romance, and living a vegetarian life, what could be more in need than that? Great. This is money for escaping Shaolin. Mujin was secretly delighted at the thought of having funds for the future. Watching Mujin accept the voucher without a single refusal, Ryu Jiguang pondered. No matter how I think about it, he doesn't seem like someone who belongs in the Buddhist sect. He hadn't shown an overt desire for money. However, seeing how he planned business strategies and felt no aversion to money, he didn't seem like a Buddhist monk. And there was also that peculiar hairstyle of his. While Ryu Jiguang was contemplating these thoughts, Mujin, who had slipped the voucher into his sleeve, spoke up. By the way, what brings you here directly? If it was merely to deliver a gift, you could have sent a servant or chief officer. Early this morning, the woman we caught as a spy lost her life. Ryu Jiguang delivered the shocking news in a very calm tone. She suddenly died during the interrogation due to physical and mental exhaustion. That's strange. Naturally, Mujin suspected that Ryu Jiguang might have deliberately eliminated her, but his suspicion was dispelled by Ryu Jiguang's next words. The truth is, this isn't the only strange thing happening at our Qian Ryu trading company. When Mujin looked at him with a puzzled expression, Ryu Jiguang took a sip of the cooling dragon well tea and continued. Recently, there have been signs of disturbing activities at our local branches. By disturbing activities, what exactly do you mean? To be honest, we haven't identified specific details. It's just that everything seems to be progressing too smoothly, which feels unnatural. It's a sense that comes from long experience. In the midst of that, it was you, Mujin, who caught that spy. I thought at least our headquarters was free of problems, but you prevented a significant disaster. But now we have no evidence of the spies we captured, do we? Although she died, we can still piece together a fair amount from what she disclosed and her past actions. Ryu Jiguang replied in a calm but confident tone, befitting the head of one of the world's top 5 trading companies. As Mujin looked at Ryu Jiguang's face, he organized his thoughts. No need to doubt the head of the trading company, right? It could have been to deceive himself, but the probability that it wasn't was exceedingly high. Whether it's true or not, the issue is how much to clean up inside first. Although the Seng Danju spoke confidently, if he had been unaware until now, it would be difficult to clean up everything no matter how much he probed. Just as you can't burn down an entire straw-roofed house to catch a flea, If they handled everyone even slightly connected to Hong So-hee, who had worked for 10 years, the Sangdan wouldn't be able to function immediately. In the selection process, 1 or 2 rats might survive. Moreover, he couldn't interfere with Kyeonryu Sangdan in every detail. While Mujin was pondering how to handle this matter, a person suddenly came to his mind. What happened to Seolwa Siju? At Mujin's question, a momentary bitterness appeared on Ryu Jiguang's face, though he quickly managed his expression like a seasoned merchant. That spy operated under Seolwa's guidance, stealing information from both Shaolin and our Sangdan. So he also started investigating Seolwa. Were they connected? Ryu Jiguang shook his head at Mujin's question. There was no connection. According to the investigation, it seems the spy used Seolwa. Mujin thought to himself, as expected. However, Seolwa couldn't avoid punishment. It is unacceptable for those in high positions to use ignorance as an excuse. Mujin could sense the bitterness Ryu Jiguang tried to hide. Is it to set an example for others? With that thought in mind, Mujin quietly asked, if it's not too intrusive, may I ask what punishment was given to Seolwa Siju? She was ordered to be on probation. Mujin almost burst out laughing, thinking they had imposed some serious punishment. And after the initial astonishment, what he felt was a sense of unease. Isn't she going to be used again? That unease. Recalling her recent appearances and her character in the novel, she had extremely low self-esteem. If a spy still remained in Kyeonryu Sangdan, she would be in a perfect state to be targeted. Wait, then wouldn't it be better if I approached her instead? The word approach had quite a negative connotation, but Mujin didn't have any particular intention to manipulate Kyeonryu Sangdan through her. He simply planned to get close to her, help her, and perhaps receive a small favor in return later on. Just like how he received 100 niang of gold from Ryu Jiguang. There's nothing to lose by befriending a chaebol's daughter. Mujin had such thoughts in front of the father of that chaebol's daughter. The next day, Mujin was deep in thought. How could he approach her, become friends, and bestow a favor upon her? He had already thought of a basic plan. He would teach her to exercise and help her lose weight. If he could help her lose weight, there would be multiple positive effects. Firstly, spending a lot of time together during the weight loss process would help them become closer, and it would be easier to block the hidden forces from approaching her. Moreover, losing weight could boost her self-esteem. The primary reason why body management through exercise positively impacts self-esteem is not just the improvement in appearance, but the fact that the improvement was achieved through one's own effort. Exercise is hard. Within that obvious premise, sweating and working hard and experiencing the gradual results of long efforts naturally instill the confidence of I can do it too. In addition, there are physical benefits such as increased stamina and vitality. In many ways, teaching her to exercise had numerous positive effects. The only problem was that her self-esteem was currently very low. If someone she wasn't close to suddenly said, "I'll help you lose weight," she might take it as, "You pig, lose some weight." How could he encourage her to exercise without hurting her self-esteem? That question occupied Mujin's mind. However, separate from such thoughts, he couldn't neglect the hospitality for those who visited the high-end facility. Thank you for visiting our clinic again today, Siju Ji-hyun. And Hee-sung, who had now become a regular customer, had come to the clinic alone today for a change. It had only been about 20 days since the clinic opened, but Hee-sung had already visited for the 8th time. That meant he had been coming every 2 or 3 days. However, Mujin treated the regular customer without showing any particular reaction. After completing basic acupressure, manual therapy, and close-range spear techniques, they moved on to the full-scale rehabilitation exercises. While taking a short break after completing a few exercise movements, and Hee-sung suddenly asked a question. "Mujin, I have something I want to ask you. Please feel free to ask Ji-hyun Sejanim. Do you not accept female patients here? Are you referring to female Sejanims?" "Yes. I have visited here a few times with others, and naturally, it made me think of my wife, so I'm asking." For Mujin, this question was quite perplexing. "I handle all the treatments here by myself. Due to the nature of my treatment methods, which involve frequent physical contact, treating women would be challenging. As you know, Jihyun Sijanim, my treatments often involve close physical contact, which could lead to potential issues. Ba. Even in modern times, excessive physical contact by a male trainer during PT or Pilates sessions with female clients could lead to problems. In this martial arts world, the phrase, men and women should not sit together after the age of 7, was not just a joke or an old man's nonsense, but a reality. Those who visited the free facility were all patients and mostly elderly civilians. Since Mu Jin and the second-class disciples were monks, these matters were overlooked. Yunji was also an elderly woman who regarded Mu Jin as her grandson. Hence, she turned a blind eye. But if Mu Jin were to physically contact a woman from a high-status family who visited the premium facility, the consequences would be unimaginable. And Hee-sung, having reached the same conclusion as Mu Jin, eventually accepted his explanation. That seems to be the case. However, just as Mu Jin expressed the impossibility, a thought flashed through his mind. A way to treat women in the premium facility, a way to approach Ryu Seolwa, and a way to help her lose weight simultaneously. It might be possible to accept female Sejanims as patients in a few months. Mu Jin had thought of a solution to solve all three problems at once. The saying, "strike while the iron is hot," came to mind. In the evening, as the clinic's work was wrapping up, Mu Jin headed to Kyeonryu Sangdan and, with Chief Officer Yang's guidance, arrived at the head office. "It seems like we just met yesterday. What brings you here, Mu Jin?" Without beating around the bush, Mu Jin got straight to the point in response to the head's question. "Head of the Sangdan, did you know there's an issue when accepting patients at the premium facility?" First, I need to know if it's the same issue I'm thinking of." From the head's response, Mu Jin intuitively realized that he was already aware of the issue. The problem of not being able to accept women as patients at the premium treatment facility. Haha, if you've realized that problem, have you also thought of a solution? Indeed, the head of the Sangdan had already noticed the problem, and Mu Jin was ready to share the solution he had come up with. A solution that allowed women to be treated at the premium facility while also approaching Ryu Seolwa. "Your daughter, Ryu Seolwa Sijanim, could learn my treatment methods." The solution was for Ryu Seolwa to learn Mu Jin's treatment methods. Under the pretext of learning the treatment methods, they could also incorporate exercise. Weight reduction, too. Seolwa is currently under probation, Mu Jin Dongja. I heard that she is still attending lessons during her probation, Sangdanju, Sejunim. Haha, learning treatment methods is also education, so it doesn't matter. The Sangdanju, who had burst into a pleasant laugh, wore a serious expression and asked again, "Are you really thinking of teaching Mu Jin Dongja's treatment methods and exercises to my daughter? I am on the path of saving sentient beings. There is no reason to withhold knowledge about treatment methods, which is not even martial arts." Ha 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 ha. At Mu Jin's answer, the Sangdanja laughed with a peculiar expression and asked one more question, as if testing Mu Jin. "But why did you specifically choose my daughter, Mu Jin Dongja?" It was not a question of whether he dared to target his daughter. Mu Jin also knew this and explained his reasoning. Why the Sangdanju had kept silent about this matter until now. "Since Seolwa Sejunim is your daughter, there is no risk of the technique being leaked, even if she learns it." Ha ha! As if very pleased with Mu Jin's answer, Ryu Jigwang burst into hearty laughter and clapped his hands. There were two main reasons why Ryu Jigwang had kept silent about this issue despite being aware of it. First, the medical technique belonged to Shaolin, and specifically, it was Mu Jin's unique method. Therefore, he couldn't easily ask Mu Jin to pass it on and waited for Mu Jin to bring it up first. The other reason was the potential leakage of the technique. If Mu Jin taught his treatment methods to a woman, and the clinic became highly successful, if that woman ran away in the middle of the night, they would lose the greatest advantage of monopoly. One might think that no woman would dare to run away from the world-renowned Kyeonryu Sangdan. But conversely, it meant that there were 4 other trading companies as powerful as Kyeonryu Sangdan. Under the premise that they would protect her, it was something that could happen. However, since Mujin himself stated that he would teach his technique to Seol-hwa, his relative and a woman. Ryu Jiguang felt as if two of his itchy spots had been scratched at the same time. We should call my daughter and discuss this matter together. I would be grateful if you could do so. When Mujin bowed to show his respect, Ryu Jiguang called for Chief Officer Yang, who was waiting at the entrance. Bring Seol-hwa here. I will follow your command. Chief Officer Yang, who responded to Ryu Jiguang's order with a fist salute, left the Danjujin. And a moment later, Father, it is I, Seol-hwa. Come in. With a small sliding sound, Ryu Seol-hwa entered the Danjujin. Compared to the last time, she seemed even more intimidated. She hadn't expected Mujin to be in the Danjujin, so when she sneaked a glance and met his eyes, she quickly looked down again. For a moment, there was a hint of pity in Sang Danju Ryu Jiguang's eyes as he watched his daughter. Of course, being a seasoned merchant, Ryu Jiguang quickly concealed his expression. It was not the face to show in front of guests. Raise your head, Seol-hwa. Yes, father. With a timid voice, Ryu Seol-hwa raised her head and looked uncomfortably at the table between Mujin and Sang Danju Ryu Jiguang. After watching his daughter for a moment, Ryu Jiguang spoke in a calm tone. Do you not resent this father who has ordered you to stay in your room? And no, father. With a voice as quiet as an ant, she answered, and Ryu Jiguang added, You have visited the musculoskeletal treatment clinic a few times, so you should know what Mujin Donja here is doing, correct? Why, yes, I do. She answered, feeling ashamed because she had realized that her visits to the clinic had been manipulated by Hong So-hee. But surprisingly, her father did not bring up the subject to scold her. Then you should know what kind of treatment is being done there. Therefore, I am entrusting you with a task. Are you speaking to me? Yes. After learning the treatment methods and exercises from Mujin Donja here, you will be responsible for treating women. But I am currently under probation, so how can I? As she timidly lowered her head again like a frightened turtle, Ryu Jiguang forced himself to maintain his composure and spoke. Even during probation, you are receiving education. You will not start working immediately. During the probation period, you will receive education from Mujin Donja. And this task was proposed by Mujin Donja himself. When Ryu Jiguang pointed to Mujin, Ryu Seol-hwa looked at Mujin with a bewildered expression. Why would you entrust me with such a task? I believe that Ryu Seol-hwa Sejunim would be capable of doing it. It was a flattering remark meant to encourage her. However, Mujin's words naturally reminded Ryu Seol-hwa of the letter she had received a few days ago. That's right. Come to think of it, it was the boy from the clinic who delivered that letter. The tangled thoughts in her mind suddenly unraveled. Why Mujin was helping her all of a sudden. Why Mujin had chased Hong So-hee through the streets and then caught her as a spy. The person who sent that letter was Mujin Donja. With that realization, Ryu Seol-hwa's plump cheeks quickly turned red. It was the first time a man had pursued her so actively. Naturally, Mujin's image came to her mind. His caring demeanor at the clinic, looking after the elderly, being praised as the Buddha-handed novice by the patients, and even the glimpses of his firm muscles occasionally seen through his monk robes during treatment. Of course, the fact that he was a novice monk was a significant problem. What should I do? The term forbidden love had a peculiar magic that made an adolescent girl's heart beat wildly. Her face flushed. She tried to calm herself by asking a question. Can I really do it? I will help you succeed. Don't worry. Won't you join me in saving sentient beings? Amitba. However, when Mujin confidently said she could trust him, Ryu Seol-hwa's already blushing face turned so red it seemed about to burst. He means we'll be together, right? He's asking to be together forever. As her imagination reached its peak, she yelled out to stop her thoughts from spiraling. Then I'll give it a try. Seeing his once timid daughter now brimming with confidence, Ryu Jiguang nodded with satisfaction. I never expected Seol-hwa to be so proactive. This is all thanks to Mujin Donja. Though it was indeed thanks to Mujin, the feeling was somehow different. ****. The next day, As promised the previous night, Ryu Seolwa visited the clinic early in the morning. Welcome, Sejunim Seolwa. It's been a while. Grandmother. She had come with her grandmother, Yun Ji-hee, who was also Ryu Ji-gwang's mother. Ryu Seolwa found it hard to hide her surprise at how comfortably Mu-jin interacted with Yun Ji. Our Mu-jin Donja has been so busy that he kept visiting the Shaolin Temple. Haha, weren't you actually there to see grandfather Hyungwang? Oh ho ho ho. I can't deny that. Even Yun Ji-hee treated Mu-jin as if he were a grandson, doubling Seolwa's astonishment. Of course, Yun Ji hadn't come here just to surprise her granddaughter. Ho ho ho. I've heard from Sangdanju. While treating this old lady's body, you plan to teach my granddaughter the treatment methods. Yun Ji-hee's purpose in coming was to assist in Ryu Seolwa's education. Advanced facilities offered various treatments, including close-range spear techniques, rehabilitation exercises like Pilates, manual therapy, and acupressure. Teaching these methods required direct contact. The problem was that Mu-jin couldn't touch Ryu Seolwa's body directly. Therefore, Yun Ji-hee had been chosen as the person on whom Mu-jin would demonstrate while Seolwa practiced. Yes, grandmother. Mu-jin replied in such a familiar tone that anyone could have mistaken him for Ryu Seolwa's real grandson. He continued his conversation with Yun Ji-hee while guiding her to the bed. As always, he massaged Yun Ji's body and performed manual therapy. While doing so, he explained the procedures to Ryu Seolwa, and after Mu-jin finished his demonstration, Ryu Seolwa would follow his lead in practice. Hee Seolwa, there's no need to be so tense. I'm fine. Yes, grandmother. Perhaps it was because they had assumed the roles of patient and doctor, or maybe because they had become the practitioner and the subject of practice. Or perhaps it was simply because a bond was slowly forming between a grandmother and her granddaughter who hadn't had much chance to talk before. As the practice session continued, their conversation flowed naturally. Our Seolwa is so admirable. She even helps with such difficult tasks to support the Sangdanju. At her grandmother's words, Ryu Seolwa barely stopped herself from turning back toward Mu-jin and responded, "Oh, it's because father instructed me to. Even if it was the Sangdanju's instruction, you were the one who decided to take on the task. That alone is commendable." Whenever silence threatened to fall over their conversation, Mu-jin would fill the gap. It's okay to press a bit harder on the quadratus lumborum with your left hand, Seolwa, but be gentler on grandmother's leg with your right hand. Then slowly push it to the left. He often filled the silence with explanations meant to educate Ryu Seolwa. And just when the atmosphere started to feel harmonious, I wondered who Seolwa resembled to be so beautiful. And it turns out she takes after her grandmother. Ha! Oh ho ho ho! Our Mu-jin novice has a keen eye for people. Isn't that right, Seolwa? Mu-jin made the comment to boost her self-esteem, complimenting both Yun Ji-hee and her together. But maybe the effect was too strong. Her face turned beet red as if she had high blood pressure, and she was too flustered to say anything. I should probably avoid complimenting her appearance for a while. She seems extremely embarrassed. Mu-jin hadn't anticipated that she would be so mortified that she couldn't speak, even though he had included her grandmother in the compliment to make her feel good. Watching Mu-jin and Ryu Seolwa's reactions, Yun Ji suddenly laughed with a peculiar expression. It seems our Seolwa is a bit startled. Mu-jin novice. I apologize. I didn't mean it that way, Seolwa. And no, it's not that. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, leading to an awkward silence. Ho ho ho. I should compliment her appearance after she loses some weight. Oh no. What if he thinks I'm a weird woman and gets disappointed? With Yun Ji's laughter in the background, the two of them had completely different thoughts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Right after treating Yun Ji with Ryu Seolwa, Mu-jin headed to the entrance of the clinic with them. Ryu Seolwa decided to accompany them to observe the treatment process and also to check on the elderly patients at the entrance. Oh my Buddha-handed novice. As Mu-jin stepped out to the entrance, the elderly people, who were always gathered there, greeted him warmly. However, Since more than 20 days had passed since Mu-jin had been called Buddha-handed novice, there had been a slight change in the scenery in front of the clinic. Isn't he really cute? His face is cute, but what about his body? Look at those arms. My brother does woodwork, but compared to this novice, he's just a twig. Not only the patients, but also those who had heard rumors about the Buddha-handed novice began to come out to see him. Thanks to the grandmothers and grandfathers who constantly praised Mu-jin, a considerable number of curious young women also gathered. Mu-jin glanced at these women from the corner of his eye, but tried hard not to show any interest. Damn it, if it weren't for my master uncles. This was because other Shaolin disciples were with him. Meanwhile, Ryu Seolhwa, who had also come to the entrance with Mu-jin, heard the women talking about Mu-jin. Although she didn't like the conversations targeting Mu-jin, she felt a strange emotion seeing Mu-jin focusing solely on the treatment without giving those women a single glance. Ho ho ho. It seems our Mu-jin novice is quite popular in Dongbang-haen. Tish, that's right, grandmother. Startled by the sudden comment from the grandmother, she answered, while glaring fiercely at the women from Dongbang-haen. There are so many women who like Mu-jin novice. You'll have to work hard to catch his interest. Why you mean those women, right? Ho ho ho. Yun-jie just laughed at Ryu Seolhwa's startled question. As a fellow woman and a grandmother, Yun-jie had already noticed Ryu Seolhwa's feelings. Despite it being a forbidden love, Yun-jie had no intention of stopping her granddaughter. Just like many noble families, she was also married into the Kyeonryu Sangdan through an arranged marriage. The former head of the Sangdan, her husband and Ryu Jigwang's father, was an even more severe workaholic than Ryu Jigwang. Having lived as the wife of such a man for decades, Yunji thought it wouldn't be bad for Ryu Seolhwa to experience such love in her youth. Though it was a forbidden love, it would become a memory over time. Perhaps influenced by Yunji's encouragement, Ryu Seolhwa looked at the women of Dongbang-haen with a different perspective. She lowered her head and looked at her own arms, legs, and stomach. There are so many women slimmer and prettier than me. The spy who had tried to use her, Hong So-hee, had said that men are simple and get attracted to a woman's appearance. Although Hong So-hee had tried to use her, Ryu Seolhwa thought at least that statement was true. It takes a long time to know someone's inner self, and it's only natural to be interested in either abilities or appearance. But her abilities were actually her father's abilities, and as a woman, she wished people would be interested in her appearance rather than her background. I need to lose weight. To do so, it seemed she needed to put in a lot of effort, just as her grandmother had said. At the crack of dawn, Mu-jin woke up. The operating hours of the musculoskeletal treatment clinic were from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. However, having grown accustomed to waking up before sunrise in Shaolin, or rather, having always been an early riser since his days as Choi Kang-hyuk, Mu-jin habitually woke up at the beginning of the early hours, 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Upon waking up, Mu-jin lightly loosened his body with the close-range spear technique, then gradually warmed his muscles by lifting light weights using a sandbag. Once his body was sufficiently warmed up, he began his full-fledged external energy training. He would flip over tires or perform the 3 main exercises using the steel bar and weight plates hung on a lathe. Utilizing the external energy training tools provided by Kyeonryu Sangdan, Mu-jin diligently trained his body every early morning. The human body naturally tends to revert to its original state. A body built through exercise requires a continued exercise to maintain. To further develop his physique, even more intense training was necessary. Thus, even after coming to Dongbang-haen, Mu-jin would always train his body every morning. And on days without special events, he would train his martial arts in the evening. Phew! After working his body for an hour, he was drenched in sweat. Mu-jin washed himself with the pre-prepared water and then had breakfast with the second-class disciples. Around that time, Yun-jie and Ryu Seolhwa came to the clinic together. As he did the day before, Mu-jin treated Yun-jie's body while educating Ryu Seolhwa. But today, it did not end there. To quickly master the treatment methods, review is essential, Seolhwa Shurjinim. Saying this, Mujin urged Ryu Seolwa to do personal exercises aside from the treatments. Of course, the main purpose was to help her lose weight quickly. The exercises involved in treating Yun Jiahe alone wouldn't be enough for Ryu Seolwa to lose weight effectively. He was concerned that saying outright to lose weight might hurt Ryu Seolwa's self-esteem. So he expressed it indirectly. I'll give it a try. Strangely enough, Ryu Seolwa was much more enthusiastic than the day before. They said that a lot of exercise helps lose weight. In fact, Mujin didn't need to coax or soothe her. The previous evening, on her way back to the Sangdan, she had heard from the bodyguard that the more she moved, the more weight she would lose. To cater to her enthusiasm, Mujin selected a workout routine focused on cardio and core strength enhancement, suitable for weight loss. While stepping onto the box, lift your right knee as if you're hitting the person in front of you with your knee. This will be more effective. And when you come down, stretch your left leg back as far as possible. Also, move your arms vigorously. Yes, you've done 20 reps, so now let's proceed with the left leg. For example, place the reformer box on the floor and step on and off it as if climbing stairs. Your arms are just for support. Hold on with your core and abdomen and stretch your legs. Grab the foot bar of the reformer with both hands. Place one foot on the wooden board beneath the foot bar and the other foot on the carriage of the reformer to perform spring resistance exercises. As they went through various exercises over time, let's take a short break and then start again. Seolwa Shurjinim. I can do more. Despite her limbs trembling from excessive exercise, she insisted on continuing. If I lose weight, Mujin won't be distracted by other women, right? It was the most primal motivation that many young men and women had when they resolved to lose weight. However, as often happens with beginners, her enthusiasm outpaced her stamina and muscle strength, which had already reached their limits. If you overexert yourself like this, you'll end up in pain and needing a few days' rest. It's important to exercise moderately and consistently. Seolwa Shurjinim. As an adept trainer, Mujin started to dissuade Ryu Seolwa. Hearing Mujin's words, she reluctantly stopped exercising and tried to get up from the reformer, but her overworked legs gave out. Mujin quickly moved to support her as she was about to fall. As Mujin's hand touched her arm, Ryu Seolwa's face turned bright red. Could it be hypertension? Seeing her face flush so often, Mujin thought it was possibly at a dangerous level. For her health, Mujin realized she definitely needed to lose weight. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 10 days had passed since they had captured the spy, named Hong So-hee. Now that Kyeonryu Sangdan had stabilized to some extent, Mujin decided to head to the Sangdan after finishing his task for the day. Recognizing Mujin, the gatekeepers stepped aside to let him through, and with Chief Officer Yang's guidance, he went straight to the Sangdanju's hall. Sangdanju Ryu Jiguang warmly welcomed Mujin, who hadn't visited in a long time. I've heard the news, Mujin. It seems Seolwa has become very proactive lately. Ha! Ryu Jiguang burst into a satisfied laugh at the change in his previously downcast daughter. It seems I'm always indebted to you, Mujin. It's all thanks to Seolwa Shurjunim's efforts. I haven't done much. Ba. Mujin's words were half modesty and half truth. Seolwa was working so hard that Mujin had to intervene for her health. After exchanging a few trivial conversations, Ryu Jiguang decided it was time to get to the point. So, what brings you to the Sangdan today, Mujin? Actually, I was wondering if it might be time to consider opening a regional branch. Sangdanju Shurjunim. A regional branch? Yes. You didn't start this business just to open a clinic in Dongbong Haian, did you? Ryu Jiguang chuckled lightly at Mujin's words, for they were true. No matter how many high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals Ryu Jiguang knew, he couldn't expect them to come to Dongbong Haian every time. For the sake of profit, it was essential to open clinic branches in various counties and provinces. Of course, Mujin didn't bring up the topic of regional branches just to make money for Kyeonryu Sangdan. The primary reason he thought of regional branches was due to his previous conversation with Ryu Jiguang. Ryu Jiguang had mentioned that the movements of Qian Ryu Sangdan's regional subunits were suspicious. To Mu Jin, this implied that there were hidden forces infiltrating the regional subunits. Therefore, Mu Jin planned to use the guise of opening clinic branches to approach these suspicious subunits. However, he had no intention of seeking out all the countless regional subunits of Qian Ryu Sangdan. He had already thought of a specific location, and fortunately, Ryu Jiguang asked about it first. So, what do you plan to open this regional branch, Mu Jin? With a light smile, Mu Jin replied to Ryu Jiguang's question. I think Nanchang in Jiangxi Province would be the best choice, saying Danju Shurjinem. Nanchang in Jiangxi Province. Unlike other subunits, this one was almost certainly connected to the hidden forces. The subunit leader there was destined to be the future Sangdanju that Mu Jin had read about in the novel. Still, Ryu Jiguang looked puzzled and asked, why choose Nanchang in Jiangxi Province over closer places like Luoyang or Zhengzhou? The reason was simple. Having cut off the tail named Hong So-hee, Mu Jin now intended to catch the body, who was likely to be the future Sangdanju. But he couldn't exactly say, your son is destined to become a very evil man in the future. So Mu Jin offered another reason. Given that the area around Dumbong Haiyan is practically the front yard of both Qian Ryu Sangdan and our Shaolin, we can expand there anytime. However, once we step outside Henan Province, or even its outskirts, other martial sects and families will inevitably start to voice their objections. So you're suggesting that while we can easily expand into places like Luoyang or Zhengzhou, it's better to avoid the interference and head directly to Jiangxi Province? Precisely, Sangdanjanim. Ryu Jiguang nodded in agreement with Mu Jin's explanation. The region around Dongting Lake was divided into Hubei to the north and Hunan to the south. Many of the major orthodox martial factions and influential families, including the 9 great sects and the 5 major clans, were located north of Dongting Lake. From Shaolin's base in Hunan, to the west lay Shaanxi with Huashan and Zhongnan, to the east was Shandong with the Huangbua family and Anhui with the Namgung family, and to the north was Hebei with the Peng family. In the south, there were the Ziegel family of Hubei and Wudong. Thus, while the orthodox factions dominated north of Dongting Lake, they were so busy keeping each other in check that expanding their territories was difficult. Since all these factions claimed to be orthodox, their conflicts were prolonged and based on maintaining pretexts rather than engaging in direct battles. In this context, if Shaolin, which had always remained aloof, started extending its reach into other regions, it was certain that they wouldn't just stand by and watch. On the other hand, Jiangxi Province, located east of Hunan, did not have any major orthodox factions based there, while Anhui Province was directly to the north, preventing the rise of unorthodox factions. Jiangxi remained a so-called neutral zone or a disputed area. Although it might avoid interference from other major sects, it doesn't seem like it will be an easy place either. At least it will be easier than opening a clinic in a territory dominated by a single powerful faction. It's also the closest among the neutral regions. Another reason Mu Jin targeted that area was because it was still a disputed zone. In the future, this region would be controlled by Peidobang, a Black Path faction. Peidobang would become responsible for handling dirty work for the corrupt Qian Ryu Sangdan, such as kidnapping and imprisoning people for human trafficking or producing drugs. However, Mu Jin's intervention wasn't solely to stop human trafficking and drug smuggling. Peidobang often separated and hid children with unique constitutions like the Yin-Yang Constitution or the Extreme Yang Constitution during their trafficking operations. In fact, human trafficking and drug smuggling were merely fronts. The Hidden Force's true purpose in collaborating with Qian Ryu Sangdan was to acquire these children with special constitutions. Thus, Mu Jin planned to use this opportunity to not only deal with the future Sangdanju, but also to preemptively handle Peidobang, which had yet to fully grow. A few days later, Mu Jin and Ryu Jiguang climbed Songshan for the first time in a long while. Although Ryu Jiguang had expressed his approval regarding the creation of regional branches, fundamentally, Mu Jin couldn't leave for Jiangxi Province without Shaolin's permission. he was still bound to Shaolin. Thanks to Ryu Jiguang sending a letter in advance about their visit, the two were able to head straight to the abbot's office upon arriving at Shaolin. Waiting for them in the abbot's office were Abbot Hyuncheon and Chubadangju Hyunmayong. "It's been a while," saying Danju Shurju. "It's good to see you again, Abbot." After exchanging greetings, Abbot Hyuncheon immediately got to the point. "So, what brings a busy man like Sang Danju, Shurju, and Mujin here?" In response, Ryu Jiguang explained that they wanted to open a new clinic branch in Nanchang, Jiangxi Province. However, Abbot Hyuncheon and Hyunmayong's reactions were not entirely positive. Sang Danju Shurju, "I'm sorry, but our Shaolin disciples are not numerous. If we continue to increase the number of clinics, eventually there will be more disciples scattered across the provinces than those remaining in Shaolin. Another issue is Mujin himself. If Mujin goes to Jiangxi Province to open the branch, who will manage the advanced facilities of the clinic here in Dumbong Haiyan?" Their objections were quite different from the past. It wasn't simply fear of public criticism. To address their concerns, Mujin spoke up. "First of all, given some time, our Shaolin disciples will no longer need to manage the provincial clinics." Having considered this matter since before capturing Hong So-hee, Mujin explained his plan fluently. "We can have the secular sects manage the branches." Secular sects managing them? Yes. It's not like we're teaching them the 72 consummate arts or martial arts. What harm is there in teaching them medical treatments? Abbot Hyuncheon and Hyunmayong listened carefully as Mujin elaborated on his plan. "We can train secular practitioners in our medical techniques. This way, our disciples won't be scattered, and the clinics can still operate efficiently. By decentralizing the management to trusted secular sects, we can ensure that the medical knowledge is properly disseminated without compromising our martial arts heritage." Hyuncheon, after considering Mujin's proposal, turned to Ryu Jiguang. "Ryu Sangdanju, what do you think?" Ryu Jiguang nodded thoughtfully. "I believe Mujin's plan is sound. By involving the secular sects, we not only ensure the spread of our medical practices, but also maintain the integrity of Shaolin's martial arts training." Hyunmayong, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "If it means preserving our disciples here while still expanding our influence, it might be worth a try." With their concerns addressed, Abbot Hyuncheon gave his approval. "Very well. You may proceed with the plan. Mujin, make sure to carefully select the secular sects that will be involved." "Thank you, Abbot," Mujin replied, bowing deeply. As they left the abbot's office, Ryu Jiguang looked at Mujin with a smile. "You always find a way, don't you?" Mujin smiled back. "It's all for the greater good," saying Danju Shurjunim. And so, with Shaolin's blessing, Mujin and Ryu Jiguang prepared to open the new clinic branch in Nanchang, Jiangxi Province, with the aim of not only spreading medical knowledge, but also preemptively dealing with the rising threat of pedobang. Hyo, as Hyuncheon and Hyunmayong seemed to fall into contemplation at Mujin's words, Mujin added further explanation. "There are two significant advantages to this. First, we will be able to assist the secular sections. Especially considering the recent events, this is all the more necessary. For those who maintain their loyalty to Shaolin until the end, shouldn't we at least offer them some form of recompense?" At Mujin's words, Hyuncheon and Hyunmayong cleared their throats softly. After all, Mujin was referring to the nearly half of the secular sects that had severed ties with Shaolin over the past 2 years. The absurd incident where half of the secular sect had left because Shaolin had done the right thing. And the second advantage is that we can control any potential misconduct by the secular sections. Control misconduct? Yes. The basic management of the clinics will be done by the secular sects, but periodically, we can dispatch true disciples from Shaolin's external affairs, or Chubadang. Officially, it would be to ensure that treatments are being properly conducted and to retrain in the healing techniques. Doesn't that sound like a valid reason? And in the process, we can treat the local populace and check if any secular sects are harassing the common people or extorting them. Precisely. Hyuncheon and Hyunmayong were both intrigued by Mujin's words. The reason nearly half of the secular sects had left was because Shaolin had punished those sects that had gone astray. However, as Mujin pointed out, this plan would allow them to support the secular sects that remained loyal, while also providing a way to monitor and control any potential misconduct using Shaolin's martial arts or healing techniques. It seemed like the perfect solution, but there was still one practical issue left to address. However, isn't it too early for this? If you leave for Jiangxi province, who will take responsibility for the clinic in Dongbonghaian? Hyun Cheon asked. Mujin smiled as he responded. It will take at least a month for the Qianryu Sangdan to prepare for the new clinic. During that time, there is someone who can sufficiently develop the skills needed to take over the advanced facilities. Hyun Cheon, Hyun Mayong, and even Ryu Jiguang all fell into thought. Who could possibly develop the skills to replace Mujin in just a month? Before long, they all arrived at the same answer. Are you perhaps referring to Biob Jian? Yes. If it's my master, he can sufficiently take my place. Biob Jian was Mujin's nominal master, who was actually being taught by Hyungwang. Above all, Biob Jian had been the one to watch Mujin treat Hyungwang for the longest time. In fact, it was Biob Jian who was currently treating Hyungwang in Mujin's stead, as Mujin had left for Dongbonghaian. We should first discuss this matter with Biob Jian and senior brother Hyungwang. However, Biob Jian was also tied to Shaolin due to Hyungwang's treatment. To entrust Dongbonghaian to Biob Jian, as Mujin suggested, both Biob Jian and Hyungwang would have to go to Dongbonghaian. With that reasoning, Hyanqian, Hyan Mayang, Mujin, and Ryu Jiguang left the head monk's office and headed to Hyungwang's pavilion. Master, grandfather, I apologize for not visiting often as your disciple. Haha, what brings you here today, having gone down to Dongbonghaian? As Mujin greeted Hyungwang and Biob Jian with a bright smile after a long time, Hyungwang welcomed him with a clear laugh. After Hyanqian, Hyan Mayang, and Ryu Jiguang finished their greetings, Hyanqian explained to Hyungwang and Biob Jian the reason for their visit. Are you referring to me? Biob Jian, having heard the full explanation, asked in a bewildered tone, glancing at Mujin and Hyungwang. He was uncertain if he could completely take over Mujin's treatment method, let alone drag his master Hyungwang to Dongbonghaian. Hyungwang responded to Biob Jian with a compassionate smile. I'm fine with it, so why not give a try, Biob Jian? You've given up so much for me. So, I think this is a good opportunity for you to undertake a task as a Shaolin disciple. Not just my disciple. Biob Jian had been taking care of Hyungwang since becoming a third-class disciple. Tied to Hyungwang daily, he lacked time to train in martial arts or handle other Shaolin duties. Although all Shaolin disciples understood this under the pretext of taking care of Hyungwang, Hyungwang himself felt sorry for his disciple who took care of him. Hence, this task was seen as an opportunity for his disciple to finally fulfill his role as a Shaolin disciple. Encouraged by his master Hyungwang, Biob Jian straightened his mind and saluted Hyanqian. Though I am an unworthy disciple, I will do my best. Amipa, asterisk. After Biob Jian and Hyungwang expressed their willingness to accept, they began a meeting to discuss the specifics. And this meeting, too, was being led by Mujin. Mujin targeted Gangseo Province's branch leader and the Pedo clan because he had been planning this operation in his mind for a long time. Well, it's not particularly different from what I did in modern times. It was also due to his experience as the owner of 5 fitness centers in Seoul. Mujin was already familiar with creating branches, recruiting and training employees, and dispatching them to branches. Ultimately, based on the various opinions Mujin proposed, the major framework was mostly set, and now only the detailed matters remain to be decided. Head monk, since Nanchang has many dark and unorthodox sects, it seems we will need more forces than in Dongbonghaian to prevent any unfortunate incidents. In particular, Mujin planned to drive out the dark sects involved in human trafficking, including the Pedo clan, from that place, making combat inevitable. As Master Uncle Biob Gang said, I will borrow Shaolin's power this time. Ha ha ha. The enemies were villains involved in human trafficking and drug smuggling. Unlike when capturing spies, it meant he could bring in Shaolin disciples as much as he wanted. Don't worry about that part. Besides the disciples who will be undergoing treatment, I will also send those skilled in external techniques. Abbot Hyun Cheon responded to Mu Jin's request as if he could be trusted completely. Watching the two for a moment, Ryu Jiguang spoke with a light smile. Then it seems the major framework is mostly set. Head monk. Indeed, sang Danju. Haha. Continuing these heavy meetings seems exhausting. Head monk, there has been something I've been curious about for a while. If it's not too much trouble, may I ask? Haha. Speak freely, sang Danju. If someone who has become a true disciple of Shaolin has to return to the secular world due to unavoidable circumstances, what kind of punishment does Shaolin impose? At Ryu Jiguang's absurd question, Abbot Hyun Cheon looked at him with a peculiar expression. Then Ryu Jiguang added with a laugh, as if it was nothing special. It's just the foolish curiosity of a merchant tainted by the secular world. For example, if someone entered Shaolin as a true disciple because he was the second son of a family and the eldest son died without an heir, wouldn't he have to return to the secular world to continue the family line? Such cases have occasionally occurred. Umitba. In those cases, we first allow the return to secular life after the disciple promises not to pass on any martial arts other than the basic skills permitted to secular disciples. If that promise is broken, their martial arts are abolished. Then what if they want to teach martial arts to their children or disciples? As a Shaolin disciple, wouldn't they want to pass on Shaolin martial arts to their children? In that case, wouldn't it suffice to send those children or disciples to Shaolin, sang Danju? Concealing his curiosity about why these questions were being asked, Abbot Hyun Cheon responded. The first question was understandable, but the second one was something ahead of a major merchant group, like Sang Danju, should easily infer. As Abbot Hyun Cheon pondered this, Ryu Jiguang posed yet another question. Then, what if it's not to continue the family line, but for an alliance between families? In other words, if a family seeks them out for an arranged marriage, what happens then? Whether it is due to a family's request, or because one finds a beloved woman, if one desires to return to secular life for such worldly reasons, all martial arts are abolished before allowing the return. I apologize for asking foolish questions that may upset you. Head monk. Replying as if he had no more questions, Ryu Jiguang then directed a peculiar question towards Mu Jin. Mu Jin, I've heard before that your treatment method comes from your family. Yes, Umitba. Mu Jin answered, trying hard to conceal his anxiety. He wondered if Ryu Jiguang was asking to find Mu Jin's non-existent original family. However, Ryu Jiguang's next words were unexpected. Then, do you not intend to continue your family line, Mu Jin? Not only Mu Jin, but also Abbot Hyun Cheon and Hyun Myong looked at Ryu Jiguang with shocked expressions. That statement implied whether Mu Jin intended to return to secular life. There was no reason for Ryu Jiguang to be concerned about the family of Mu Jin, whom he had never heard of. Ultimately, Ryu Jiguang's purpose was singular. He's targeting Mu Jin. Abbot Hyun Cheon realized that Ryu Jiguang intended to draw Mu Jin into Kyeonryu Sangdan by making him leave the monkhood. And as Abbot Hyun Cheon guessed, Ryu Jiguang indeed coveted Mu Jin. It wasn't merely because Mu Jin had helped him multiple times. If that were the case, he could simply repay him with money. The reason he coveted Mu Jin was a child truly born with commercial talent. Why must he be in Shaolin of all places? It was due to Mu Jin's commercial talent. He had been paying attention ever since Mu Jin persuaded Chubadangju when he first started the clinic and proposed a framework for its operation. Watching Mu Jin grow the clinic further astonished him, and this recent planning of provincial branches confirmed his admiration. Such brilliance, intelligence, and decisiveness unimaginable for someone of that age. A child truly born with commercial talent. Mu Jin's commercial talent exceeded, if not equaled, that of key figures within Kyeonryu Sangdan. And this was a boy who had yet to reach the age of 20, not even the age of 15. Why is such a talented child in Shaolin? Just meeting Mu Jin was already a stroke of luck, but Ryu Jiguang couldn't help but keep thinking along those lines. He wondered what it would have been like if Mujin had been born into Qianryu, Sangdan. Yes, even the Tang family in faraway Sichuan takes an adopted sons-in-law, so why can't Qianryu, Sangdan do the same? The only issue was that Mujin was already an advanced disciple of Shaolin. Abolishing his martial arts should not be a problem. The crucial aspect is not the martial arts, but his commercial talent. This was a manageable problem. Ahem. Mujin is a child we highly regard in Shaolin. Sang Danju, you are going too far, Abbot Hyun Shion said, a forced smile on his face, but the veins on his forehead were bulging. Ha! Isn't his own the most important thing, head monk? Ryu Jiguang countered. While Mujin's treatment methods are outstanding, they do not compare to his talent in martial arts. If Mujin dedicates himself to training for just 10 more years, he could master the 72 consummate arts and be hailed as the world's greatest talent. We believe this so firmly that we even bestowed upon him the Great Restoration Pill, one of Shaolin's treasures, Abbot Hyun Shion asserted, his smiling face unable to hide his desperation to keep Mujin. Abbot Hyun Shion considered Mujin a prodigy who could elevate Shaolin to new heights. He would rather lose an arm than let this boy slip away. While the Great Restoration Pill is indeed a treasure of Shaolin, there are countless treasures in the secular world, head monk. With Mujin's abilities, he could certainly acquire many of these treasures. Ryu Jiguang's words implied that Qianryu Sangdan would provide these treasures. So, whether to return to secular life or stay in Shaolin ultimately rests on Mujin's choice, doesn't it? Ryu Jiguang concluded, smiling as he looked at Mujin. Abbot Hyun Shion and Hyun Myong also looked at Mujin, their forced smiles barely masking their concern. What is this nonsense all of a sudden? From Mujin's perspective, this situation was utterly ridiculous. He understood that Ryu Jiguang wanted to recruit him, and the offer was indeed very tempting. Qianryu Sangdan was one of the 5 great merchant groups, akin to a conglomerate in the modern world. If he accepted, he might live a life of luxury, spending money as he pleased. But what about Shaolin in comparison? If he excluded the fact that he could learn martial arts, it's just being a monk, living in the mountains, chanting sutras, and eating a vegetarian diet. Mujin had planned to leave Shaolin once he had learned enough martial arts, because he disliked that life. Ryu Jiguang's proposal was tempting in many ways. But if I lose my martial arts, dealing with the hidden forces would be difficult. Mujin couldn't give up martial arts, not only because of the fight against the hidden forces, but also because he had found great enjoyment in utilizing martial arts through internal energy. That's right. After mastering martial arts to a certain extent, I just need to leave Shaolin and join Qianryu, Sangdan. Wasn't it enough to properly launder his identity? Like the faceless masks often seen in martial arts stories. If necessary, he could even go around wearing a mask. Having calculated everything up to that point, Mujin alternated his gaze between Ryu Jiguang, who was looking at him with a mixture of expectation and concern, and Abbot Hyun Shion before bowing. Umitba, I apologize, Sangdan Jasijanim. Ahem, it seems you have set your heart on martial arts. Ryu Jiguang managed to barely control his expression from twisting at Mujin's words, while Abbot Hyun Shion and Hyun Myong's faces broke into wide smiles. However, they had to compose their expressions again at Mujin's subsequent words. Martial arts aside, I have no home to return to. Umitba, no home to return to? What on earth do you mean? Surely not. Yes, my family home was long destroyed in a catastrophic event. Umitba. As soon as Mujin finished speaking, a cold silence settled over the room. Mujin, who had calmly told this lie, had to make an effort to manage his expression. There were 2 reasons why Mujin had come up with such an excuse. One was to avoid clearly choosing Shaolin, rejecting it now only to leave later to join Qianryu Sangdan would be dishonorable. Such bat-like behavior would inevitably lower his own value. The second reason was to eliminate his non-existent family home once and for all. Instead of continually lying and risking getting caught, it was simpler to claim it never existed. Thanks to this, both Ryu Jiguang and Abbot Hyun Shion, who had been eyeing Mujin with interest, closed their mouths. Since the general direction seems set, may I go and greet my grandfather now? Yes, go ahead. We will take care of the detailed matters. Mujin novice monk. There was no better choice than this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Hyungwang, along with Biab Jian, descended Mount Song to arrive at the clinic in Dongbonghyan. It's been a while, Mrs. Yun. Ba. Ho ho ho. I felt quite lonely not being able to visit Shaolin, but I never imagined you would come to see me. Abbott. Ba. Meeting again at the clinic after a long time, Yun Ji-hee and Hyungwang exchanged greetings, radiating an atmosphere like that of a senior citizens' welfare center. While leading the treatments for Yun Ji-hee and Hyungwang, Mujin also conducted education for Biab Jian and Ryu Seohwa. He also treated patients who came to the advanced facility, handing over each patient's details to Biab Jian. Don't overdo it, Sejanim Seohwa. I can do it. He also helped Ryu Seohwa with her exercises. In addition, he looked after the elderly patients who came to the clinic as always, trained in external energy in the early morning, and practiced martial arts in the evenings. About a month passed like this. Finally, Ryu Jiguang visited the clinic in person. He had prepared to open a branch of the clinic in Jiangxi province. Novice Mujin, I will be counting on you. Alongside Ryu Jiguang, there were 20 Shaolin disciples. These were the people who would travel with Mujin to Jiangxi province. I suspected it might be true when they said he was proficient in demonic arts. The person selected as the overall leader of this expedition was none other than the first-class disciple, Haiguan, known as the unyielding to demons. Half of those heading to Jiangxi province this time were second-class disciples from the Demon Extermination Squad, who had fought alongside Haiguan against the demonic beings. Since I've already greeted Singdanja Sijanim, let's hurry up and depart. Haiguan, standing nonchalantly, spoke as if everything was a bother and then promptly climbed onto a carriage. Following him, Mujin and the rest of the Shaolin disciples also boarded their respective carriages. It was finally time to depart for Jiangxi province, while Mujin and the Shaolin disciples were on their way to Nanchang. In one of the halls of a manor located in Nanchang, two shadows were facing each other. Have you checked the letter sent by the branch leader? Yes, Sir Bongjiu. The Shaolin disciples are coming here, you say. Originally, news from Shaolin should have been sent by those operating from the headquarters of the Qianryu, Sangdan, and Dongbonghyan. However, due to an incident there, the communication system was almost paralyzed. I can't figure out what the Sangdanju's intentions are. Was there perhaps an issue with the cleanup? There wasn't a trace left, so even the Sangdanju wouldn't have sensed anything. In fact, even Chongyumdi is fumbling in the dark. So, do you have any guesses about why the Sangdanju sent the Shaolin disciples? The man who had been standing at attention in front of the middle-aged man, referred to as Bongjiu, couldn't give an answer. Of course, he knew the superficial reason written in the letter, which was to open a branch of the clinic. However, simply considering such a surface-level reason when handling matters would inevitably lead to problems. The Bongjiu, looking at the man who had kept his mouth shut, spoke with a displeased expression. Even if the Sangdanju hasn't sensed anything, Shaolin establishing themselves here could hinder our grand plan. Do not worry. Shaolin is a conservative sect that fears being tainted by the secular world more than anything. Remember what happened 2 years ago? You mean the incident where many secular sects left? Yes. Shaolin are foolish people who couldn't step forward, afraid of the world's criticism, even when their secular disciples left after learning their martial arts. So, you mean to leave them be? They will leave on their own once a few rumors spread. However, since they could obstruct our grand plan, I will hasten that process a bit. All right, let's see how it unfolds. As soon as the superior finished speaking, the subordinate saluted with a fist and palm salute and left the manor, to spread the rumor in Nanchang that Shaolin was about to step into the secular world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Should we stop by the Nanchang branch first, or head to the manor that will be used as a clinic? It would be better to go to the manor first and unload these items. When Mujin responded to the coachman of Qianryu, Sangdan, who was acting as their guide, The coachman directed the carriage towards a large manor. Upon arrival at the manor, a middle-aged man and several young men were waiting for them. Greetings. I am Mak Ji-hyuk, the head of Bokwanmun. When I was learning martial arts in Shaolin, I used the Dharma name Hai-young. He was the head of a secular Shaolin sect based in Nanchang. When he greeted them with the characteristic Shaolin half-bow, Haiguan stepped forward and returned the half-bow briefly. Nice to meet you, Munjamak. I am Haiguan, first-class disciple of Shaolin. Is the name of great master Haiguan, who does not retreat before demons, not well known? I have heard it many times. It is an honor to meet you like this. Although Mak Ji-hyuk acted as if he had met a revered figure, Haiguan, as always, responded appropriately and then stepped back. It is merely a reputation. I have come here solely to prepare for the battle against evil forces. All matters related to the clinic will be handled entirely by this child, so you should converse with him. And, as if he had nothing to do with it, he passed by Mak Ji-hyuk, entered the estate, and disappeared from view. Mak Ji-hyuk, who looked slightly bewildered, quickly composed himself as the leader of a sect and looked at Mujin. So this child is the one mentioned in the letter as Mujin. Thanks to the letter from Shaolin, Mak Ji-hyuk had a general understanding of the situation. Nice to meet you. Mujin novice. Ba. Nice to meet you too, Master Mak. Ba. After exchanging brief greetings with Mak Ji-hyuk, Mujin pointed to the carriage and spoke. First, may we move the items in the carriage to the estate? Please do. The items loaded in the carriage were tools used for rehabilitation exercises, Pilates. However, they had not brought all the equipment in large quantities for the free facility, only a few pieces of each tool. The rest were to be manufactured at a workshop here in Nanchang, and the items brought now were for practice purposes. They were meant for the second-class disciples and secular martial arts sect disciples to practice with. Mujin and the Shaolin disciples, along with Mak Ji-hyuk and the disciples of the Buddhist Fifth sect, spent a long time carrying the tools into the estate. From the entrance of the estate, a noisy sound began to be heard. Make way. We have come to speak with the people from Shaolin. As the word Shaolin was heard amid the commotion at the entrance of the estate, the gazes of Mujin and the Shaolin disciples turned toward the entrance. It seems we have guests looking for us. Shouldn't we go out and see? We should, as Mujin, who lightly conversed with Mak Ji-hyuk, headed to the main gate. The others also moved with him. Meanwhile, those causing a ruckus at the entrance of the estate fell silent for a moment when they saw the monks dressed in crimson robes. They were the main figures of small to medium sects and martial artists in Nanchang, who considered themselves to be part of the righteous sections. Since Shaolin Temple was located in Songshan near Dongbonghaian, all the sects and martial artists in Dongbonghaian were Shaolin secular disciples. Therefore, there had been no issues when they opened a clinic in Dongbonghaian. But the situation here was entirely different from Dongbonghaian. The small to medium sects here, which were not Shaolin secular disciples, did not welcome Shaolin's expansion. Of course, this place was constantly plagued by conflicts between small sects of the righteous and demonic factions, so Shaolin's intervention might seem beneficial to them. But in reality, it was not seen that way. Shaolin's expansion was akin to a tiger joining a fight among wolves. Naturally, they were also wary of Shaolin taking their share. Meanwhile, shortly after the Shaolin disciples and the Buddhist Fifth sect disciples stepped out to the main gate, Mak Ji-hyuk surveyed the surroundings and stepped forward reluctantly. With Haiguan, who should have represented Shaolin, nowhere to be found, he had to step up as the representative. I am Mak Ji-hyuk, the head of the Buddhist Fifth sect. Why are you seeking the guest from Shaolin? When Mak Ji-hyuk asked along with the headman, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the gathered crowd and replied, It has been a long time, Master Mak. I am Kong Taegu. What brings the head of Taegeum sect here, and with so many people? As Mujin listened to their exchange of greetings, he nodded. A sect I've never heard of, and a person I've never seen. He wasn't even mentioned in the novel. I, Kong Taegu, have lived as part of the righteous sects for a long time and have admired the high spirit of Shaolin. However, I have come here because I heard some disturbing rumors. What do you mean by disturbing rumors? I have heard disturbing rumors that the venerable monks of Shaolin, who have severed their ties with the secular world to cultivate high virtues, are planning to start business here. As Kang Tae-gu spoke, Mu Jin thought, this old man sure has a silver tongue. Is this the way of the righteous sects? Though his words were roundabout, he was essentially saying that Shaolin should stay secluded in the mountains. And Mak Ji-hyuk, perhaps thinking something similar to Mu Jin, furrowed his brows and replied, that is a misunderstanding. As you can see from his signboard, this is just a clinic. The Shaolin disciples have come here to treat laypeople suffering in the secular world. They will leave in a few months. Mak Ji-hyuk spoke the truth, but none of the people present believed him. As the saying goes, people only see what they want to see. They thought Shaolin was trying to take their share. Haha, we understand Shaolin's noble intentions, but the world will point fingers at Shaolin. We will take responsibility for protecting the people living here. So why don't you return to the mountains? It was a thinly veiled threat that they would spread rumors about Shaolin being corrupted by the secular world if they did not leave. Before Mak Ji-hyuk could open his mouth to rebut, I am Mu Jin, the third-generation disciple of Shaolin. I apologize for interrupting, but may I say a word? Unable to bear it any longer, Mu Jin interjected into the conversation. No matter how renowned Shaolin is, how can a third-generation disciple interrupt a conversation between sect leaders? As if he had found something to pick on, Kang Tae-gu shouted loudly, and the crowd behind him echoed, that's right. But regardless of their reactions, Mu Jin burst into a small laugh and asked, Headmaster Kang, why are you trying to prevent Shaolin from opening a clinic? What do you mean by preventing? We are merely concerned that Shaolin might be criticized. Flustered by Mu Jin's sudden attack, Kang Tae-gu tried to counter, but Mu Jin cut him off and asked again, if that is the case, then since we have assured you that we will take responsibility, you can leave now. With a radiant and innocent smile like a child's. It was a smile modeled after Muyul's. KHMM. For the sake of Shaolin's prestige, that cannot be allowed. As expected. So, you came here to prevent us from opening a clinic. Dear Master Uncles, seeing that you're trying to hinder the salvation of the masses, it seems that you have stepped into the realm of the demonic. At Mu Jin's words, Kang Tae-gu and the others who had come with him shouted in outrage. No matter how high-ranking a disciple of Shaolin you may be, how dare a third-class disciple speak such nonsense to the head of the sect? This is an excessive leap. But for some reason, Mu Jin, as if he had been waiting for that response, answered with shining eyes. Indeed, what you're doing right now is exactly that leap. We only said we would open a clinic to save the masses. Yet why are you worried that we will be accused of being tainted by the secular world? And above all, after speaking to that point, Mu Jin paused and then added in a tone that didn't match his age. Why do we need your permission for Shaolin to open a clinic? Mu Jin's heavy voice, mismatched his age, pressed down on the whole area. The reason why the members of the various small sects, who couldn't even dominate a single region and were competing with each other, dared to defy the disciples of Shaolin, known as the North Star of Mount Tai, was simple. It was because they were convinced that Shaolin disciples, as members of the righteous faction, would never harm them. Even now, as Shaolin showed signs of stepping into the secular world, they held on to that belief. Due to the banner that Shaolin had upheld for hundreds of years, they all thought Shaolin was safe, or rather, easy to handle. But at this moment, with Mu Jin's words, that conviction began to crack. At the mere words of Mu Jin, who was only a third-class disciple, cold sweat began to trickle down their backs. At that moment, a cheerful laugh rang out from somewhere. Ha ha ha, you rascal, you say some interesting things. The owner of the voice was Haiguan, who had been watching the whole situation while drinking on the roof of the hall. Attracting everyone's attention with his somewhat crooked laughter, Haiguan leapt from the roof to the ground. His body technique was so superior that despite jumping from the roof, there was no sound of his landing. Descending like a ghost between the members of the small sects and the Shaolin disciples, Haiguan looked at Kang Tae-gu, the representative of the small sects, and opened his mouth. As that child said, if you obstruct Shaolin's path to save the masses, you will be regarded as demonic. Ooh, Who are you to say such things? I am Haiguan, first-class disciple of Shaolin. Hama Boltio, Chwibble. When Haiguan stated his Dharma name, cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd that had gathered. Especially, those who recklessly called out the alias Chwibble had to endure the sharp stares of those around them. However, whether because they had already taken a step forward or because they couldn't afford to lose their pride here, Kang Taegu shouted with a trembling voice. Are you saying that Shaolin is trying to oppress us, who are also of the righteous faction, with force? At that question, Haiguan laughed. It was a laugh that anyone could see as a sneer. Surely that can't be the case? What should we do? Killing everyone here would be a shame, since you all claim to be from the righteous faction. At Haiguan's playful words, cold sweat once again ran down the backs of the crowd that had gathered to protest against Shaolin. Haiguan was the most notorious monk among the Shaolin disciples. The number of demonic heads and evil figures that had died by his hand was countless. Each of those demonic heads and evil figures surpassed the level of the sect leaders present here, so there was no one here who could dare to handle Haiguan. And having completely subdued the atmosphere, Haiguan, as if a good idea had occurred to him, clapped his hands with a mischievous smile. How about this then? Since you all claim to be from the righteous faction, let's resolve this in a manner befitting the righteous faction. Through a martial arts duel. At those words, Kang Taegu shouted with a look of injustice. Master Haiguan, how? Is that any different from using force to oppress us? Don't worry. This fellow here will be the one to step up in the duel. Haiguan, as if it was the most natural thing, raised his hand and pointed at Mujin. As the crowd followed Haiguan's hand and turned their heads, they confirmed Mujin's face. A peculiar silence lingered in the vicinity. No matter how illustrious the name of Shaolin might be, their opponent was a child who might have just turned 15. It was an opponent they could easily defeat. The only problem was that they claimed to be part of the Orthodox faction. Are you not underestimating us too much? Indeed, that's correct. Even though they were from a small sect, it wasn't proper for the leaders to duel against a child. There's no need for the sect leaders to step forward personally, is there? Let's handle this in a way befitting the Orthodox faction. A duel among the post-novice disciples. Isn't that clean and fair? Haiguan, who said this, glanced over the crowd with his half-closed eyes and pointed at someone. That young man over there seems just about right. The young man Haiguan pointed at looked to be around 20 years old. By coincidence or fate, the young man he pointed at was none other than Kang Jiawan, the eldest son of Kang Taegu, the head of the Taegeum sect. Unconsciously, Kang Jiawan frowned upon being selected by Haiguan. Even if that novice were Namgung Jinxion of the Namgung family or a disciple from the Qingshui, Taoist Temple of Wudong, at that age, he couldn't defeat me. Having turned 21 a few months ago, he might not compare to those famous figures throughout the continent, but he was a well-known post-novice disciple in Nanchang. However, regardless of his son's pride, Kang Taegu barely managed to suppress his rising lips and asked, Are you sure you want to settle this duel between that child and Jiawan? Unless you prefer to duel personally with this disciple? Come, that was not my intention. With a light cough, Kang Taegu stepped back and whispered to his son, Even if the opponent is careless, do not let your guard down. There is no need for that, father. No matter how much of a Shaolin disciple he is still just a novice monk. If he hasn't even mastered the 72 consummate arts, there is nothing to fear. Kang Taegu nodded at his son's words, his face full of pride. As his son had said, the true terror of renowned sects like the 9 schools of Shaolin and the 5 great families lay in their possession of advanced martial arts and techniques known as consummate arts and divine skills. However, unless it was demonic arts, mastering these orthodox consummate arts and divine skills required one to progress from basic martial arts step by step. And these basic martial arts were something that all small sects possessed. They remained small sects only because they lacked high-level martial arts, and thus had few experts who could reach the level of being called masters. Ultimately, the significant gap between the disciples of small sects and those of renowned sects started to appear no sooner than their late teens, and typically around their 20s. Hence, the level of that young child, who had barely reached the age of 15, would not be much different from the young disciples of other minor sects. The justification is sufficient. Now go and teach him a lesson. Yes, father. At Kang Tae-gu's instruction, Kang Jio-won stepped forward with a confident stride. Living up to his name, Kang Jio-won, boasting a robust build, greeted Mu-jin with a slightly displeased face, clasping his fists in respect. I am Kang Jio-won, the junior head of the Taegeum sect. Novice monk. I am Mu-jin, the third-generation disciple of Shaolin. Ba. Receiving Mu-jin's greeting, Kang Jio-won clicked his tongue inwardly. No matter if you're from Shaolin, I still seem to be your senior, Mu-jin. So I'll let you have the first move. Even without touching the sword at his waist, Kang Jio-won spoke those words, causing Mu-jin to burst into a small laugh. As you wish. Just as he nodded in response, Mu-jin darted into Kang Jio-won's embrace. Shocked by Mu-jin's speed, which was much faster than expected, Kang Jio-won tried to throw a punch in a hurry but flinched. He recalled that he had agreed to give the first move. Reluctantly, Kang Jio-won stepped back to avoid Mu-jin's first punch. Or so he thought. The right fist, which he believed had just grazed past his face, had suddenly extended its fingers and grabbed the back of his neck with the golden locking hand technique. While Kang Jio-won was astonished by the immense force felt from his neck. Thud! Mu-jin's lifted knee struck precisely at Kang Jio-won's abdomen. Ugh! Kang Jio-won felt a shock that made him want to vomit as he bent over, clutching his stomach. Ba. As if nothing had happened, Mu-jin leisurely offered a half-bow in respect. The peculiar silence once again enveloped the audience as the match ended in a single move. Especially Kang Tae-gu, Kang Jio-won's father, wished he could hide in a mouse hole. His son, who had shown needless bravado, ended up utterly humiliated in a duel meant to uphold the righteous cause of blocking Shaolin's advance, highly valued by the Orthodox sects. At that moment, Kang Jio-won, who was clutching his stomach and bending over, suddenly lifted his head and shouted, It's not over yet. Even though everyone knew of Kang Jio-won's defeat, he stubbornly insisted. Since his defeat had already humiliated him, he had nothing more to lose, so he thought of at least avenging his disgrace. I apologize for underestimating you, Mu-jin. So, I humbly request another duel. Kang Jio-won, his face flushed red with humiliation, spoke with his head bowed. Looking at such a pitiful sight, Haegwon opened his mouth with an expression of extreme pity. He is so desperate. How about granting his request, Mu-jin? It was clear he was teasing. As you wish, Master Uncle Haegwon. Mu-jin shrugged his shoulders lightly and accepted the rematch. Endure humiliation to gain opportunity, they say. I will repay this disgrace today. Having endured humiliation to secure another chance, Kang Jio-won drew the sword from his side from the start, determined not to repeat the same mistake. I did not bring a wooden sword as I didn't anticipate a duel, so I will participate with the sheathed sword instead. Mu-jin, you may as well remove the sheath and use a real sword. The sheath will suffice. Mu-jin's considerate words made Kang Jio-won grit his teeth and respond. I won't let you get away with this. As soon as the sparring began, Kang Jio-won measured the distance with Mu-jin and swung his sword diagonally. True to the name of the Taegeum sect, they used a larger sword compared to the ones typically used by martial artists. The length, thickness, and width of the blade were all larger than average, and naturally, the weight of the sword was heavier than those of other sects. Moreover, the martial arts of the Taegeum sect also emphasized the principles of the heavy sword. His swordsmanship was closer to destroying rather than cutting his opponent. However, as the long sword flew towards his upper body, Mu-jin met it with his fist. Since you humiliated me, I'll at least take your right hand. To avenge the humiliation he suffered in their previous encounter, Kang Jio-won drew more of his internal energy, determined to shatter Mu-jin's right hand bones. And at the moment his sword clashed with Mu-jin's right fist. Clang! A metallic sound erupted, Hard to believe it was flesh against steel. Moreover, even though it was a clash between a fist and a sword, Kang Jiawon's arm was pushed upwards due to the overwhelming force, causing his grip on the sword to loosen. Thanks to his 10 years of sword training, Kang Jiawon utilized the upward momentum of his sword and brought it down again. It ended up exactly as Mu Jin predicted, using a real sword in the sparring match. Despite the sword flying towards him, Mu Jin did not panic and stepped closer to Kang Jiawon, one step at a time. Because Kang Jiawon's sword strikes embodied the principles of the heavy sword, their speed was not very fast. Perhaps to address this issue, instead of aiming for sharp stabs at specific points, he executed slashing attacks, targeting broad areas. It was an offensive strategy, leveraging the essence of the heavy sword, with the idea that even a graze would be lethal. Since these attacks occupied a wide area, it wasn't easy to dodge all while closing in. Thus, Mu Jin used both fists and palm techniques to strike the sides of the sword for the attacks that were difficult to evade. Since his iron skin technique was not yet perfected, he couldn't place his hand directly on the blade infused with internal energy. How many times had Kang Jiawon's sword and Mu Jin's hand collided, creating a metallic sound? Each time they clashed, Mu Jin closed the distance bit by bit, until he was close enough to be within Kang Jiawon's reach. When Kang Jiawon swung his sword once more, instead of striking the sword again, Mu Jin used his left hand to perform the golden locking hand technique, grabbing Kang Jiawon's hand that held the sword. Though Kang Jiawon, whose both hands were seized, urgently shouted, "Wait a moment!" Mu Jin swung his right fist straight at Kang Jiawon's face. Thud! Kang Jiawon, who had been directly hit by the fist that previously made a metallic sound when clashing with the sword, spat out blood, and his teeth scattered everywhere. Ba, as Mu Jin, having finished the sparring, bowed respectfully as a class leader, everyone's gaze fixed on him. More specifically, on the bloodstains on his fist. I think that's enough for the sparring. The strange silence was broken by Haiguan's sly voice, sounding like he was holding back laughter. It was just a sparring match, but wasn't that a bit too much? Kang Tae-gu shouted in sorrow, lamenting that his son might not be able to chew food properly in the future. Haiguan turned his head sideways and retorted, "It was an accident during the sparring, wasn't it? From what I saw, that friend Jiawon swung his sword as if he intended to cut Mu Jin to pieces. But Mu Jin is not hurt at all." When Kang Tae-gu insisted, Haiguan smiled and replied, "Well then, would Sect Leader Kang like to spar with me? Who knows, I might accidentally punch a hole in your stomach during the match, but it hasn't happened yet, has it? Ha ha ha." With that menacing laugh, no one dared to argue further about this sparring match. In fact, the duel between the two, who had a 7-year age difference, was already unfair. The moment Kang Jiawon lost, they lost the right to argue any further. Rather than argue, they needed to hide this incident to avoid disgrace. Mu Jin, knowing this, willingly participated in the sparring that Haiguan suggested without any complaints. There was just one thing that puzzled him. Did Master Uncle Haiguan plan for me to fight that guy, Jiawon, with this in mind? But when he saw Haiguan smiling with a look filled with the scent of blood, Mu Jin couldn't help but think that maybe it was just for fun. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After driving out those self-proclaimed righteous sects and finishing the cleanup to use the mansion as a clinic, Mu Jin moved to handle the primary reason he had come to Namchang. He headed to the branch of the Qianryu Sangdan in Jiangxi Province, Namchang, specifically to the branch leader's office deep within the branch. Branch leader, a novice monk from Shaolin named Mu Jin, has come to see you. Let him in. Passing through the door opened by the branch's chief officer, Mu Jin entered the branch leader's office. There sat a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. Wow, he's a spitting image. Indeed, the bloodline could not be denied, as he looked exactly like Ryu Jiguang would have in his younger days. Not only did their appearances match, but the atmosphere of the branch leader's office was similar too, with a table piled high with papers. However, there were subtle differences. Ryu Jiguang always wore a kind smile. In Mu Jin's opinion, this was likely due to his realization as a seasoned merchant. Understanding that smiles cost nothing, Ryu Jiguang, a shrewd merchant, constantly wore a smile that seemed to have become one with his face. Even in his dealings with Mu Jin, who was just a novice monk, he used a mix of respectful and casual speech, showcasing his impressive interpersonal skills as a merchant. It signified that even a young Mu Jin could potentially become a customer of the Qian Ryu Sangdan one day. In contrast, his second son, Ryu Seolho, wore a stern expression. It seemed like a mask to hide any weaknesses from his opponent. Nice to meet you. I am Mu Jin, the third disciple of Shaolin. Ba. Nice to meet you too. I am Ryu Seolho, the branch leader of Nanchang for the Qian Ryu Merchant Guild. After exchanging greetings with a half bow and a fist salute, Ryu Seolho spoke in a blunt tone. I have roughly heard about the matter through the letter sent by the guild master. Our Nanchang branch plans to commission the workshop to make the tools needed for the clinic. Before Mu Jin could respond to the man's words, Ryu Seolho continued. For anything else needed for the clinic, please speak through the chief officer. I made time for you today because it's the first day, but the position of branch leader in the Qian Ryu Merchant Guild is not exactly leisurely. Ryu Seolho had clearly issued a dismissal order. Through today's meeting, Mu Jin realized a very important fact. The second son of the Qian Ryu Merchant Guild and the future corrupt guild master was an incredibly rude person. Asterisk. Shortly after Mu Jin left, Ryu Seolho clicked his tongue lightly. Tis, you seem quite displeased. To his guard's question, Ryu Seolho replied with a cynical smile. It seems the guild master is getting ready to step down. To praise such a young kid so much. The letter sent by his father, no, the guild master, was filled with nothing but praises for Mu Jin. He even asked me to make a good impression on that young boy. I'm beginning to wonder if he expected me to perform some tricks. What do you intend to do? The question implied that he was willing to handle things quietly if desired. Leave it. The guild master is focusing on him. Interfering might raise unnecessary suspicion. Besides, we have already left dealing with them to Peidobang. I understand. In response to Ryu Seolho's command, the guard bowed his head. Asterisk. Meanwhile, at that time, in the abbot's room of Shaolin Temple, situated on Mount Song. There, Abbot Hyun Cheon and Chubini Hyun Myong were facing each other. Senior Brother Abbot, I'm still not convinced that sending Haiguan as the person in charge of this matter was the right decision. Hyun Myong couldn't sleep properly, worried whether the establishment of a branch clinic in Jiangxi province would proceed smoothly. The funny thing was that his concern wasn't about Mu Jin, who was about to turn 15, but Haiguan, the first disciple of Shaolin who was already over 40. There was no doubt about Haiguan's martial prowess. His strength ranked among the top 5 in current Shaolin. The problem was his temper, his unpredictable and eccentric nature. Hyun Myong worried that Haiguan might beat to death the heads of the minor sects in Nanchang simply because they displeased him. To Hyun Myong's worried question, Hyun Cheon replied with a benevolent smile. Haha, don't worry about that. Unless it's a battle against demonic cultivators, Haiguan won't bother to take action due to his laziness. In fact, Hyun Cheon understood the underlying reason beyond the superficial one. Haiguan, who fought against his own madness every day, wouldn't step in under the excuse of laziness. Just as Hyun Cheon feared, Haiguan was cautious because he might kill his opponents if he intervened. Therefore, Haiguan is just a trump card in case of unexpected battles with demonic cultivators. The actual negotiations with other sects will be handled by Mu Jin. I believe Mu Jin is fully capable of managing that task. So, Haiguan is just the nominal leader, and Mu Jin is the actual person in charge. That's correct. At Hyun Cheon's words, Hyun Myong nodded in agreement. Based on his observations so far, he felt confident in Mu Jin, the strategist Mu Jin and the warrior Haiguan. It seems like an excellent selection. Ba, Senior Brother Abbot. Haha. Mu Jin will manage to keep Haiguan in check. Asterisk. Currently, Mu Jin, who had the high expectations of the Shaolin Abbot and Chubiningju, was walking down a street filled with red lanterns. Oh my brother! You have a great body. Brother, come and play with us for the day. It might seem absurd for someone to flirt with a novice monk, but Mujin looked nothing like a novice monk at the moment. Instead of Shaolin's distinctive kasaya, he wore luxurious silk clothes that a rich young master might wear. His face was adorned with fake moles and freckles created through makeup. On top of that, his distinctive monk's hairstyle was replaced with a shaggy wig tied up with a heroic headband. It was obviously a wig. Thanks to this elaborate disguise, Mujin didn't look like a novice monk at all. All these items were purchased using the vouchers from the Qian Ryu Merchant Guild, given by Ryu Jiguang. Of course, the disguise wasn't for the purpose of visiting the women, soliciting customers on the street. The reason he came to Nanchang was to deal with the dark forces, including Peidobang, that were involved in human trafficking. The problem was that Peidobang hadn't fully taken control of the area at this point. Mujin had come here to understand Peidobang and other dark forces in Nanchang. Where are the main bases of these dark forces and demonic sects? Just as modern organized crime groups managed nightclubs, bars, and entertainment establishments, the major bases here were inns and brothels employing courtesans. Surveying the area in disguise, Mujin headed toward the most luxurious inn he could find. It was purely for gathering information. Welcome. The innkeeper greeted Mujin warmly and guided him to a seat. Mujin pulled out a silver liang from his sleeve and handed it to the innkeeper, saying, "Bring me your 5 best dishes." "Go, no doubt about it." The innkeeper's mouth split into a wide grin as he accepted the silver liang and left. A little while later, lavish dishes began to pile up one by one on Mujin's table. Naturally, these dishes were made with ingredients that were absolutely forbidden to monks. "Oh, these are the foods I've only heard about." "No, the foods I've only read about." The famous Buddha jumps over the wall, Dompa pork, Longjing shrimp, Westlake vinegar fish, and beggar's chicken were served in succession. Our chef here used to work at a famous inn in Zhejiang province, so the dishes from Zhejiang are the most delicious. At the innkeeper's explanation, Mujin nodded once and picked up his chopsticks. "Great! Today is Protein Supplementation Day. 2.5 years since entering the world of martial arts novels. Except for the special meals he sometimes received when dragged to the meditation cave, his diet had been nothing but vegetables day and night. Occasionally, a day like this was needed to bring vitality to his training. Whether it was because he was in a martial arts novel world, or because the original flavors were like this, or the chef skills were exceptional, all 5 dishes boasted an incredible taste. Mujin, captivated by the flavors, moved his chopsticks non-stop. Clearly, he had come here to gather information on the dark forces. As Mujin was engrossed in the food for quite some time, he suddenly spotted an unexpected sight and choked on his food. Cough! What Mujin saw was Haiguan. Haiguan had entered the Grand Inn, Gumwa Inn, where Mujin was seated. Unlike Mujin, Haiguan entered boldly with his head shaved clean and wearing the crimson kasaya. And of all things, the eyes of Haiguan, who had entered the inn boldly, and Mujin, who was choking on his food, met. For some reason, Haiguan approached Mujin's table. Well, I never imagined I'd run into a fellow disciple here." "What do you mean?" Mujin tried to feign ignorance at Haiguan's words, but it didn't work. "Kuhaha, you're always amusing. I was curious about who taught Sabek Hyungwang about meat and alcohol, and it turns out it was you." Mujin felt wronged. He had taught Hyungwang about meat, but not alcohol. However, shouting, "I'm innocent," here would only be admitting guilt. "Ahem, I don't know what you're talking about." "Kuhaha, all right. If you insist, we'll leave it at that. But in exchange for turning a blind eye, you'll cover the bill for this place." Before Mujin could reply, Haiguan immediately called the innkeeper. "First, bring a bottle each of Yeohong and Jiamnamkan." "How did you know our inn has the best Yeohong and Jiamnamkan?" "Ha, my nose is keen for the scent of alcohol." It was a statement that made one question if such a rogue monk truly existed. Shortly after, the innkeeper returned with the Yeohong and Jiamnamkan, and Haiguan poured the 2 drinks into separate cups. Mujin, wondering if one of those drinks was for him, asked Haiguan, Why are you pouring 2 drinks at the same time? TSK. You really don't understand the taste of alcohol. Yeohong is a sweet wine, while Jeonnam-kun is strong. You drink Jeonnam-kun first, then follow it with Yeohong to smooth out the strong aftertaste. Mujin nearly blurted out that he was crazy. Knowing Haiguan's reputation, he barely restrained himself. True to his words, Haiguan didn't touch the food at all and only drank. He drank Jeonnam-kun as his liquor and used Yeohong as his chaser. Watching this absurd scene for a while, Mujin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The way Haiguan enjoyed his drink was enticing. It was especially hard to resist since Mujin had always been curious about the taste of these famous liquors he read about in martial arts novels. Perhaps Mujin's gulp was too loud for Haiguan. Noticing, asked with a playful smile, "Do you want a drink?" Mujin almost answered yes. However, exerting extreme self-control, he replied with a sorrowful expression, "No, thank you." Who would believe a starving beggar dog looking at a fallen dumpling saying no? Ahem, I won't drink right now. His intent wasn't to avoid alcohol because he was still young, but because he needed to build his muscles. He intended to avoid alcohol to enhance his muscle development. Of course, even after building sufficient muscles, he needed to avoid alcohol to maintain his muscle mass. Once I reach a higher level, in the world of martial arts novels, there was a solution. Like how grandfather Hyungwang demonstrated, one could expel the alcohol using internal energy. Grandfather said it was possible once one achieved a major breakthrough and completed the grand circulation. For now, Mujin avoided alcohol because he hadn't reached that level. If he did, he planned to enjoy drinking as much as he wanted. Of course, Haiguan couldn't fathom Mujin's muscle-focused mindset and interpreted it differently. Not right now. Haiguan thought Mujin meant he'd drink when he became an adult. He's an amusing fellow. Naturally, Shaolin forbade alcohol consumption regardless of age. Yet, Mujin confidently declared he'd drink as an adult. Judging by your expression, it seems you won't last long. Ha ha ha. The more Haiguan watched Mujin, the more he liked him. Laughing heartily, Haiguan poured himself several more rounds, ignoring Mujin, whose eyes were glued to the drinks. Then, with a peculiar expression, Haiguan asked a question. "Well, now that we've had some drinks and moistened our throats, can you answer my question, young benefactor?" Mujin, having finished his cup of tea, replied, "What do you want to know?" Though they pretended not to know each other, their identities were already revealed. There was no point in hiding, especially after being caught eating meat. Despite being Shaolin's most notorious fallen monk, Haiguan seemed ready to let it slide. With a mischievous smile, the fallen monk asked an unexpected question.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.